schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back. I'm actually slightly overwhelmed by the amount of amazing things we've got on this desk. We're going to get moving, but let's talk about the brother, because I am very, 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 very grateful that our team have allowed us to extend the price only for today. Now, I haven't really mentioned it much today. I've mentioned it literally once or twice, and already so many have sold. We have less than 30 opportunities to get this at the new price. And the reason that I am very, very excited about it is because this price is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Like, when you're looking at a machine that has the amount that this brother machine has, for one, it's a brother, which is one of the most established, one of the most well-known names. It was actually Stuart Hillard that told us we have to get this machine in. It just does everything. It's brilliant. This is actually the fashion edition. Can you see at the end it says FE? That actually stands for fashion edition. So you don't need to be a dressmaker to love this machine, but if you are a dressmaker, it comes with a massive selection of accessories that are all specialist dressmaking feet, as well as everything that comes with this machine as standard. So it is brilliant. Now, I could literally talk about this machine for the whole of this hour, and I still wouldn't scratch the surface with how brilliant and the features that this has. But the main thing is the price. There's so much to talk about this hour, so let's get the price down. Now, it was available on the weekend for John Scott's birthday at a reduced price. We do not reduce this machine because it doesn't need to be reduced. It's one of the most affordable machines that we stock anyway, especially with the features like the fact it has an alphabet. It has 100 stitches. It's got so many incredible features. So much so, there you go, 250 built-in stitches, 8 different styles of buttonholes. You've got a backlit LCD screen. You obviously can change your stitch width and stitch length. It is a computerized machine. You've got 3 different styles of lettering. You've got your quick set bobbin. You've got an automatic needle threader. You've got your feed dog settings. So you do have the ability of dropping your feed dogs. If you've got involved in Delphine's masterclass of free motion, you have the ability of doing that. It comes with 14 accessory feet, including those 7 sewing feet, which are specially designed for dressmaking and fashion projects. Now, as I said, we have done lengthy demonstrations on this with Tracy Dennis from the Owl and the Sewing Cat. So if you do want to watch those back, please do. Don't hesitate, though, because this completely sold out. We've got new stock arrived, and we're honouring John Scott's birthday price. Elsewhere, in fact, not elsewhere, Brother, the website, Brother website, have a look. Do your comparisons. The exact same machine, the FS250 Fashion Edition, you can pay £800. I mean, we're currently half the price. This is why I say it is ridiculous. If you ring me as my friend and say, right, I want to buy a machine, I've got a budget of £400, £500, £600, I'd still recommend this machine. This is the machine. It's just amazing. It's so intuitive. It's got everything that you will need to grow as a sewer. But now, even if you were to come to me and I use my staff mates rate discount, I can't get it at this next price. If I want to buy it, personally, if I want to buy this, I will pay more as staff at that price. I would pay more. This is what I mean. It is ridiculous. Of course, you know how much we adore John Scott. And when it's John Scott's birthday, I'm not going to lie, we go to town. You get really some of the best deals. You get amazing guests and products that people designed for the year for John Scott's birthday. So when they did this sewing machine deal for John Scott's birthday, of course it completely sold out. We have managed to get a select few more that we can discount at that price. Not only have we done that, we've also kept it on split pay, £116.33 on split pay, 3-way split pay, even though I don't even know how to say it without, I'll just put it bluntly, there's nothing in it for us. This is all about you. This is about getting you sewing. That then, you know, you're going to come back to us and be confident that you're going to be able to complete the project, the kits that you've bought from us, using your machine. What I love about this is it's portable. If you do have maybe a large machine, but you're going to workshops, you're going to classes, you sew in a caravan or a holiday home or a friend's house, and you want to be able to take a machine with you, then this is your chance to get a portable, computerised, fabulous machine today with a ridiculous saving. Now, loads of these checked out as soon as I mentioned it earlier on. I just wanted to let you know it's available. If there's any questions that you have, please get them in, because it's just a brilliant machine. Brilliant. Okay, we'll leave that with you, but I will mention it before the end of the hour, because look at the desk. I mean, I've got Debbie Shaw, Stuart Hillard, Amber Makes, Delphine Brooks, William Morris. We've got June Taylor, Quilt As You Go, not to mention the quilt behind me. In fact, let's start with that, because where have I put my quilt box? Blimey, this is a heavy quilt box. You've got a lot in here. It is over 2 metres. It's 213 centimetres square. And it's gorgeous. Do you know what I really like about this? It's a really simple design.
Hello there, good morning and welcome to a brand new day here at Sewing Street, and we have got such an amazing day ahead of ourselves. I've got lots to tell you about. Now, if you've not met me before, I am Hayley West and I am going to be here for your first hour. As your presenter, we've got a special guest during this hour, which is going to be very exciting, and then I'm going to be back a little bit later on because I'm going to be guesting a Handmade by Hayley show. So it's all going on, but you know here at Sewing Street how we kick off a brand new day. We've got an early bird, and this is something that everybody needs. Everybody needs because it's a consumable. So what we've got here is a pack of rotary blades. Always using them, aren't we? You've got a set of 10 in here. They come in a handy little case, and you can see they are your 45mm discs that you've got with these. Now, the beauty of these is they come in a little case, so you know straight away these are your brand new blades, and as you can see there, all neat and tidy and ready to go. Now, you're going to get 10 of those within there, as you can see. And you can see there you've got a brilliant price on your screen to start with. Works out a couple of pounds per rotary blade. Now, these are Japanese steel, so you know that you've got incredible quality, precision cutting, and that is something that we need to consider, isn't it, time and time again. Always change your blade for a brand new project. That is a key thing, isn't it? Excuse me. I will warn you, I have got a bit of a tickle today as well, so I do apologise if I have a little cough every so often. Now, we have been having a little bit of a dig around, because you know how we like to do a bit of shopping. We like to go and have a little peruse to see what's out there. Well, we have perused and we have come across a set of 5 blades. Now, Fiskars, so there you go. Again, precision, premium steel. But this time we're looking at £22.81. They get a good review, which is always a great thing to know, isn't it? But you're only getting 5 of those. So theoretically, if you were doubling up on that, you're looking at what, in the region of £46 for 10. We're already looking at £19.99. But it is an early bird, so our early bird deal is always one worth tuning in for. So that's exactly what we are going to do. We are going to give you an amazing deal. Now, the beauty of an early bird is, well, first of all, you have to be early. Clue is in the name. But look at that, £12.99. Now, if you are into cutting your fabrics, whether you're a quilter, if you use a rotary cutter with a 45mm diameter, then you can stock up on these. It's not limited to one per customer. So when we bring you deals like this with your Japanese steel, you need to snap them up. Now, of course, the beauty is it comes in a little case, so you can pop that in your storage system that you've got at home. You know straight away that it is brand new. Don't throw away your old blades completely, though. What I tend to do is I get a permanent marker pen and I will put a little kind of C on, which will often mean that I'm going to use it for card, or P for paper. So you can still continue to use them once they've become a little bit dull with regards to cutting your fabric. But of course you do need to make sure you have got a nice sharp blade when it comes to cutting your fabrics out, because the key thing is, especially with quilting, you need to have that precision, and that is exactly what you are going to get with these Japanese steel blades. Incredible quality, time and time again. You know, here at Sewing Street, it's what we do. It's what we do, because we are like you sewers who need to know that we have got the quality products that we are bringing to you that you can use time and time again. Now, nice to know that many of you are going for multiples of these. Stock up on them. Don't forget, we found a price of £22.81 for 5. You're looking at close to £46 for the quantity that we've got here. But £12.99, that's all that you are paying for these. Now, I'm going to leave these with you because I know how popular they are, but I also know you'll want to know what's coming up later. Well, let me tell you, we are in for a treat. This first hour, very exciting. Somebody that you may not have met previously, but somebody who's very, very close to our hearts and somebody that we have to be very thankful for.
Hi, Hayley.
Steve Bennett, because of you, we are here at Sewing Street.
Oh, that's so kind.
It's true. It is true. It is true. Now, before we get into
I remind my kids that all the time. Not Sewing Street.
Just
a little bit of respect.
Life in general. Now, before we get into the throes of our first hour, can I tell everybody what we've got coming up?
You do that.
So, what have we got coming up? Well, we've got Steve's launch with his book, which you can see around us, which is so exciting. Fibre First, you need to know all about this because it's incredible. Then after that, we've got the lovely Susan coming up. Susan's going to be here with her Sashiko, and she's got some amazing things to share with you. You probably spied the quilt behind me when I opened the show. I'm going to be out with Handmade by Hayley. We're talking gnomes today. That is the theme. Because it's International Gnome Day, apparently.
Is it?
So there you go, apparently, according to
I
Ian.
didn't know that.
Hey! I love it. So that's going to be coming up at 10 o'clock. Then lovely Susan will be back for another hour at 11. And I will be finishing off the morning from 12 through to 1 with a little bit of embroidery. We've got the Jade 35. And we've got Ian making an appearance during the course of the morning as well. So lots to look forward to. So let me introduce you to Steve. Welcome to Sewing Street. Is this your first time that you've actually been on Sewing Street?
I've run on just to hurl abuse at John Scott many times.
That happens a lot.
But first time I've actually been this side of the desk, yeah.
Oh, well, welcome. Welcome.
Thank
It's
you.
good to have your company. Now, you're here for a very important reason.
Yeah, launched a new book. It's not about the fibre that gets the TV signal of sewing to your house, not that type of fibre. It's about dietary fibre.
Okay.
And I'm here to tell you all about it and then give everybody an amazing offer.
I love it. Now, this is very important to you because life kind of spun you on a journey to go for you to kind of research a lot of health and how we look after ourselves. And that kind of all has come together, not just with this book,
Yep.
but you've brought previous books to us. So for anybody that's not familiar, I mean, can you tell us a little bit about that journey?
Yeah, sure. So where are we? Here, back of the book, 2008, I'd got everything you can imagine. I wasn't quite diabetic, but I was pre-diabetic, got high blood pressure, I got high blood sugar levels, I couldn't sleep properly. I was setting the seeds in place for Sewing Street, 'cause it didn't exist at that point. But I was running Gemporia, and we'd got Sewing Street and so on. And I wasn't lazy. I was exercising every day. I was doing what my doctor told me. And when you run big companies, you have like these doctors that look after you for your insurance purposes, so you have to have these annual medicals, and every year they go, ooh, I go, what's wrong? You know,
Not necessarily what you want
You're
to
the
hear.
CEO of that big company, and your insurance company aren't happy. You're high blood pressure. You got this, you got that. You go, oh my gosh, okay. But I'm doing everything you tell me. I'm exercising. I'm going low fat this, low fat that, because back then that's what we thought was the thing.
Yeah.
Cut down all the fats. And I just got bigger and bigger and bigger and more unhealthy. And then in 2016, I discovered the truth, and I got really angry about it because It wasn't that I'd been lazy, and lots of people that are overweight aren't lazy. It's just that we don't
absolutely,
know
yeah.
the truth.
Yeah.
So then I sort of stepped back from running Gemporia, had this role called a chairman. I'm not quite sure what it means.
Okay.
10 years in and I still don't know what it means. Not sure what I'm supposed to be doing. But I'm the chairman now. I've got a fantastic team, which means I've spent literally the last 9 years, actually, not 10, researching health, using the privilege of not having to work 9 to 5 in a day job and having done reasonably okay for myself and my family. So taking that money and investing several £1 million, travelling around the world, meeting doctors, scientists, nutritionists, to understand the truth about how to get healthy.
Yeah. And the story that you've gone through, I mean, many of those elements that you spoke of there resonate with myself personally. I'm sure they will with you guys out there as well.
Oh, Hayley, you wait to the end of the shower.
But the thing is, you think you're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
You read the labels, you follow the rules that you're told to follow, and it can be so frustrating when it doesn't have the impact on your life and your physical being that you're hoping for.
Well, the problem is we've all been lied to.
Okay.
We've all been lied to all the time, because it suits the food industry to lie to us. It suits the pharmaceutical industry, that because the food industry make us so sick, they make loads of money because we're sick, selling us the drugs. So it's really convenient for the food industry and the pharmaceutical industry to keep these lies going, and then blaming us for not following the rules of, oh, just eat less, move more, which is the biggest amount of nonsense ever, right? Which we'll talk about in a minute. So there's this superhero, and we can talk about all the other things as well, but there's a superhero, and it's called fibre, right?
Okay.
And I'm not talking the fibre, like I say, that gets the signal to you. I'm talking about the fibre in food that you've heard about, but maybe don't quite understand.
Okay.
And fibre is a superhero, but it's really inconvenient for the big food companies.
Okay.
It's inconvenient because fibre in food shortens the shelf life considerably.
Okay.
Not good for profit. Fibre in food makes you feel totally full for longer, which means you don't eat so much food. If you don't eat so much food, not good for the food industry.
True. Yeah, makes sense.
And what people don't realise, and I just held a big conference in London, sadly, probably one of the last ones that Michael Mosley ever went to. Bless him, a lovely man.
Yeah.
But we held 3 weeks ago, or 4 weeks ago now, in London, the world's first international food addiction conference. I had over 400 doctors attend.
Wow.
And we've come to a consensus that we're now, over the next month, giving to the World Health Organization to try and get it recognised as an addiction. And we've listed all the things that are addictive, because if we get that, this will be the next big change in advertising. You know, remember, like, cigarettes used to be on, like, all the Formula One cars, and you could advertise cigarettes to literally everybody. Well, we're trying to get it so you cannot advertise any foods to children if they've got these ingredients in. But we'll come to that a bit later on. So food is addictive, and the point is fibre breaks and stops food addiction. So fibre's not good for shelf life. It's not good because you feel full, so you don't eat so much. And it breaks addiction, stops addiction of food. All those three are terrible news for the food industry. So every bit of research, they keep pushing it under the carpet, pushing it under the carpet. I'll give you all the research.
Okay, right.
That's the data. So, fibre, you know, if you was to Google it right now, it would spurt out loads of references. You'll see what I did there in a minute, spurt out to the toilet, right?
Okay.
And bowel movement and regulation and all of those are true. It's good at relieving constipation. It's good at making you more regular. But that's just like the tip of the iceberg.
Okay.
I almost said iceberg lettuce then, but that'd be a pun too many. But it's the tip of the iceberg. There are three main things that fibre do and why we need more and more and more of it.
Okay.
First and foremost, it makes you feel full for longer, as I've said. Therefore, you just don't eat so much. Good thing.
That's a positive.
Very, very big positive. It slows down, I'll explain why this is so important. It slows down the absorption of all the food you eat.
Okay.
So everybody's probably aware of Ozempic and these injections, GLP-1s. The main thing that Ozempic as a drug does, which is what they call a GLP-1, lots of other brand names around the world, it slows down gastric emptying. So if you slow down the emptying of the stomach, you feel full for long, you don't eat so much. That's the number one thing it does. Trouble is, it has lots of side effects.
Okay.
Personally, I think it will be a thing of the past given another 2 or 3 years.
Right.
Like virtually every weight loss drug that's ever.
Yes.
There isn't yet. There's about 20 to 30 weight loss drugs that have been launched over the last 30 years, and every single one has disappeared, gone, because the side effect is terrible.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it makes you feel full for longer.
Yeah.
Helps you lose weight, therefore. It slows down the emptying. Helps you lose weight. But also it feeds the good bacteria. The thing with fibre, even though it has calories, we don't use those calories. They don't cause any weight gain whatsoever. It's even if you had 100 calories of fibre, you don't get a single calorie because it doesn't feed you. It feeds you gut bacteria.
Okay.
And we're now learning with the science that feeding the good gut bacteria is a good thing, because if you don't feed them, they feed on you. So if you don't put fibre in, they feed on you. If they feed on you, you get leaky gut, you get inflammation, so 3 main reasons. So here's the magic. Imagine a world, right, where you're not barricaded by the word no, where your diet, and this is why it's important, because I'm sure you're the same. Here's a really amazing statistic. In the UK, mainly because of our food, 2 out of 3 adults every single year go on a diet at least once in that year.
Yeah.
Right, so that's like 2 out of 3 adults in our country. Every single year, only 1 in 100 people, 1 in 100 successfully a year later have benefited from that diet.
Wow.
That means, look at it another way, if you went on a diet, as I'm sure, I don't know about yourself, I'm sure a lot of you, every year for 10 years, you're still only 1 in 10 people will be any lighter at the end than they were for the 10 years of trying.
I find I've got heavier.
And you do.
Yeah.
And the reason you do is because and this is great.
Use me as a guinea pig.
what have all diets got in common?
They kind of got rules.
Rules,
for the
keep
first
going.
thing. Things that make you feel as if you're kind of going over hurdles that you're not necessarily going to achieve.
Could somebody write these down? Because I love adding all these up to my list of things. Go on, yeah.
But then you're almost set up to fail.
Write that one down as well. Set up to fail, yeah.
And you've got all this hope and aspiration, but then very quickly you feel, oh gosh, I just can't do it.
So those are all valid answers. But what every single diet up till now has in common, you have to give something up.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
You have to give something up. And the problem with human nature, and this is why all diets do fail, is we're not designed, we're not wired to give things up we like.
Yes.
We can do it for a short while the goal of getting in that dress or jumping on the scales, we can do it for a short while what we call our prefrontal cortex, the sort of logical bit of the brain's in charge. But eventually, the more dominant part of the brain, our sort of our primal brain, as soon as we've gone under a bit of stress, a bit of emotion, a bit of something's gone wrong, we go back to the thing that we had before, and then we eat more of it to rebel, because every single one of us watching is a slight rebel.
Yes.
And then we rebel. I've not been able to have that for ages. I'm going to go.
I don't care, I'm just going to do it.
And that's it. And then, because every diet is about giving up, we've slowed down. Not sped up, we've slowed down what we call our metabolic rate because we've been on a diet. So then when we start eating more again, we're now not metabolizing it as quickly, we put on weight. So that yo-yo diet doesn't bring you back to the same place. That yo-yo diet keeps doing that all the time.
Okay, right.
Because you
makes
slowed
sense,
down the metabolism. So imagine a diet where you're not barricaded by the word no.
Okay.
Where it's about adding more food, adding more, not subtracting.
Okay.
Imagine not having to cut out anything that you want to eat. Imagine that you're not, like I say, you're not barricaded by the word no. Imagine stepping into a world where nothing is off your menu, off your plate, as long as you learn what foods have fibre in, and you eat that first.
Sounds like a dream, to be honest.
That's why so many celebrities are working with me right now, because I'm offering everybody, when they read the book, and by the way, don't be put off the fact it's 1,000 pages. You learn everything you need to know in the first 100 or so pages, and then there's a load of evidence to support it, because this sounds so good to be true that it was going to be like a 200-page book. Everybody was going, as I travelled around the world, and everybody was going, Nah, it can't be that simple. I'm going, it is that simple. Certainly to start off with. Certainly for your first year to get the most weight off, you don't have to give anything up. You add more fibre. I then need to show people what fibre is, explain what is fibre and what isn't fibre, because people will go, oh, well, there's fibre in Kellogg's, and you go, yeah, that doesn't quite work because the fibre needs to be more dominant than the sugar, and you have to have it first. So you have to add something at the beginning of the meal. Could be nuts, could be cereal, not cereal, could be nuts, could be seeds, could be a soup, could be a salad. And I give a whole list of all the different things it could be. But you're adding, not subtracting.
Right.
You're adding, not subtracting. You have it before the meal, you feel full. We've done lots of scans on human bodies that have had a fibre starter. And you see at the bottom of the stomach, we have this thing at the bottom of the stomach called a pylorus, which is like a plug.
Okay.
And it's a bit like if you're washing the dishes and you get a bit of food around the plug and the water starts to back up and back up. It's exactly what happens in our stomach. So if you have fibre first, it lines the top of the plug, what we call the pylorus. Then we have this thing called the duodenum underneath, which goes into the intestines. But we see it on a scan, and it sits there as a filter. Now, whatever you eat, it slows down the absorption of that food, so you feel full. Slows down the absorption, so your blood sugar doesn't go up. Now, the reason why that's important, not only do you lose weight, and quite quickly without giving anything up, we now know that 8 out of 10 causes of chronic illness and death, sorry, can't get that word in just once, are due to a dysregulation of sugar.
Right.
Virtually, it's a horrendous stat. 8 out of 10
really
causes of death
that.
are due to a dysregulation of sugar in the modern world. I don't see it with my Maasai friends when I go out buying gemstones in rural Africa, but 8 out of 10 causes. And you might say, well, isn't it cancer, isn't it diabetes, isn't it strokes, isn't it heart disease? But what is causing those things? And what I show in the book, and this is all backed by, and I'll tell you in a second something quite interesting about this, what we have now discovered is that virtually every chronic illness that we worry about is caused by the dysregulation of sugar.
And that's, they say a picture says 1,000 words, and that is exactly what you can see there, yes.
Yeah. So I have travelled around the world. I've met professors, doctors. They're all in here. In fact, look at the back of the book. All these guys have helped me put this book together. And this tree, by the way, I had some doctor friends go, nah, it's not as simple as that, Steve. You're oversimplifying it. And then I was away in the Himalayas with quite a well-known gentleman, Mr. Branson. And we were climbing the Himalayas last October. And I just went onto Twitter. And I went, oh, my God. He said, what's wrong? What's wrong? I went, Swiss Re are one of Europe's largest life insurance companies, copied that tree. Oh, wow. Tweeted it, and I went, I'm going to sue them. And Richard went, what do you mean sue them? I went, they've copied my tree. He went, aren't you trying to get the health message out to everybody? I went, yeah. He said, well, take it as an endorsement. I said, why take it as an endorsement? He said, because you have to understand that virtually all research in the world is corrupted. It's either funded by the food industry or big pharmaceutical industry. It's all corrupted. And he said, so don't believe anything you read, any headline in any newspaper. Well, that's interesting because I've written about that before. He said, but there's one thing that you always listen to, always believe, is anything that your life insurance company tell you is to help you stay alive for longer. Yes, so he said the fact that they now agree with you that every single chronic illness is related to the dysregulation of sugar, they're trying to keep all they make money out of that making you live longer. Yes, absolutely. So if they make money out of making you live longer and they've endorsed your tree, that's better than anybody endorsing it.
And it's relevant to everybody, isn't it? Absolutely.
So people might now say, why are we on Sewing Street this morning talking about something that's not sewing? And the reason is we value, and across our organisation, whether it be that Gemporia, whether that be Sewing Street, Hobby Maker, and here, we value our customers. And we want you to be as healthy as possible for as long as possible. And therefore, I said, please, 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 let me have 1 hour on, because it terrified me for years and years And I had access to all this information, all these doctors. It terrified me for years. And the truth is quite simple. So the book outlines how to lose weight, how to ward off chronic illness by giving up nothing. And all the evidence is in there, all of, So for example, big trial in America. Okay, and you might say, well, that's America, we're in the UK, but our diet's pretty similar. And this is over 908,000, almost 1 million people over a big period of time. For every 10 grams more fibre you got per day, 10 grams more, that's not a lot.
Yeah.
You were 11% less likely to die during the trial.
Wow.
Just by upping your fibre.
Gosh, that's quite profound.
Yeah, by just having 10 grams more. We're supposed to have 30 grams a day, according to the NHS. And on the NHS website, if you go on and you go through all that, you type in fibre, you'll find it's buried, because again, they're into the drug model. But it's buried. But on their own website, it says, if you don't get sufficient fibre, your chances of cancer, and they name all the cancers, diabetes and heart disease are higher. And they say you should be getting 30 grams a day, and we now know that less than 5% of people, that's 1 in 20, get 30 grams a day. Okay. So here's the problem. We need more fibre. Nobody's talking about it because it's not convenient for the food company. It's not, therefore, convenient for the pharmaceutical company. And in this book, the first 100 pages will tell you exactly how to put fibre before your diet, help you effortlessly lose weight and reduce dramatically the risk of all of those diseases.
And I think that's the thing, it's having the right information, isn't it? It's having the right information, that impartial information, and we've all done it. We look at the labels, even things like the colour of things that we see in the supermarkets. We think we're doing the right thing, but if you haven't got the right information to start with, you're set up for failure straight away. Now, you have done us the most incredible deal with this. Because you want so many people to get involved with this, you're doing us an amazing deal.
Yeah, I'm doing you an amazing deal. So there's only been one other real deal on this so far. So Gemma Collins, who most people know, if you just, the GC, if you Google her, I've been working with her now for the last 2 months with this diet. She's lost a lot of weight. I've reversed her PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome. You might go, you might go, is he allowed to talk about things like that on TV? Yes, it's in every single newspaper in the last week. She's out there saying that this diet has reversed her polycystic ovary syndrome. She wants to have a child, and that's the first thing we have to do. We have to get the weight off Gemma because she's got a lot to lose, and she admits that. I've been working. You all know Sarah Davis. I've been working with Sarah Davis,
amazing,
and she's looking fantastic. I've been working with a tennis player that's at Wimbledon, which we'll all see, Marcus Willis shortly. He was called the Fat Boy of Tennis by the Sun newspaper.
So how demoralising is
the Fat Boy of Tennis, he was called. We played Central Court against Federer about 4 years ago. Ever since then, he came to me, said, help me lose the weight, and he looks as trim as ever. So I've been working with the celebs, but this is not about a celeb diet. This is because it's so simple to implement. Anyway, Gemma Collins has been giving a little bit off with her code, the Gemma Collins GC5, I think it is. But we're going to give £10 off to everybody today.
Oh, wow.
So the book, it's hardback, it's got the ribbon in, so you can find out where you are. Don't be put off by the fact that it's 1,000 pages. The first 100 pages tells you everything you need to know.
Okay.
There's quite a lot of pages then of research, which you can go past. But then there are things like, we look at all the processed foods. I've got a chief scientist who had just left Nestle, who was admitted about how they make food addictive. And he gave me like 9 techniques they use to make foods addictive. Right. Then we took those 9 techniques and said, well, how do we then do that ourselves in the kitchen? So we took those 9 techniques, we put them in the book. So we said, for example, they do this thing called Oreo-sensory.
Oh, this sounds interesting.
So Oreo-sensory is, they realised at Nestle and other places, that it's named after the Oreo biscuit, that the brain loves going from something hard to soft. Or warm to cold, or solid to, nice and... So, for example, if you don't like broccoli, which is on the front, if you don't like broccoli, maybe if you undercook it a little bit so it's hard and put some nice soft cheese over the top, you've got Oreo-sensory, you've got soft and hard. Or you put some seeds on so you get a little bit of crunch, then you get the softness of the cheese. And blah, blah, blah. That's called Oreo-sensory. That's one of their techniques. So Stephen Whitley, a professor, like I say, probably has caused more health problems than anybody, Nestle, but it's the biggest company in the world. We teach you every single one of their techniques in the kitchen at home, so your food then becomes as good as their food. So not only are you now putting fibre first, you're then swapping out some of the fast food stuff with your own food. It's tasting better and all the tricks. For example, have a look at any packaged food. There are 2 ingredients that Stephen Whitley taught me that they put in virtually everything, but one or the other.
Right.
And he said, and he has yet to find a single food that doesn't benefit from either vanilla or garlic.
Okay.
Right? So you're cooking at home, and you taste it, you go, it's quite good, but not quite right yet. In your mind, every time you've got vanilla in a little pot, real vanilla, and you've got some garlic, you go, which one of those 2 will make it better? Put it in, and it nearly always makes it better.
Yes,
Because
yeah.
virtually every packaged food has either vanilla or garlic, because the brain goes wild. Why? Because vanilla is similar to what's in breast milk, so the brain's wired for it. And garlic, because there is so many health benefits to garlic that the brain knows it's nutritionally dense, the brain goes, oh, this is fantastic. So one or the other. So that's another one of the techniques. So the book goes, this is why you put fibre first. Here's all the science. This is how you put fibre first to effortlessly lose weight. And then also, then all the techniques around it. And then we go through every single major illness. And then now we talk about a reference book for like 600 pages. Name the illness, whether that be bipolar, whether that be ADHD, whether that be depression, anxiety, gout, PCOS, erectile dysfunction, migraines. We go through every single one and show you the dietary intervention for every single illness backed by science.
That is amazing because the whole list of different elements you've just spoken there. I've got friends, I've got family, things like gout. That is something that is in our home, and it's knowing that there's ways that we can potentially combat that. So I was 8 years old. I can remember it in Devon on the beach at Woolacombe with my parents. My dad up with his foot with gout at 8. I then remember him going to the doctors and mentioning this thing about blood pressure, which I didn't understand because I was a young child. Blood pressure. Then he cracked a joke when I was about 15, 16, of how he'd taken this blue pill, got it stuck in his neck and got a stiff neck. Oh. Viagra. Okay. Right. Just in case you I'm sure you won't mind you sharing that.
Just in case you know what colour it was. That's fine. So gout, blood pressure, Viagra, back to my tree. Yeah. They're all links. And then literally 4 years ago, got diagnosed with diabetes. Right. I could have now, knowing what we know now, I could have told my dad's doctor, knowing what I know now, back when I was 8, so I'm 58 now, so 50 years ago, he'd got diabetes then, just didn't know it.
Wow.
So what we're trying to, I've got 200 people, I run a charity called the Public Health Collaboration. Okay. I've got 200 experts that work for my charity. They spend their day free of charge going around all the doctor surgeries and dental surgeries and a few other places, schools, some schools, educating around food and nutrition and diet, because all doctors, all they ever get taught is diagnose, prescribe, diagnose, prescribe. That's our model. My 200 experts are going out, they're going, look, nearly all of these are dietary conditions. We've calculated that 4 out of 5 hospital beds, with the exception of maternity and accident and emergency wards, 4 out of 5 are because of people in there because of wrong dietary advice. Yeah.
And they're just going by what they've been told.
And it's in there.
So things like, I'm just thinking again, you mentioned about gout there, things like acid reflux is in lots of people's lives. Indigestion, heartburn, high blood pressure. These are all things, I mean, IBS, there's so many that we will regularly hear people speak of.
So you've not yet mentioned a single thing that's not discussed.
Well, this is what I was going to say, because we all kind of, it's like, oh, yes, I take that tablet as well for that. And it's like, oh, we've got a connection. This is going to help us with so many areas.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I say don't be put off by the 1,000 pages. See it as the first 100 pages is a must-read.
Yes,
because that'll get you on the right path. And then you start going, oh, Auntie Jo's got indigestion. Oh, I've got a bit of IBS. Or, you know, gout, my husband's got gout, whatever. You then go and find that section, and that section then will give you the dietary advice around it. But the dietary advice is nearly always the same. Put fibre first, slow down the... So here's the thing. To have a bit of fun. This is fun. I want you to participate at home.
Okay, right.
You've just eaten, and all of this is... There's nothing I'm going to tell you now that isn't in here, so you don't need to remember it, right? You've just eaten a baked potato.
Okay.
How many teaspoons full, because teaspoons are easier to see than grams, people can't visualise grams. So we're going to visualise a teaspoon of sugar, because that's what we put in our coffee and we obsess if we put 1 teaspoon in. Oh, I put 1 teaspoon in, oh, I'm down to half a teaspoon.
Yes, yeah.
Right? Let me tell you that other than the skin on the potato, all of the inside turns into sugar, nothing else.
Really?
Yeah, potato is nothing but sugar.
Wow.
100% sugar.
Well, that's a go-to when you're dieting, isn't it?
I know. That's why that book. Oh, I've got another deal, by the way, and you can phone back and change the deal if you want. That book is £14, £10 off, or I'm going to do you all my 3 books. I've written 6 health books, but these are 3 bestsellers. I'm going to do all 3 of them, and you might say, why do I want all 3? I'll quickly explain in a second why you want all 3, but for £24. You want this hardback, which I think was that £24 itself.
Oh, right, okay.
Right? You want the hardback, not big. You're not going to read this one, but you're going to use this as a reference because at the back I go through every food with what vitamins are in it, what minerals are in it, what foods to eat, what to avoid if you can. Well, again, anyway, you might want that.
Nice having a conversation with
This is to
somebody.
give away to one of your friends because
Okay.
that's kind of covered in here anyway.
Got
But
you.
there is 20, 50, £65 worth of books. That's the only, I'm not being big-headed, that's the only health books you'll ever need to read.
That is brilliant, and that is an amazing deal. £24, dropping down from £63. So if you are considering the Fibre First book, it might be worth you going for this one. Steve said if you have already placed your order, you can come through and change your order. But I was having a conversation with my friend. I flew back from Sweden earlier on, and we were chatting about things, and you think, right, OK, I'm going to eat healthier. I'm going to choose healthy options. So rather than going for snacks that you might go for, I don't know, a chocolate bar, you might think, I'm going to have a banana. A banana's healthy, it's natural, but then they can be full of sugar and different things that
So
you don't
banana should be down.
realise.
Sure, oh, I've got banana here. Did you say that because you know I'd got it here?
No,
Okay.
because genuinely, I will have a
bring,
banana
bring,
in the
bring the
afternoon.
camera in, but don't show the right answer. See if you can cover up this bit with the camera, but just try if you can with the camera to come in here, and we're going to play a little bit of a game just quickly with you because I got distracted with myself then. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
So we're going to play a little bit of a game. If we just bring the camera in here. And we're going to look at orange juice, and this is in both books, by the way, this chart.
Okay.
This is produced by doctors, not by me. So here's some common foods like cornflakes. Look, there's some cereals, and let's come down here. Look, the jacket potato, et cetera, et cetera. And then we come down to some fruits at the bottom. So quick game.
Okay.
Quick game. A baked potato.
Yes.
We're going to do teaspoons of sugar because we can visualise that, not
Okay.
grams. How many teaspoons of sugar does an average-sized jacket potato turn into?
Well, straight away, I've got to get my head around the fact that it's sugar to start with.
It is
but
just sugar.
It's a potato. It's natural, no additives. No, it's not been interfered with. So, a couple?
10.
No.
Yeah, 10. So having a potato is no different to putting a baked potato. Is
10
no
teaspoons in
different
my
to putting
coffee?
10 teaspoons. No different at all in what it does to
Wow.
your body. Next
a
one.
big
Next one.
potato.
A
Okay.
12-inch Subway sandwich. Just the bread. So we all
Okay.
obsess, like my dad obsesses, my dad's a diabetic, obsess about what he puts in because of his diabetes. But just the bread, 12 inches. How many teaspoons of sugar?
Oh, gosh. I'm going to start with the potato one. So let's go. I don't know. Let's go for 5?
15.
Oh, no.
15.
Wow.
So next question. Next question.
Okay.
You are a lovely-looking lady.
Oh, bless you.
First one I've ever met. I'd say it anyway.
Oh, bless you.
And you're amazing. You have got 60,000 miles of blood vessels, capillaries, arteries inside this amazing person.
Okay.
You've got 60,000 miles away. Your blood vessels will go around the world twice if you was to lay them end by end. But in that, you've got 8 pints of blood.
Yeah.
Right? In that 8 pints of blood, considering mind, you've just had that 12-inch Subway, it's got 15 teaspoons.
Yeah.
Or you've had that baked potato that's got 10.
Yeah.
Or we can go through the whole list. Cornflakes, you think, oh, they're healthy. Or I don't want to put too much sugar on. But the cornflakes themselves turn into 12 teaspoons of sugar.
No.
Right?
That could be a late snack,
So,
can't it?
bearing in mind, you've just had, let's say, the bread or the potato.
Okay.
In your 8 pints of blood right
Yeah.
now, how many teaspoons of sugar are in your blood?
Gosh, I wouldn't have a clue.
Well, have a quick guess because I play this game with everybody.
Oh,
I play it with doctors,
gosh.
I play it with diabetics, I play it with everybody.
8 pints. So let's think.
Well, you've just had 12 with just the
Yeah.
bread alone.
I don't know. 15?
Yeah, that's a good guess, isn't it? Because you've just eaten the bread.
So
Or
you
50.
added 12 in straight away. Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't know where to
So,
start.
in your blood right now, you have only got, all being well, 1 teaspoon of sugar.
Okay.
If I do a blood test on you, a little bit different in the modern world because we have this thing called a HbA1c, but ignore that. Go back 10 years ago, if I did a blood test on you, now finger prick.
Oh, yeah, on a little bit of paper.
little bit of paper.
Yeah.
If you had got a blood over about 5.8, you're probably pre-diabetic. Well, that equates to only 1.5 teaspoons of sugar. Right? But you've just eaten 15 teaspoons or 10 in the baked potato. If you were to have 3 teaspoons in your body, I'd probably be doing your blood in the morgue.
Oh, really?
Because your blood cannot suspend 3 teaspoons of sugar. It is super, super dangerous.
Wow.
Sugar is a poison. So, but I've just had a baked potato that's 10 grams of sugar. I've overloaded. So where does it all go?
Yeah.
Where does it go? The body is very clever. It has a hormone called insulin. It releases it from You've heard of that. It releases it from the pancreas. It goes, oh my God, there's an overload of sugar. I'm not used to this because for 2 million years I would never have that much sugar in one go, other than when the berries came on the tree in the autumn. So it was really what I used to call a hibernation hormone, but insulin anyway. Grabs it, stores it as body fat. So all excess sugar, if you don't use it, grabs it, stores it as body fat. Grabs it, stores it as body fat. Until over a couple of decades, it starts to lose control because all the cells go, stop sending me all this bloody sugar.
Shovel it out of the way.
And that's insulin resistance. That then leads to the dysregulation of sugar. That leads to virtually every single chronic illness we get.
Wow.
But think about this. In history for 2 million years, we never had sugar, because it only really came from berries and grains and things like that. We never had sugar without fibre. Fibre is the antidote to sugar.
It's like the yin and yang.
So, yin and yang. So nature never, ever, 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 whether that be the apple, the berry, the grain, nature never, ever, ever gave us sugar without fibre. Because fibre went, lined the stomach, slowed down the sugar. We didn't need the insulin. We didn't get all these horrible diseases. I can go back 100 years when it was tuberculosis, when it was diarrhea, where it was whooping cough, all these things that were causing death. None of them we worry about today, pretty much. But 100 years ago, we didn't worry about cancer, diabetes, Alzheimer's and all these, because they didn't exist. Well, that's not fair to say they didn't exist. They were incredibly rare. For you to get diabetes 100 years ago was incredibly rare. We now think in the UK, about 9 out of 10 individuals are either diabetic or pre-diabetic or have a metabolic condition. 9 out of 10. That means only 1 in 10 are healthy. We've got to put the antidote back. We've got to put the fibre fat back because all the big companies have taken it out. And this is the simplest diet book you'll ever read because it's about adding fibre, not subtracting anything.
The way I see it is it's not necessarily a do I or don't I. Everybody needs it. Everybody needs this information. Everybody needs this information. And this is the best place to get hold of it.
Well, it's the best deal
that's
we've
walked
done.
the walk, that's done the research, that's spoken to the experts, that's brought you an amazing deal, as you can see, with regards to this one. So you can see it's an incredible book. It's packed with all that information. Steve, you could have quite easily just made it 100 pages, made it that first bit of information, but you wanting to reinforce and kind of give us that background, that reason, how it works and why it works. So this is phenomenal that you've got all this. Now, let's do a quick comparison, because we do this time and time again, don't we? So we've had a little look on the Big River, and on the Big River, here you go, you can see you can get hold of this, £24.
Yeah, and it's only
brilliant reviews.
It's only been out a week.
Has it?
Yeah,
oh, wow.
Came out last Wednesday. We had the press launch in London. Gemma Collins was there. It's in all the newspapers right now. Just Google Daily Mail, Mirror, The Sun. They've all been talking about it. It's helped her reverse her PCOS. Hopefully, my next task with Gemma is to get quite a bit of weight off so she can fall pregnant.
We can all follow that journey and be a part of it.
Follow that journey. But it's... And you're right. I could have done it in 100 pages. I was going to do it in 100 pages. But then people went, well, how does it... You've said it wards off all diseases, virtually all diseases. Well, how does it stop IBS? How does it stop migraines? How does it help people sleep better? How does it get rid of depression? How does it, do this, that, and the other? We can talk about alcohol-free beer at the moment. Afterwards, if you want. I'm currently drinking it. I'll give you all the latest ones.
That's you having a conversation.
You don't.
Ben is very involved with it. Very involved.
Well, I've been alcohol-free for 12 days so far. And 2 years, well done. I'm on a course for it at the moment. So you never stop learning.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have a weekly coach to keep my drinking under control. Fibre first. The book will teach you where the fibre is on. So here's another bit of research.
Okay.
So based on what we just talked about, we know that we want to keep the blood sugar down.
Yes.
So independent research by Cornell. So we talked about that one bit of research that said across 900,000 people, 10 grams more of fibre a day during the period you're taking it, you're 11% less likely to die.
Okay.
Over a longer period, in the same research, 908,000 people, almost 1 million people, over the period, the difference between those that ate the most fibre and the least, you were 23% less likely, in other words, 1 in 4 less likely to die of cancer.
Wow.
You were 15% less likely to die of a heart disease and diabetes.
Wow.
Just by having more fibre.
And as simple as that.
Simple as that. Let's keep it at that. Simple as that. And then what I did, and a big chunk of the book, is in January this year, I got 10 volunteers from this building, from different ages. So a couple of girls that were teenagers, right through to a 60-year-old. One had got diabetic. A couple of them were big overweight. Some were slender. And for 2 weeks, we fitted what they call a continuous glucose monitor.
Yes, yeah.
So one day, we did every experiment in pairs. So one day, we put all 10 cereals out, which are the 10 biggest cereals brands in the UK. Pick your favourite cereal. The only thing we'll do is we ask you just to pour what you'd normally pour. So they'd pour it. The only thing we do is weigh it, write it all down. And then we monitored what the cornflakes, what the shredded wheat was doing to their blood sugar level, because we know that dysregulation of sugar is causing 8 out of 10 chronic illnesses, 4 out of 5 hospital beds, right? We did that. And then the next day, the only rule was you have to pick the same cereal you picked the day before, but we'll give you a drink of fibre. And the drink of fibre can be beautiful. So what they all had that day was chocolate powder with peanut butter, right? So we're talking about nice things that are like beautiful. I'm not talking about, it's like medicine. This was peanut butter with chocolate powder, with strawberries to give it a bit of sweetness, with milk. And they drank that, right? Then they had to have the same cereal, and then we measured the difference on what happened to their blood sugar levels. The blood sugar level spiked by half on average, which is amazing. That's life-changing. That is disease-busting. That will change everything. Then we did the Subway experiment. So one day you pick your favourite Subway. The next day you have the same Subway with the fibre first. The next day we did pizza. So we did breakfast and lunch. Then we would do pizza. We did it with McDonald's. We did it with Greggs, with the sausage rolls and everything. And we measured day one, just having the Greggs. You choose what Greggs you want. We'll get the order in. You eat it. We measure what happens to your blood. The next day, the only rule is you've got to have the same Greggs, but before you do, you have this fibre drink. Or you can have a fibre salad. We gave them 4 or 5 choices.
Yes.
And the blood sugar spike was, on average, well, the exact number was 47% less, which means, if you want to put that plain English, half as likely to get any of the chronic illnesses by putting fibre first.
Wow, that is incredible. And this is an area that my son is in the industry with regards to the monitoring and all that kind of thing. So that's an area that so many people will be familiar with already. And talking about how it affects different people, but that simple change.
Yeah.
Simple change.
And isn't that in some ways? I mean, look, that's why my previous book was called Fat and Furious. I was fat for decades, right? So while I was starting this company up, this has been going now, well, it's our 20th anniversary this October. So we've been going 20 years. And I looked like that the most of the time I was running it. I was not lazy.
Yes.
Right? Because they always go, it's your fault you're overweight.
Yeah.
But first thing is, I always say, if you're overweight, it is not your fault.
Yeah.
And, and people like to fat shame.
Yes.
And I say, the one thing you must never do is fat shame. For example, what day of the year are more cigarettes consumed in the UK than any other day of the year?
Oh, gosh. I was imagining around Christmas time.
No.
Like
National No Smoking Day.
Really?
Right? National No Smoking Day. There are more cigarettes consumed in the UK than any other day. Why? Tell a smoker to stop smoking because it's not good for you. Their stress goes up. Stress goes up. The first thing you do is reach for a cigarette.
Yeah.
Others, the first thing they do when stress goes up, they'll reach for whatever they normally reach for. It could be the crisps, could be this, could be that.
It's your comfort.
It's your comfort.
Yeah.
So stress.
Safe
now
place.
the front bit, once you're under stress releases our flight or fight hormones, right? Flight or fight, the frontal bit of the brain, which is a bit slower to react, that's where we calculate should I, shouldn't I. The second we're under stress, the reason why you go for the cupcake, the crisps or whatever it is because the bit that rationalises your decision is put in mute mode. because the fight, once you're under stress, the fight or flight is, because the brain doesn't know what's causing the stress. It doesn't know the mortgage to repay or the husband's had a bit of a row with you or whatever it is. It just still thinks the lion's chasing you. It can't identify what the difference is. So now it takes offline the decision making, which is slower. This bit of the brain kicks in and you will reach for the wrong food. Yeah. Right? So because of that, I've lost my train of thought a little bit. Where were we going with this?
Oh, we were talking about how it was a case of that.
It's not your fault.
Yeah.
Not your fault if you're overweight. I want you to think this, right? The Euros are on right now.
Yes.
You watch most of the people when it goes round, nearly everybody, because that's the statistic in the audience is overweight. If you quickly Google the 1966 World Cup, the year I was born, when England won the World Cup, and watch everybody walking into Wembley, you won't see, and I've watched and watched, you won't see hardly a single person overweight.
Wow.
So in just 58 years, so we've got the same demographic, people who like football, men in the UK, the same demographic of people, we're not saying that type of people, that type, the same demographic of people in 58 years have gone from slender, because we were all slender, to all virtually overweight. It's not your fault you're overweight. I say this, you are still slender underneath. Yeah. You're carrying around this weighted jacket that's not doing you any favours at all, but it's not your fault. That is being put there by the food companies and the pharmaceutical companies because they make more money by keeping you overweight.
Those people are in
so
charge.
What we want, they're in charge.
Yeah.
Only 10 companies own virtually every packaged food in the whole of Europe.
And you know, the way I see this is you're taking back the control.
Say again?
You're taking back the control with this.
I'm putting you back in control.
Yeah,
putting
you're in
you
control.
back in control.
Yeah.
Don't see if you're overweight, and this is where I get a little bit, and I've had this conversation with Gemma Collins quite a lot, we must not make overweight normal because it's unhealthy and it's dangerous and it's killing people. We must not glamorise being overweight, which everybody's trying to. And then they say, Steve, you're fat shaming. I'm not fat shaming. I'm saying we must not make that normal. I still want to see all the models being slender because that's what we all need to aim for. But I also don't want to fat shame. I want to say, if you're overweight, I was there for 3 decades. It's not your fault. What we've got to do is beat those bloody corporates down that are poisoning us with their food by putting fibre back into our diet. That is then the antidote. So if I still want the pack of crisps afterwards, I can still have the pack of crisps afterwards because I've slowed down the effect those crisps have on the body and I'm doing what nature would then do. It's putting fibre back with everything else I eat because the big corporates have taken it away.
Absolutely. It's fascinating. Absolutely.
And we got the deal. We got the deal.
We have, yeah.
It only launched a week ago. Amazon would go mad if they knew I was doing this because on Amazon it's £24. They're selling thousands of them. We'll probably sell 400 or 500 right now. But it's at £14 or a bundle deal. And by the way, I think once it goes off your screen today, it's gone, this deal. So
okay, fair enough.
Or a bundle still. You won't read. There's a lifetime of reading here. This is more like a reference of all the different foods. This is all colour, cover to cover to cover to cover to cover. But it's all about the different foods, telling you about what does extra virgin olive oil mean over this? What does the red tractor mean on that? What does when do I go organic? When don't I? Because we can't all afford to go organic on everything. Yeah. But people go obsessed about it. I teach them the bits that I teach things that I would always go organic with and obsess about, like big leafy greens. I don't want my salads with pesticides on it because the big surface area. But it's pointless having a coconut that's organic because it's got a hard wooden shell around it. So it makes no difference whether that...
That's or a good point.
Don't obsess about your meat in the UK because you hear all these things about, meat's dangerous, it's this, they're stuffed full of hormones, they're fed antibiotics, they're fed corn. Yes, if you live in America. But if you live in the UK, one of the great things of living here is that where are the cows? Drive around the countryside. They're in the fields where they're supposed to be, right? Yeah, go in America, you don't see them in the fields. They're in a shed being fed corn, fed antibiotics, growth hormones. That is dangerous eating that in America. Don't worry about it in the UK. Don't have to go organic beef in the UK. Not that important in the UK. Sheep, lamb, great. They graze outside. This is the stuff they won't tell you. So I try and give you that. For example, try and buy your bagged salads fresh, don't buy it in a bag. Because in the bag, we've tested it, the chlorine level in the bag to make it look nice is up to 10 times greater than the chlorine level legal limit in a swimming pool. 10 times more.
Wow.
So don't buy your salads in a bag. Get it home and chop it up yourself. Don't buy your cheese grated already to save 10 seconds because they put flour in it to stop it all congealing back up in the bag. Just grate it yourself.
Yeah.
So all these tips are in that book. That give away to your friends because most of that's in here anyway. Take your time to read it. It's 1,000 pages, but read the first 100 or so as quickly as you can because you need to know the truth about food. That will get you on your journey, and then use the rest as a reference for the kitchen for the same techniques from the big food companies.
Brilliant advice.
And use the rest as a reference for you might have gout, you might have acne, you might have a child that's got a breakout of acne, you might have a child that's suffering from anxiety or depression. Can't cure all of it. Bipolar disease, by the way, there's a beautiful family called the Besicki family. They're billionaires in Switzerland. I interviewed them recently. Because they're billionaires, their son had got bipolar disease. They had tried 40 different doctors to get rid of Matt's bipolar disease, and they thought he's going to have to live with it forever. They came across Dr. 41, who said, we don't treat it anymore with drugs. Those other 40 doctors have got it wrong. Can we try changing his diet? They changed Matt's diet. His bipolar disease went away, hasn't had it for the last 9 years, not one episode.
Such a key.
Streep,
Yeah,
Meryl
Streep,
Streep,
yeah.
did a film about 10 years ago, called First Do No Harm. Because since the 1920s, people that had epilepsy, about 3 out of 10 children that had epilepsy, 3 out of 10, the medication just didn't work, so they carried on having epileptic fits. They found in the 1920s that if you put them on what they call a ketogenic diet, which is very low sugar, very, very low, strict diet, the epilepsy went away.
Wow.
Went away. And then they forgot about it, and then sadly these children started to die, and then Meryl Streep and the doctors that were around there rediscovered it at the Johns Hopkins Hospital in America, and for the last 50 years, there's 2 ways to treat epilepsy. You either go on the medication, if it works, that's great, eat what you want, or you go very low sugar, put in your fibre first, regulates it, gets rid of epilepsy.
Wow.
And then what's happened, and this is a bit morbid, but I'm going to quickly go there. There are now people, of course, that for like 60, 70 years have gone very, very low sugar that are now passing away of normal death. So another friend of mine called Dr. Annette Bosworth, who's a brain specialist, takes the deceased, slices the brains up of the deceased with, the permission.
Yes, yeah.
And looks
Research,
for
yeah.
research and to look for, here's people that have been ketogenic for 50 years, 60 years, some 70 years, because that was the only way they could live because the medication didn't work for the epilepsy. And they are the cleanest brains she has ever opened up. Because normally with epilepsy, you get what's called neural tangles in the brain, no neural tangles. Virtually every human brain has some cancer in it. These people that had been for 5, 6 decades, really minimal sugar, because that's the only way to stop their epilepsy, no, 0 cancer
Wow.
in the
Fascinating.
Wait, fibre first.
My goodness, we spend their whole day, couldn't we, talk about it?
Well,
It's the one thing that we've
several
got in-
days.
It's one thing that we've got in common, isn't it? We all eat, and we need to have this knowledge. I mean, if you don't eat, you don't survive, so...
Oh, you just one more that I will touch on. We all eat, right?
Yeah.
We have to eat. So in my mind, and I confess, because the best way to deal with your situation is to talk about it. I have drank too much since I was 18. I can give it whatever excuse I want, like running a company like this with 500 people in the UK and 2,000 people in India. I can dress it up with whatever excuse I want.
Explain it away.
I can explain it to myself and lie to myself, but I've drank too much. That's why that's my thing. But you don't have to drink. You don't have to smoke, right? You don't have to do either of those things. So, we still think of the cigarette companies as evil. We still think of the alcohol companies as evil.
Yes, yeah.
What's more evil, in my opinion, is the food companies.
Yeah.
Why? Because we have to eat.
Everybody has to do it.
So if they can get you addicted to their food, knowing that you can never stop eating, because even like I can go a week and have done 9 days without eating as a fast, as an experiment, that's fine, but you eventually have to start eating again. It's more evil that they take the fibre out of food, making us addicted to their food, making us put on weight, and then blame ourselves for it. That is more evil than...
It's awful, isn't it? It gets into your head.
And only 10 companies now, only 10 companies rule the supermarkets.
Wow.
Nestle, a few others. Who runs those big companies? Who runs them? The cigarette companies. So the cigarette companies, if you go and Google who are the biggest shareholders in the food industry today, it's the cigarette companies of 20 years ago, because as we all stopped in smoking, they had to take their techniques of tricking us, of blackmailing governments, of buying politicians. They had to take that and go, well, we've got all this skill. That's our skill set. Our skill set is addiction and getting away with it. They started to take all their shareholding and putting it into the big food companies. And you Google this today, do your deep research. Most of the big food companies are owned by the Philip Morris, the cigarette companies, etc., etc. Time to fight back. Put fibre first, because they've been taking out your food for the last 40 years.
It's been enlightening. It has been enlightening, I have to say. So many different areas I hadn't even thought of. I thought I was doing the right thing, but I was doing the right thing from right back at the beginning of the hour. We kind of get the information that we think is doing us the good, but then we get frustrated. It's not having the results, and it's simply because we've got the wrong information to start with. Wrong information,
and they do everything they can to bury... The research is out there, and that's why I travel around the world meeting all these people. The research is out there. It's been done. I'm not telling anything that's actually new. I'm just telling you things that have been covered up for the last 40 to 50 years.
It's an honest way, an honest way. Steve, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I hope you got a lot from that hour. I know I certainly did, and there's so many different areas of my life that I know that I need this book for. So, yeah, please.
It's the reference tool for your home,
Absolutely.
Hayley. It really
please take advantage of that deal. Don't forget, many of you have already. The price that we're bringing to you is phenomenal. Take advantage of it. Steve, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you at home.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hello and welcome back to Sewing Street. Well, that was a slightly different hour. I bet you weren't expecting that, but hopefully you've all learnt something. And so we're back, business as usual. Well, almost, because you've got me. It's a bit of a swap around today. Obviously, poor old Vix couldn't make it in today, so I'm stepped in while Hayley's prepping because she's got some goodies to bring, some machines and embroideries and some gnome-related stuff, as it is Gnome Day. But we are going straight in with some Sashko and a Sashko masterclass with Susan Briscoe. We're honoured to have you here. Thanks. It's been a while, hasn't it?
It has been a while, and I tell you now, you are going to sort of have like a Sashko 101 right now.
Excellent.
Of lots of different things, because we have some amazing stuff. Well, I hope it's amazing stuff for you in the next hour.
It is. And just to start off, we've got your book here, which is the Japanese Alt Sashko Inspirations. Now, this isn't a new book, but we've had it specially reprinted.
There's a bit of a tale to it.
It's been out of stock for a long time, hasn't it?
Yes, it's been out of print for quite a few years, this one. It was originally printed in 2008. It was my second Sashko book.
Yeah.
For a while, you have been able to get it on print on demand, online from a certain bookshop store that we're not going to mention.
Yes.
But the print quality wasn't great. So I had a chat with my publisher and they said, well, what we could do is a limited edition digital print run, and the quality will be just as good as it was. And I'm amazed. It is stunning. The paper quality is lovely. You don't get any shadowing through from one page to the next. You can see all of the colours really sharp. It's absolutely great.
Absolutely.
And it's a little bit different to my other Sashko books because, my first one, Ultimate Sashko Source Book, and we're actually going to be mentioning that a little bit later on as well.
Yes.
That was more, it had some projects in it. And it also had lots and lots of patterns that you could use as well. But what we decided to do with this book was to take a lot of inspirations from old Japanese textiles and objects and things that I collected, because I worked in Japan as an English teacher for a year. That's what it set it all off. And my neighbours were the people who got me into doing the Sashko. And so I've collected quite a few things over the years. Everything from stencil papers, to old-fashioned sewing boxes, to various pieces of textiles. And we went back to those for this book. And I designed a large project, a little taster project.
Okay.
It's a similar kind of thing that I did later on with the Book of Borrow, which we've done before.
Yeah.
So you've got a small project and a big project. And it was just loads of fun to do. And I have dug some of the projects out, actually, to bring along to show you as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
But shall we look at the book first?
Yeah, definitely. No, let's have a look. Now,
just
to mention that you've signed these for us as well. So
I have,
Susan sign all the copies.
So that's fantastic. Book plate in them. And this one that I brought through as well also did. I wasn't sure if that one had a book plate or not. So it's a super duper book. So we've got you know, in the contents list, it tells you all the different projects. They've all got a Japanese name because it all relates to the thing that I actually based it on. And we've got a nice introduction. The photography for this was absolutely amazing, by the way. We did it in a wonderful studio down in Totnes, and it was a daylight studio, so we didn't use any artificial light. It was incredible. And the styled photo is just lovely. So it tells you about the inspirations that I used for the Sashiko at the beginning of the book. And then it's got some lovely pictures of, you know, many of the things that I've collected. Also, these wonderful big balls done in Sashiko.
I was just looking at that.
Well, that's
great,
actually worked by my friend Reiko Domon, who is the leader of User Sashiko Guild, and that's sort of something that she's made using the inspiration of the old Sashiko. Believe it or not, it's exercise balls inside of those.
So, obviously, you've spent so much time in Japan. How old or how long has Sashiko been around, would you say?
It's certainly been around for a very long time. There are things that look like Sashiko in the collection of the Shosoin Imperial Repository in Nara, which was set up in 756, basically for all the things that belonged to Emperor Shomu, and a lot of items that were used in the dedication of various temples and things like that at the time as well. And it was all put in there. And then these Buddhist robes called kesa, and you look very closely, and it looks like very, very early Sashiko. And then, of course, fast forward to the end of the 18th century, and we've got documentary evidence for Kogin, which is a counted version of Sashiko. So if that had been around then other Sashiko must have been around before that.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no actual physical evidence of it. It's in a book. It's in a guidebook that was written to Aomori Prefecture, and they write about the clothes that the locals are wearing. So it's in there. And then I think the oldest pieces in any museums date to the early 19th century. Most of what we see, well, most of the old pieces that I've got are about 120, 100 years old, that kind of time period.
Okay.
So I used them for my inspiration in the book and produced all kinds of different things. Just realised I would go straight into the getting started section in the book, which gives you all your techniques that you need, and you know how to do everything. But I just realised on the first page of that we have the picture, which I think is on an easel somewhere in the studio. Have we got it up? Have we not got it up? It might have got moved.
We'll get that one.
We'll find it later on.
We'll
But there's a lovely picture with a chrysanthemum in the middle and lots of swirls around it. And there's a bag on that spread as well. And then you get into tools and materials. It tells you what you need to get, what you need to have, you know, your needles, your threads. And of course, we've got loads of stuff like that on the show today.
We've got, amazing,
fabric.
right? We've got some bundles as well, yes.
We've got all sorts of goodies. Those are mine, by the way. They're not yours. They're the same ones, but they're the ones I put in there. And it tells you about, you know, the fabric markers you can use. I know we're not featuring fabric markers in the show, but I'm sure they're on the website, and I've brought one of mine to do a little demo with. And then it gets into basic techniques of how to draw the patterns. Now, in this book, there's quite a few that you can trace off as well. So it's not all drawing it from scratch. We've got this little piece here. I'll tell you, we'll go through the book and then I'll hold them up. So I've got a whole pile of bits here.
I know, we've come fully prepared.
I have. I've brought tons of stuff. You know, we've got this lovely little sampler, and then, you know, different ways of transferring patterns, either drawing straight on the fabric, which is what I'm going to demo now, or using Chaco paper, which is like a kind of carbon paper that you put under your drawing. And tacking fabric layers, because there's one or two things in this that have quilt wadding in them after you've done the Sashiko. Put the wadding in. And how to start and finish, how to join an extra knot, all kinds of things, Sashiko stitching tips, everything. Everything that you need to know for working with this book. And also two different kinds of patterns, of course. We have the moyazashi, the big patterns, and then we have the hitomezashi, the little dinky patterns, the one-stitch ones, And, of course, the hitomezashi, a lot of people think it looks like a bit like black work. And I brought some of my teacher's samplers to show you that as well. Yeah, I'm not letting you get a word in edgeways, am I?
No,
sorry.
You're the expert.
But I feel like
this is what they want to tune into here.
Absolutely, I hope so. So then we get into the projects, and we've got all sorts of wonderful things. This one I really love doing, and I'm going to tell you a bit about how we styled the pictures as well, because when people look at this book, friends of mine in Japan said, "You came to Japan and took the photos there, didn't you? You didn't tell us." No, we didn't. We faked it in that studio.
Oh,
It's
right.
amazing.
Yeah.
So, the picture that we've
you
got
would have thought
here.
it was, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if which monitor is going out at the moment. Is it?
Yeah, we've got that
Okay,
one, yes.
okay. Well, we'll show this. Well, it's two pieces of wood that look like an ancient Japanese table, and they're actually two 17th century floorboards out of the studio that we were in. And Kim Sayer, who's the photographer who did it, he'd made a desk out of this in his office. And when I saw it, I said, "Can we take the desk apart and use that for the photo?"
Oh, fantastic.
So very kindly he did. And we had two tatami mat covers that we put underneath. So it looks like a low table in a
Yeah, it
Japanese
does.
room.
Yeah.
And it's actually two 17th century floorboards held up with a couple of plastic boxes. But it
Very
looks good.
nicely done.
Anyway, what's featured on it, of course, is this little sampler with just small pieces that you stitch and you pop them together into a sampler. And for the Technique Taster, I did a photo album for that one. So it gives you all the details for that and how to put it together. And this is something else I loved with this book that they did in terms of design. All my drawings that I sent in for the different motifs, like here we've got a little maple leaf that goes into this table runner.
Yeah.
The art editor redrew them so it looked like I'd drawn them very cleverly with a brush.
Nice.
Which I didn't. I drew them with a pen. But yeah, they did beautiful versions of those. And this is the inspiration, you see, for that sampler. It was an old jacket in a museum in Japan. And then here I've got, it's in Chida Museum, by the way, in Soroka, if you want to see it. And then I did this little bit here about this, it's kind of gift covering cloth called a fukusa. And that's got the little overlapping squares pattern. So each piece has got these
the
inspirations,
behind it. Yeah,
and a small thing and a big thing. So I'll just flip through.
What
Yes.
just before you carry on, Susan, what we're going to do, because this isn't a brand new book, and we are aware that it is available elsewhere, and it's Ian, and it wouldn't be an Ian's deal if I didn't come on and do something.
Oh, no,
we
go
are
on.
going to take £2 off this, so we're going to do it
Oh,
at
that's
$14.99.
Wow. And we've only got 200.
There we go.
So
and we've
this
got,
is the other thing. I do have to say
and
to
we've
people,
only, yes, we've only, so
I've-
limited number. So.
I've been telling people about this, and I just know that we've got people watching who are going to be putting it in their basket and checking out straight away.
Absolutely, they will
So, you know, we have this thing, don't we, on Sewing Street, where you can check out loads of times of the day, but you only pay one lot of shipping.
Yeah, that's
which is
correct,
brilliant.
yes,
So
yeah.
if you want this book, get it now.
Put
get
it in your
checked
basket
out
and check
straight
out,
away.
and then you're guaranteed.
Yeah, please don't wait.
Because you're right, because
We've only
we've
got the
asked David
200.
and Charles to do this special digital
is,
print for us,
yeah.
and once they've gone, that's
Once they've
it.
gone, they've
Yeah.
gone. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Yes,
So we've got,
please,
we've got a
yes.
lovely bolster cushion, and that was inspired by old work jackets, believe it or not, and also a kind of weaving called sakiori, which is like rag weaving. And I've got that here. I'll show you in a moment. I'll whiz through the book, and then we'll show you the bits and bobs I brought. So the little projects that go with that, the inspirations for it, cushions.
Yes, we've got that.
Did I bring? I didn't bring those two. Sorry, I brought some different ones because
We have got
this.
some
When we
different
get
ones,
to the
yeah.
end of all the projects in this, it's an inspiration gallery. So some of the things I brought are out of that, and some of the things are
So I'm
actually out of the
guessing sort
instructions.
of when you're in Japan,
Yes.
I've only been very briefly, and
Yeah,
I'd
yeah.
like to spend more time, but I'm guessing that wherever you go, there's sort of inspiration
There are,
for
there are.
designs in their architecture, in their
Absolutely.
everywhere
This is one of the amazing things. You know, you've only got to look at, a tile at the side of a building or
Yes.
something. Go to something like an old shrine or a temple. There's tons of details. What's amazing is how the patterns that appear in traditional sashiko, because of course in this book I've mixed and matched patterns a little bit. You know, it's sort of evolved a little bit from the more straightforward traditional patterns that we had in my earlier book. You go and look at things and you see, oh, that pattern that I just saw on a piece of paper, now it's on the side of a building, or, I've seen that in embroidery, and now it's, somewhere else on a piece of ceramic or something
Yes,
like that.
yeah.
The same patterns, the same sort of vocabulary of patterns pops up again and again.
Well,
It's lovely.
just mentioning that, telling people to check out has worked, because we've now only got half the stock left. So,
Oh my goodness.
yes. So
I tell you,
it's-
I would be very surprised if we get to the end of the hour we've actually got any.
yes.
So
well,
don't hang about.
at that
people.
race, yes, definitely.
They really are lovely designs.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to sort of whiz through. There's a table mat. It's rather snazzy.
Okay, so the
It's
hair
fan-shaped.
where you've
Oh, yeah,
got-
with this one,
yes.
you just trace it
Yeah,
off.
yeah.
It's great. That was actually inspired by a kimono in my collection and just the shape of a fan. And I've distorted the Asanoha hemp leaf pattern that a lot of people will already know. I've distorted it to fit the fan shape there.
Yeah.
We've got this throw, which is inspired by Kasuri, which is bag. We have all the motifs that appear on that throw. And, you know, that's only tied. It's not actually quilted. So
Yes,
it's
yeah.
pretty quick to put together at the
And again,
end.
so more sort of draw templates that
Yeah,
you can
more,
take. Yeah.
more designs to trace off. The Tansu pocket hanging. I think we actually featured that. I showed how that was made on the very first time I ever went on Sewing Quarter. But we didn't
Yes.
have the book then, so it was a bit different. Anyway, so that's
So some fantastic
some
things.
lovely things.
Now-
And the picture, which is somewhere in the studio. I don't know where it's gone now.
Did we
turn up.
find that? We'll
We'll
find
find it
we'll get
later.
We'll get
We have
up.
got it here. I
Yes.
know we have.
There we go. Oh, yes, yeah.
Oh, there it is. There
Yes,
it is. Oh, it's
yeah.
obviously hanging up in a different area.
Oh, it's there.
Oh, it's I hadn't spotted it. I thought we were putting it on an
Yes,
easel. I
there it
didn't
is.
realise
Yeah.
it was right there.
Yeah, there we are.
Excellent.
It's behind you, yes.
Yeah, it's behind you. So I thought as a little demo, once we've had a quick look at the books and the products and goodies and things that we've got,
Yeah.
I'm going to show you an easy way to do this motif for the middle of the design. I mean, we've got it to trace off here.
Well, absolutely, yeah.
But
that's
there's a
ideal.
very, very simple way to cut that kind of pattern, which is going to involve. a piece
So
of
before you
paper
go
and
into
cut.
a demo, we probably just
Yes,
we
let-
probably should
let's
just
look at
mention
what
that we
we've
do
got.
have your other books as well. We've got the
Yes, we've got this.
365. Yeah.
Yeah, which is
Which
behind
we've
us.
had, and yes, then there it is, the quilt from that book.
And what's different about it today, actually, when you see the quilt, I have almost finished hand quilting it in the ditch. There's a little bit of tacking running through the middle that people who are really sharp-eyed might spot. Yes, I can just about see it.
Fantastic. So we've still got that
so we have
available,
got that
yes.
as well,
And also the card deck,
and the card deck.
which
yes.
is, and these are brilliant, aren't they?
They are. Now, the card deck, I'll just explain what this is all about.
Yes.
Because at first I thought, card deck, you know, this is my editor's idea. And I thought, that is absolutely genius. Oh, someone's been playing with these, haven't they? 'Cause they're all in different order. It's 52 of my favourite patterns out
Yeah.
of Ultimate Sashiko Sourcebook. You see, I found out that what people would do when they were going on holiday, they were having to copy pages out of the book to take with them because they didn't want to take the whole book.
Got you, yes.
Carry it
yeah,
around.
Yeah.
And so we thought it'd be a great idea to have these cards. So you have on the front of them, you've got, I don't
Yeah,
have to turn it around
that's
these
it,
days, do I? On the front, you have the picture of the design, and it tells you a little bit about the history of it, the name and everything. You turn it over, and you've got the pattern, and it tells you how to mark it, and how
Brilliant.
to stitch it. It's just so much fun. Somebody said to me, could you play snap with them? And I said, well, it'd be a bit difficult because you've got something on the back and on the front. No, the idea is that you just take the one card that you're working
Yeah,
on.
or one or two. Or something.
Yeah.
Well, we've done
Yeah, or just a
sort
few.
of card decks with quilt blocks. But
Have
this is,
you?
but this is the only one we do with the Sashiko.
I think it's
and
the only one that exists with
fantastic.
Sashiko. And I
Yeah.
just thought it was a brilliant idea.
But
So,
like you said, it's a really good idea that
Yeah.
you can just sort of take 2 or 3 with you, and then
of course you
that's
can.
the project
yeah.
to make while you're
Now,
on holiday.
Of course,
or...
you can make it work with the book if you've got the book as well.
Got you.
But it does work independently because we did a little... Oops, can I get it out of there? We did a little booklet that came with it as well. And this just gives you all your basics of how to get started, how to stitch, how to mark and everything. Everything you need to do these is in the wee booklet. So that's really kind of handy. So if you haven't got the book, you can still use this.
Yeah.
Which is great. Oh, that
Perfect. That is
it goes underneath. So
very handy.
it is. It is. It's a super idea, I thought, really. So we've got that, and then we've got.
So we've got that and the 365. And so, yeah, before you... we've got fabrics and we've got threads, we've got needles, so we've got
Yes,
everything that
we have.
we would need.
To do any of these, actually.
But before we crack on with that,
Yes.
why don't you show us
I will show you
a
the
little demonstration
demo-y
of
thing I was
something that
gonna
you've
do.
brought with us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, just before I do that, can I show you one of the items out of the inspiration gallery?
Yes,
The reason is I'm
yes.
probably going to cut up the piece of paper I've written the code on. Can you get that big cushion off the top there?
This one?
Yeah, that one
Yeah.
there. That is actually in the inspiration gallery in the Japanese Sashiko Inspirations, because we put in here, we put lots of different items that I'd made.
Yes.
And
Oh, yes.
there it is.
Yes.
But I do actually have a pattern for this on my website. And what we're doing until the end of June, you can use, there's the code MONCHO2024. If you put that in, sorry, I got the wrong way round. I keep forgetting that we see the camera sees this way. If you put that code in, you get the pattern for half price.
Okay,
So
fantastic.
That was just a little plug for my website.
There we go.
It's just susanbriscoe.com. That was just a little treat there, but that was the cushion anyway.
A little extra bonus.
And I wanted to show that because I'm going to cut this bit of paper up to make a template. And I thought in a moment you won't be able to see it. Can I give that back to you?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Give that back to you.
Yeah, thank you.
And what I'm going to do is just do that very simple flower kind of template. And I was going to show this piece as well because this was all marked out in a very simple way. This is a Feroshki that I've been working on. And I've been working on it, I have to confess, on and off, because I mostly just leave it in its bag.
Lovely.
I've been working on this since 2011.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. But it just goes to show those marking pens, how long the lines can stay on for. Because this series was marked up. I was in Germany in 2011 teaching over there. And the design that I did here, the flower I did on this one, was based on one of the designs in the building I was in. I was there for the German Guild for their AGM and conference. And we were in this converted monastery. It became an arts centre.
Oh, fantastic.
So it had all these wonderful architectural details.
I was going to say, that's a nice setting.
So that is where I took this version of my chrysanthemum from.
Yeah.
But I'll show you how to cut one, and I'll also show you how to do that wee fan that's in the corner of this as well.
Yeah.
And they're both really dead easy, so I will do that as a little demo. I mean, if you want to see more demos and you want to find out more stuff about Sashko, by the way, we have a fantastic event on tomorrow in King's Sutton. It's called Sashko Fest. King's Sutton's near Banbury, by the way.
Oh, okay.
And that's why I'm down this neck of the woods, rather than being up in Scotland.
Because normally it takes you a while to...
And normally I'm not in this area at all. But yeah, we're going to be down there. And we've got a whole day event of Sashko with traders and demos, make and takes. And very much at the last minute, we've got 3 lectures as well, because and more space for the exhibition, because the hall that we're going to be in, we've booked the big hall, and we thought we couldn't have the little one that was in the same building. And then we found out yesterday or 2 days ago that we could. So I'm going to be doing a talk. Janice Gunner's going to be doing a talk about Sashko and running stitch internationally. And
so anyone, if you're a Sashko enthusiast,
if you're a Sashko stitching person, come along. The main event is free. We've got a small charge for the talks, and if you want to have a go at one of the make and takes, there's a little charge for materials. But it's on at King's Sutton. Oh, was it Millennium Memorial Hall? It's such a mouthful. Which is right in the middle of town. It's all signposted, and there'll be extra signs up and things like that. But the website is Sashko Fest.
Okay.
Just Sashko Fest.
There you go,
I'll mention it again later on.
So just a reminder that Susan's here today. We've got a limited print of her previous book that we've had, and over half the stock's gone. It's $14.99.
Yeah, got a good deal on that.
Susan's been talking about it this morning. There's signed copies as well. Yes.
It really is a super
Right,
book.
so, if everyone who's got them in a basket checks out...
Check out, please.
We're going to sell out.
Yeah, so don't
and that's it. Yes, David and Charles have done a special print run, especially. And so...
It was a lovely book, and I really enjoyed doing it and making all the projects. It was just great. So the bit I'm going to show you now is how to do an easy version of the chrysanthemum that's in the middle of that picture there.
Yes.
You do get a trace-off pattern in the book, obviously. But if you want to cut something like that freehand, get a bit of paper, first of all. This is just A4. It's not even a square. And I've just folded this bit over like that. This is the bit that I wrote the code on a moment ago. And I'm going to fold it back here, like so. There we go. It's like making a paper plane that won't fly properly, or something like that. And then fold it this way. And this business of making a simple pattern out of folded paper, it is actually a thing in Japan. Some of the old pattern books that I showed in the introduction to Japanese Sashiko inspirations, when you go to the back of those books, it shows you ways of folding paper and cutting it, and then you open it out and you've got a flower or you know, whatever, or fan or something.
So it's sort of
it is a
melting together of two Japanese sort of origami and sashiko.
It is a bit, yeah, yeah. And as you can see, this is super high tech today, because I've just grabbed a bit of A4 paper and I took a cup from the water fountain outside. Sorry about this, but I'm going to use it as my template.
Yeah, that's
and
all right.
I thought it would just, it does fit very nicely.
It does.
It just makes a nice circle there. You know,
We're just showing that you could anything that you got at home you don't need.
The thing that I love about sashiko is it can be so low tech. I know you get wonderful stencils and things for it, which are really great. You know, it cuts corners, and you can get printed panels, which are also fun because you just pick them up and you're ready to go.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you can just use the simplest of materials to make a template. So I've just drawn that there like so. There we go. So I've got a curve there.
Yeah.
I don't know if the camera can see that from above. Can it see it from above?
Yeah,
Put it
we'll
look
get
down
that
on that.
one.
We'll get that just
one
above.
above. There you go. Yes, there you are.
Super. So I've just done that. I've done a curve around there.
Yeah.
And with the paper folded, I'm just going to get a pair of scissors. And yes, I know these are my embroidery scissors. I couldn't find the other ones in a hurry. But I don't think the odd cut is really going to hurt them too much. No, it won't hurt them all, actually. And I've cut round like that. And then what I've got is basically it's a quarter of a 16-petaled chrysanthemum. So what I'm going to do with that, I'm going to draw it onto a bit of fabric. Again, you know, like I say, it's kind of really low tech. Here's a piece I just grabbed out of the van, but it's the same fabric actually that my panels are printed on this. Which is called Kofu Samugi. It's a wonderful, wonderful fabric.
There we go. Oh, we've got a message from Sheila. She's saying, yes, I've just got my book and cards.
Oh, brilliant.
Well done.
And you just reminded me, I wanted to give a little shout out to 3 people who had commented on the Facebook Sashiko Street fans page. They were looking forward to this. It's Susan, Jill and Marilyn. You'll know who you are.
Okay.
So
well done.
yeah,
Thank you
I did see those nice comments earlier on. It was lovely. Right, so what I'm going to do is I've got a Clover white marking pen.
So you're using some lovely woven fabric that we have got some also in 2 colourways.
Yeah, the fabric we've got is actually the same fabric we used for Sashiko 365.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's the top of the range Olympus.
Exactly. This is we've bought this
Fabulous
direct
stuff.
from Olympus in Japan. So this is their traditional fabric that they use for, and you use all the time for Sashiko. So
I do.
The darker one, the
it's
navy.
Wonderful.
It's 100% cotton, and as you know, the dyes that they use, they're very
it's colour fast.
It's colour
fast. Colour fast dye.
And the dye that they use is excellent. It's $9.99.5 metre.
That's good.
And it is a fantastic quality, isn't
it is. It is. It's a lot heavier than the quilting fabric. A lot of people, when they pick it up, they think it's linen. It's not. It's cotton. And I love it.
It does have a linen feel.
It does have a linen sort of feel. And it's that lower thread count that's good for doing sashiko. But it is designed specifically for sashiko. They call it sashiko cloth.
Correct. So if you're thinking of doing any of Susan's designs or your own designs, and then we also have a lighter.
That's the same one I used on this.
And that is the one in the quilts, yes. Yeah.
I would have used the darker one, but knowing that I was doing it specifically for photography, and I know that the dark one, when it's photographed, can look black rather than blue, I thought I'll use the lighter one. And it also looked lovely with all the rainbow of colours that I've used on it.
Yeah.
It looked really, really pretty. And, of course, we've got a lot of these rainbowy threads in I think these are all individual, aren't they?
We've got some bundles and later.
And we've got bundles later on.
We've got some bundles.
We can run through all the colour numbers of those
so
too.
That's, so we've got the 2 colourways then of the fabric. It's $9.99 and it's from Olympus in Japan. So traditional, proper Sashiko
It's
fabric.
the real deal.
It is the
colour, by the way, it's not natural indigo. It won't come off in your hands.
Yes.
So don't worry about that. The colour will
Absolutely,
stay.
yes. And we contacted them and we said you were coming on, and they rushed us through an
They're
order.
like,
Yeah. They were very good. And then
that's
there's the
wonderful.
dark navy as well.
Yeah.
And that's similar to the one that you're going to be using.
Yeah, the
now.
one that I'm using at the moment, actually in the second hour of that one, we've got panels that are printed on this fabric.
We
And
have
that's
got
another
some
one from
panels,
Olympus.
yes, yeah.
I would have
Yeah.
demoed on that, but, you know, we were doing the Kempton Park Quilt Show last weekend, and, of course, the van is chock-a-full for this afternoon when we're setting up for
Oh,
Flashco
right,
Fest.
yes,
And I realised that I'd buried the bolt of that at the back, but I managed to grab a bolt of this and pull it out the side of the van. Anyway, I've got that little template that I made that was folded, and I've opened it out now. And what I've done to centre it on the fabric, I just folded my fabric into quarters, didn't bother measuring anything. This will become another Froshki wrapping cloth. I've got a metre of fabric, by the
Yep.
way, by the full width of the fabric, and these fabrics are the same as the ones we've got there.
Yeah.
They're 110 centimetres wide. So you're
Yep.
probably thinking, well, that's a bit of a funny shape. It's not actually square. But Japanese Froshki wrapping cloths traditionally are generally very slightly rectangular. It's weird.
okay.
But they still wrap absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've got my pen, my marking pen. I'm just going to go around the edge of this. I know it's only paper, but believe me, just that little edge of the paper, the little bump of the paper, is enough to stop you sort of going over it. You can just stay on the edge if you go carefully. The pen I'm using, by the way, I know we haven't featured any today,
Yeah, we
but I
have
think
got
you
short
have them on the
pens
website, don't you?
yes,
Yeah. It's the Clover one, the one that just looks wet when when you first draw with it, and then as it dries, it goes white. So by the time I've gone all the way round this, it should have gone white. Oops, there we go. Just going round there. So when I peel that away, yeah, you can see the bit that I first started up there, that's already gone white. And the line here that I've just finished now, it's just starting to go white. I'm just going to draw some lines going into the middle of that, actually. I've just got it's actually a quilting ruler. You could use an ordinary ruler. It doesn't have to be a quilting ruler. Anything
that will
straight
give you a
edge
straight
will do
line,
it.
yes.
Yeah, anything will do. So I'm just going to take down lines right into the middle there.
Yeah.
And then I'll do another one here. You'll see that line go white, you see, now, as it dries off. This is actually my favourite marker. And that piece that I showed you that I started in Germany back in 2011.
Oh, yes.
That is what it was marked with, the same pen.
Okay, and you can still it was there.
Oh, yeah, it's still there. It comes off with heat. It comes off with water. It is nothing to do with friction pens, I hasten to add. So it won't bleach your fabric or
Got you.
permanently
Okay.
be in there. But I just draw that little bit there.
Fantastic, yes.
So that
yeah.
is a quarter of it. And then I can
Yeah.
flip my fabric over, like that, keeping it folded. Like I said, it's low tech. You know, it's really, really low tech. And I can do the same thing on this side, mark it off here, and then I'll have to open it out to do the other bit. I'll just mark this bit, and then we'll open out the other side. And the other thing I do in the corner, I could do a fan possibly. We'll see how we're doing for time, because we have got
Yeah,
a lot
we're
of
okay.
threads to show, haven't we?
Yeah.
Which are all beautiful, different colours. Again, I sent you a list, didn't I? I said, get this one, get that one.
You did. Unfortunately, they didn't have everything on your list. But
I
we
know, I'm
got what we
sorry
could.
about that. Yeah. Sometimes, it's the same with me. Sometimes when we go to reorder something, they're actually re-dyeing or producing or whatever. Because it's amazing when you go and see them at Olympus, you know, you think
Yeah.
everything's going to be automated. And it isn't. You know, all of the panels that we're going to be selling in the next show this
Yes,
morning at
yeah.
11, they're all hand printed. And every little skein of thread there is put into its bag by these lovely ladies who stand on the production line and do all the packing.
Brilliant,
It's just
brilliant.
incredible.
Yeah.
And I said to them, how do you get it into the bag so perfectly? And they gave me this little bit of plastic with the sides folded up. And they said, you put it on there, you push it in, then you pull the plastic out.
Very good.
It's amazing.
That's-
they are so lovely.
That's very
Typically Japanese as
yes,
well.
Yes, it would have to be spot
everything
on,
beautifully presented.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because I know this much. If I take a skein of thread out, I couldn't get it straight back into the packet. I don't think without that. So they gave me it to bring home, and they said you need a different size for the 20 meters and the 100 meters. So they gave me one of each. That was very, very kind of them. Really lovely of them. So I've just drawn that little bit there. And of course, you know, I said you could do a fan in the corner. If I was going to do a fan, I would fold the paper, not just like that,
Yeah.
but I would then give it another fold.
Okay.
And another fold as well.
Right.
And that will give me more pieces. And if
Segments.
if we have time, I'll do that
Like
at the
an
end.
orange,
But we've got so much to show, we might not manage to do it. And what I just mentioned then about the thread, where I said you can't get it back in the packet, because the thing is, when you open it out, the best thing to do with it is
shall we talk about some of the threads?
We certainly can do. Yeah, let's show what we got.
Yes. So we've got two bundles.
Mine. I'll take
we've got
these
a
out
couple
the
of
way.
So we've got a pastels, a brights, and then there's also a bundle where we've got the 100 meters.
Yes.
So
100
because
metres.
they come in two different. So these are the 4 that we have in 100 meters.
Now these would be really nice actually to use for any of the projects in Sashiko Inspirations, but also they'd be a good starting point for doing 365, because I used like a rainbow of colours in that really. And there's a little slight difference, between the 100 metre thread and the 20 metre thread, because the 100 metre thread is mercerised.
Oh, okay.
So they pass it through a gas flame to get all the little bits of fluff
Just
on.
to make it
And seeing it all whiz through the machine, there's like, maybe, I don't know, I'm probably exaggerating, but it feels like it's like 50 or 100 lines of thread all whizzing through these gas flames all at the same time. And unfortunately, I can't show you because we're not allowed to show videos of what they do in the factory.
Oh, right, that would be
but it is amazing
interesting.
to see. And that means that this thread is sort of super smooth, really beautiful to use.
So it helps when you're going through the fabric.
And there's a fantastic colour range in them now. There's so many different colours.
So that's the bundle that we put together today in the 100, and these $14.99, and you're getting 4 colours and 4 lots of 100 metres.
You are indeed, yeah. And what I do is I open it out. I'll show you with this one. I brought a different colour in, by the way, so I wouldn't muddle it up with yours.
Yeah, okay.
Accidentally opened the wrong one.
So we've quite, because I think we only had a few of some of the colours, so we're quite limited on
might not
on
have had that many
bundle.
of those. I'll just put that over there. Gosh, it's such a mess on this side of the table now. But you open it out like that.
Yeah.
There's your skein of thread. Oh, and by the way, on the back, it says Sashiko thread 100 metres, and there's a number underneath it.
Yeah.
And that is the code number for that colour.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to find it again, hang on to that.
Yeah,
So
if you want to match it and
Absolutely.
knowing what they'll be like, they would ensure that, you buy a thread 6 months or a year later and you hopefully
they're
it will match.
They're amazingly consistent.
Yes.
I've actually got Olympus threads that I bought 30 years ago that are the same as what's available now. They're exactly the same.
Fantastic.
Their dye works is absolutely incredible place to see.
And we have got more of this one separately, the 102.
Oh, we have.
That is a
the
popular,
cream.
The cream is a popular
You use
shade.
a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of people say to me, "Do you stitch with white or cream?" And I use both actually. On Sashiko 365, I used white, the lightest one.
Yeah.
But in all my other books, I've used cream. And when it's stitched, there's not a huge difference. But again, I'm stitching for things to be photographed.
Yeah.
And I think it looks just a little bit better in the photos sometimes. Anyway, I've just opened out a skein. You'll see there's the skein opened out.
So you're just going to.
I'm going to show you what happens.
What happens? So you take it out the packet and unravel it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like pulling out a skein of embroidery floss where you've got the little end and you pull. Mm-hmm. Don't do that. You'll end up with a real tangled mess. But you'll find it's all tied together in one place. A bit like having a knitting yarn or something like that.
Okay. Yeah.
So the best thing to do is, it looks really savage. This, just chop through where it's tied together. Take off the little knot as well. And then, believe it or not, all your threads are a good length for stitching with. Traditionally people stitch with the thread doubled.
Okay.
But this is 6-ply Sashiko thread, which is a little bit thicker.
Yeah.
People used to use 4-ply. And it's really popular these days. So this looks good, just done singly. But if you want that super fat look, where you've got...
Then do it double.
Yeah, do it double.
Okay.
Yeah. In the next show, actually, where we've got some examples of the panels that I've stitched.
Yes.
On some of them, I've mixed doubled and single threads, and you can see the difference.
So you can see the difference.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
good.
yeah, we'll be able to see that
Yeah.
later on. I've been busy while I haven't been on the show, Anyway, what I do is I thread the band back onto my skein, so then I know what it is.
That's a good
idea.
idea.
Yeah, exactly
Again,
which
yes.
colour it is. Because once again, if you end up just with lots and lots of threads in a bag, it can be a little bit confusing as to what you've actually got there. And you can do this with the small ones as well. And then I put it in loose plait. And if I've got somebody there with an available finger, like you, I'll ask you to hold it for me like that. And just, it doesn't really have to be very precise. Just make it roughly into 3. Yeah. You don't have to do it as a plait of 4. And then just put it into a very, very loose plait. It takes very little time. It's a lot quicker than trying to wind it off into a ball or into a spool or something like that.
Yeah.
Much quicker.
Yeah.
There we go. And now you see I can stitch with it. All
go.
I've got to do...
Of course, if you didn't have a handy person, you could just pop it on a doorknob or something like that, couldn't you?
You could even do it without having somebody holding the end, actually. But you were there, so I thought I'd make you work.
Absolutely,
Make you work hard.
Yeah.
And then you just pull one out like that, and there's your thread. And then you thread your needle and get on with doing your stitching.
So you just pull off one at a time whenever
whenever you want. And the actual stitching bit, I'll do a bit of that in the second hour, so people can come back and have a little look at that. Because I think, have we got anything else? Oh, I've got things to show out of the book, of course.
Yes.
Of course. I will move this away, and I'll show you what I've brought with me.
So we have got some brights and the pastels.
Oh, and show those
other
as well.
Bundles.
We have some 20 metres.
So we've got some pastels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are very lovely.
Yeah.
Are these bundles too?
Yes, yeah.
Nice, very nice.
So you're getting 6 colours there.
And they're 20 metres.
And yes, so as you mentioned, so these are the 20-metre skeins.
Yeah, they're non-mercerised. So when you look very closely at them, they look a teeny weeny bit fluffier than the mercerised.
Yeah.
However, as you'll notice, some of the colours are exactly the same dye works. And the funny thing is, if you are stuck and you sort of run out of your 100 and you just need a little bit, you can very often just use the 20. And when it's stitched, you can really not tell the difference.
You can't tell the difference, right?
You can't. They are lovely colours.
So that's $9.99. So $9.99. You're getting six different threads there. And then we've also got a bright one. We're getting the variegated and some bright colours as well there. And as you said, there's the...
the pink is the same. So
$9.99 again. And
you can use them all together anyway.
Yeah.
By the way, that lovely green and yellow one, that's one that I designed for Olympus.
Okay.
I wanted the thread that looked like ripening rice fields.
Very nice.
And that's the.
So that was the inspiration behind that colour.
It was indeed, yeah.
And they made it up for you.
They did.
Very good.
So we've got that little
Very
collection.
good.
Of course, they all look great used together as well.
We've just mentioned as well. We've also got some handy needles if required.
Are those your needles or my needles?
That's a good question.
Those are actually my needles.
There you go. Yeah.
We do have these.
Yeah.
They haven't got the code number on the back. I just grabbed exactly the same ones out of the van. They're clover needles.
Yes.
There's the pack of 8, which I do find very, very useful, and then the pack of the 3 absolute whoppers.
There we go. Actually, we were there. Yes, I'd put them in the second hour.
I know they are in the second hour. I know.
The other one, yes.
And it's like I brought some in as well.
But we'll put them in now.
Yeah.
I thought what we've got is
the big ones.
Because there is a lot in the second hour.
Yeah, there is a lot to go through. The really long ones, they're absolutely great if you're doing the hitomizashi, where you're doing straight lines going back and forth, building the pattern up. They're fantastic for that. Because, what we'll be showing in the second hour, I'll do a little bit of stitching, pleating the fabric onto the tip of the needle. Yeah. And then, kind of yanking the fabric off the back, really.
Fantastic.
That's how we do the stitching. And they're absolutely great for that. And then these are slightly smaller. And I find those are very good. If I'm doing a design where I'm changing direction a lot or curves, I find a shorter needle's a lot easier.
Very useful.
So a pictorial design. Again, we've got some of those in the second show. Yeah. So you can see those there.
Well, I think that's all we've got to show you. So we've got 15 minutes or so. So you carry on. You do what you'd like to do.
Well, what I'm going to show you now is some of the things I brought with me.
Just a reminder on the book.
How we're doing.
If you have got it in your basket, please check it out because we've only got a few left.
Right.
But more people have got them in baskets than we've got stock.
Oh, no.
So this is a limited print run that David and Charles have done, especially for us, as Susan's coming back on. It's a signed copy as well. Susan signed these. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. All signed by Susan. And this is a fantastic book as well.
I do put the book plates at a jaunty angle because, believe me, I couldn't get them in straight. So I put them in on the diagonal so it looks
very nice. So if you have got that in your basket, please check it out because it would be unlikely we can get that back in.
So I've got some things here, actually, that are in that book.
Yes, please, show us.
I'll just run through them in a different sort of order. This is the little wall hanging that's in there. Actually, if anybody has got, there's a book I did called Simple Sashiko. You might recognise it from that too, because when we did Simple Sashiko, we took some of the really easy projects from Japanese Sashiko Inspirations and from the Ultimate Sashiko source book.
Okay.
And I rewrote all the instructions for complete beginners who didn't want to get too much into it. So it appeared in that as well. But this is it.
Oh, lovely, yes.
And I really enjoyed it. It's actually only got 3 different designs in it, but they're kind of squished or pulled depending on the shape of the square or rectangle that they're in.
Yeah, and obviously you've used the different colours of...
I've used different fabrics, yeah.
Back there, which
Believe it or
works
not,
really
these are Kay
nicely.
Fassett fabrics from many years ago, when he first did his Indian cotton, shot cotton.
Yes, the shot cotton.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah, it was that type that I used because I wanted lots of different colours. I don't think you can get exactly the same ones now, but you can get very similar things, so it doesn't really matter. And the way that I did this, it was sewn together as a patchwork. Then I put a piece of butter muslin on the back. It hasn't got proper wadding in it. And I stitched through the butter muslin and the top layer of fabric.
Okay.
The reason I did that, I just didn't want it all fraying away, you know, at the seams. And I only thought about it afterwards. I could have zigzagged every seam as I did it, but that would have been another solution. So that's one little project
Yes.
out of that book that I've got with me. I'll tell you what, give me the big fat bolster cushion. I'll show that off next. This is just so much fun.
There we go.
This is like a completely twisted bolster cushion. Well, it looks more complicated than it is because these parts here, I don't know if we can zoom in, lovely. This is one of those Hitomezashi designs. It's just stitch going one way.
Okay.
But I used an Indian cotton stripe, and the stripe's probably about 3 millimetres, 4 millimetres wide.
Yeah.
So I only had to draw some lines going the other way. And I only drew like a few guidelines.
Yes.
It's got these red lines in it, so they were stitched first. And then for the diamonds, I think I stitched the alternate lines. It gives you all the tips in the book anyway.
Yeah.
It looks fantastically difficult. It is not. And it all fastens, you see, on the diagonal like this. And you're probably thinking, well, why those old-fashioned shirt buttons? Well, it was inspired by the work waistcoats that the farmers used to wear around the town where I used to live. Not when I was there. We're talking 1920s or so. Before that, they used to wear this waistcoat, and it's called a Sorohiki Happy. It's a sledge-pulling waistcoat, and it has a diagonal band that goes at the front.
Yeah.
And when you're pulling the sledge, that's where the sledge rope goes. And in the winter, people go and collect firewood. And
Yeah.
I've also been told...
And so it's there to sort of protect them. From,
Yeah, exactly. They go and collect firewood, or somebody said to me, muck spreading. So they would do that. And those waistcoats typically were fastened, the little panel that went at the front, they'd be fastened up here, originally just with little ties of cloth, and sometimes with the metal clips that you see on the back of the tabby socks that people wear, which are not really socks, they're more like gloves for your feet, and they've got little hooks that go up behind your ankle to close them. Sometimes they were fastened with that. But by the 1920s, they were using Western shirt buttons. So I had some lovely vintage ones I found in my mum's sewing box. I put those on here. And of course, because it's such a funny shape, you do have to make the cushion pad as well. But the instructions are there for that too.
Okay.
And I made mine, if you can see it there.
Yeah.
I made mine out of red because you are going to see a little bit of it
Okay.
in there too. It was great. It was really cool, and it seems a funny shape, but believe me, that is
Nice.
just so comfy to lean on
or
the
put your
sofa.
feet on, yeah.
It's perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
That's
one
great
of the
shape,
projects that I absolutely adore.
And that's in the book.
That
yeah.
is in the book.
Yes.
Now, what else have I got? Oh, the big throw. How are we going to show this? I think we'll just sort of flick it out really over the tabletop. So you can see bits of it.
Yes.
Now, this is the one where you've got all of the designs to trace off. Now, I have to say, on this, the designs were enlarged with the percentage from A4 to A3, because in the book, there's also a small bag design.
Yes,
The small bag, you need the smaller size. And to fit it all onto the page, the only way we could do it is to put the patterns in the smaller size.
okay.
So you will have to enlarge these up. But it is not difficult. Like I say, it's the percentage from A4 to A3 on a photocopy, so it's dead easy. And it's got a bit of very simple patchwork in it. So we've got things like this wonderful tree down here, this pine tree, which represents long life. We've got the Noshi bundle. That represents prosperity and increase.
Okay.
Because the word Noshi sounds like increase. We've got Up here, the kanji character kotobuki, which is good fortune. We've got a koi carp somewhere, various different crests and things like that. And then
it's great that they all have different meanings.
oh
behind
yeah,
them as well.
they do.
Yeah.
And it was very simple, and it hasn't really got a binding. It's kind of bagged out instead, but it's just tied. I don't think the camera can see that. They're just little widdly ties. They're not actually. It's not quilted.
So you've just pulled them through and tied it.
It's like doing a big back stitch,
Yeah.
and then I just tie it in a reef knot, and that's that. And
Really effective, actually.
they
isn't it?
are,
Yeah.
and the reason I did that is when you look at old Japanese futon, well, even modern futon for that matter.
Yeah.
And I don't mean the type that the futon companies sell, I mean the type you get out there. The layers of wadding in it, they're actually tied through with great long and very often it's very long and stringy.
Yeah.
And they're tied through like that, big back stitch, tie it in a knot. So I've just done little dinky ones on here instead. It does make the finishing go very, very quickly, actually, which is fun. And, you know, if you're going to do something tied as well, it's a good idea to get a wadding that's got a scrim in it.
Okay, yeah.
Because then when you wash it, that holds it all together
Holds it
a bit
together.
better. Yeah,
Yes, got you.
and I sort of I just put them at strategic different points, you know, just to hold it. So that was the throw. I'm sorry we can't really hold it up here terribly well. It's got a wonderful sort of rosette design
hold
there.
it if you want.
We can try. We can try. We can hold it up
Yeah.
like that between us.
Yeah, there you go.
You can probably see quite a lot of it now. There's the tree.
Yes. Yeah.
The fish. The fish is down there. There's quite a few different designs on there.
I guess
So-
it's the carp.
Yeah, the koi carp. I sometimes wish I'd actually put some scales on him when I stitched him. He looks a bit naked, but you know, yeah, I suppose you could do what you want with it.
Very
couldn't
nice.
you know?
And of course,
That's-
just mentioned as well behind us,
yeah.
we've got Susan's quilt. That's from your 365 book.
That is
And I
indeed.
think- have we
from-
still got a few of those
from
available?
Sashka 365. And I've got some other bits to show you too. This is a little piece again that appeared in the Inspiration Gallery.
So if you've not managed to get yourself the Japanese inspirations, we still have the 365.
Oh yeah, we've got still got
Yeah.
365, so that's really good. I'll say a bit more about that in a mo. And this was just a little quilt. I don't know if we can see that sort of straight down on it. That's pretty good. It's got the shape of a kimono, and it's got lovely autumn colours. And
It is.
this was a challenge that was made for my friend's exhibition back in 2001 in Japan. We were experimenting at the time to see, could you actually stitch sashiko through wadding?
Right.
And we tried different ones out. This one's got...
So it's quite a light.
It's got a very, very thin cotton wadding. I think it was Quilter's Dream Cotton Request Weight, one of those super thin cotton ones. It made it a lot harder to stitch, actually. So nowadays, what I tend to do is, like I did on the big quilt here,
Yeah.
stitch the sashiko as embroidery, then add some extra
Right,
quilting
okay.
to it. And what I did on this one, I'm just quilting it in the ditch next to all the sashing lines, which I must admit is not very exciting, so I'm listening to audiobooks while I do it. Because just doing straight lines everywhere. So that was this little piece, and that is in the Inspiration Gallery in that book.
So, but yeah, and also saying that you can, if you wanted to stitch through some
You could experiment.
Yeah.
What I would do, if I was making this again, I would do, I'd do the patchwork, then I would do the sashiko, then I would add the wadding and do some quilting with it. Because you have to go a lot slower if you've got wadding in. You can't do that pleating action anymore.
Yes.
You see, it sort of stops you doing that quite as
It looks
much.
like you've used some batiks or something.
I used
like
all
that,
sorts
yes.
down
Yeah,
there.
Yeah.
Well, part of the challenge that Reiko gave me was don't use Japanese fabrics. I did cheat and I used a bit of Japanese fabric there, that blue's Japanese. But the rest of it was things like Bali batiks, K facet, and this was some American homespun sort of fabric that I haven't got a clue what it was. And some of the threads in this are not sashiko threads. In the middle I used a hand-dyed embroidery thread, but the others are sashiko threads in this. So it was an experimental piece.
It is,
you
yeah,
know.
but it's nice to see that actually, although we've got the traditional Japanese
You can play about, Yeah.
fabric from Olympus, if you wanted to stitch over anything that you've got, it works.
I always think the test of anything is to, get whatever you're going to stitch, get your sashiko needle, get the thread in it. Don't actually put in a knot to start or anything. But just see if you can get a few stitches done and see how it feels. And if it feels like really hard work, there's something wrong. You need to change to a thinner needle or a more loosely woven fabric or something. I thought I'd pop this in because this actually relates to the card deck.
Oh, yes,
We have We have actually got the...
We've got time to quickly show this one if you want to, yeah.
Behind Hayley over there, we have got the big quilt off the card deck.
Yeah.
It's the samples that came out of Ultimate Sashiko Sourcebook are there. And this is what I did with all of my cream samples out of that book. I made a great big long runner for it.
Made a sort of table runner.
Yeah, like a table runner kind of job. And when people look at it, they say, oh, what did you mark it with? Because the marks are all still on. Well, actually, I marked it with permanent gel markers because the idea was I wanted to use it as a teaching sample. I didn't want to, just have the marks all come out later on. So the black lines are permanent markers, yeah. And, there you go. That's that one there, Ganzizashi. So the black lines are permanent rollerball markers, acid-free, and so are the blue ones. They're not lines that are ever going to come out. But yeah, they appear right throughout the card deck. You get the occasional cream-coloured card. Because when we originally did the book, these were the chapter openers. We did them a little bit differently.
Got you. So we've got Susan's Ultimate Sashiko card deck available still, $14.99 if you're interested.
You can just make all sorts of things out of samples. You can play about just making little squares up and rectangles. I'm sort of slowly pulling this, so hopefully the camera's sort of seeing it.
Yeah.
But you can, and you can put them together in all kinds of interesting ways and make lots of different things out of them. And they're just so portable and lovely. And I know today's a gorgeous day, and I did think, are people going to be out in the garden or doing something other than watching TV? But the thing is, set yourself up with some Sashiko, and you can take it anywhere.
Well, that's the nice thing,
you can sit in the park,
yes.
You can sit in the garden, nip out on your lunch break from work and do a little bit somewhere nice and sunny. It's so portable.
And I know it was the kind of thing that a lot of people took up during COVID, etc. Because
a lot of people did.
It's relaxing. It's relaxing.
It's relaxing. You can do it in front of the TV. And I have to admit, for this book, it makes people laugh when I tell them this. We bought the box set of Hammer horror movies.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, all the cheesy old Dracula films
those,
and things. Yeah, they're hilarious. 70s, And we sat and
watched Christopher Lee in all of them.
Yeah. I sat and watched the whole lot. I think it's about 40 movies or something while I was working on that, which is just hilarious because sometimes now I look at a square of Sashiko 365, I think, oh yeah, I can sort of vaguely remember what I was doing. Yeah, it was. I was watching Dracula or something. It's just funny. The one thing I would say actually about Sashiko, there's a few things. First of all, warning: it is entirely addictive. You will get hooked. I did. I started doing Sashiko at the Millennium New Year. When I went back to Japan on a little trip then. Yeah. And you will get hooked. And the other thing is don't try and watch an action movie that you've never seen before or anything with subtitles because you have to keep looking at the screen while you're doing a Sashiko. You need something that you don't have to keep your eyes glued to the screen. Very
good. Well, it's been a enthralling and really interesting hour that we've had with Susan. And you're going to be back to do
I am
even
back
more.
At 11 looking at the panels.
Absolutely. We've got some panels and more goodies. But up next, we've got Hayley. She's back with some gnomes as it's International Gnome Day.
Is it?
So see you in a bit.
See you.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hello there and welcome back. We are mixing it up good and proper here at Sewing Street today. We've had a really interesting day and I hope you have been with us since we kicked things off at 8 a.m. Fabulous hour this morning. I must admit I learnt so much in that hour. Looking forward to reading Steve's book. And then of course all those amazing sasha coat elements that we saw in the last hour. And Susan's going to be back again in an hour. But it's me on my own for this hour. Ian's going to be back a little bit later on, but he's got a day job to do. So I've said, you know what? I'll hold the fort because let's face it, I'm amongst friends, so I'm not going to be on my own after all. So I am, yeah, I'm not in no man's land, shall we say. Hey, all the puns are going to be coming out. So we have got 4 fabulous characters to share with you. Now, as Ian mentioned, it's International Gnome Day. So I thought, well, we'll have a little bit of fun. And we have got some applique templates that I'm sharing with you from Handmade by Hayley. Got a series of 4 different characters, and they're all having fun in the sun. So definitely out there for the summer. Not so sure if it's sunny today or not, but it can be sunny in your sewing room when you're working with these characters. Now, what you've actually got is all 4 characters featuring within one pattern, which is brilliant, because what you'll actually get for $14.99, you are going to get everything you need to create Dave, to create Norm, to create Eric and Flo as well. And the nice idea is you can actually change these around a little bit as well. So if you wanted to take Flo, there you go, there's Flo, and you wanted her to hold an ice cream instead of the ice lolly, then you can interchange the elements as well. So you can kind of do a few different combinations. Now, character-wise, you are looking at the characters measuring on average about 40 centimetres high. So they're a good size character. And this was important to me when I was designing these, because if you are completely new to applique, sometimes you can end up with the teeniest, tiniest pieces. And as a novice appliqueur, if there is such a thing, then you can find those a little bit troublesome. So I wanted to make it nice and easy. So the pattern itself will have the layout on the front. Now, yours might look slightly different to yours because this is kind of like a pre-production one. So you've got all 4 characters, but you will also learn how to create a cushion as well. And the cushion is a 50 centimetre square cushion. But of course, these characters you can make and use them in whichever way you so choose. You're going to have a little bit of information on how you actually create your applique pieces. But don't worry, I will be taking you through that in a demonstration in a short while. And then you've got literally a step-by-step construction guide to how you put the characters together. Obviously, I'm not a big follower of rules, but it's nice to have the information there if you are completely new and you need a little bit of guidance. But you can put them together in whichever way you choose. There's lots of different applique techniques out there. So you choose which way you want to do it. Do it, be happy, enjoy yourself with that. That is the key thing. You will also have your templates, and that will involve some of the characters. Your booklet, when it comes to you, I don't believe they are stapled into a book. I think they are the full sheets, but you'll have those, and you'll have all of the components there all laid out, making it nice and easy for you to get the right pieces in place. And then the last element that you've got of your instructions is how to put your cushion together, which will include just a little simple folded back cushion cover, one of the simplest ways of making a cushion cover. But of course, you can choose however you want to put these together. I just think they look fabulous as cushions. But they could go on tote bags, they could go on T-shirts, you could use them as a centre panel of a quilt if you wanted to. But the key thing is all 4 of those designs coming to you together for just £14.99. And I know you are loving these, so thank you for your enthusiasm with these. Which one are you going to create first? Is it going to be Norm with his surfboard? Yeah, surfing Norm. Or is it going to be Eric, who has got a little glass of, I think it's a fruit punch or something like that in my head there, taking a little bit of refreshment for the day? Or maybe you're going to be looking at Flo and Dave, because they're taking a little bit of kind of from their ice creams and their ice lollies over from other projects. But there are things that are on the show I would certainly ask you to consider. Things like the fleece, the white fleece that we've got, which is going to be perfect for their beards. And we have got some amazing deals with regards to that fleece as well. So you can jump ahead and add that into your basket as well. So shall I head over to the demo area and take you through everything? So I'm going to head over, and as I go, feast your eyes on this fabulous quilt that we've got over here. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful, even more so gorgeous when you're up close and personal to it. But there you go, Dave, Norm, Eric and Flo, your new friends that I'm sure you will have loads of fun with. Now, I'm on my own, as you can see. Well, except for my little gnome friends. Do message in if you're wanting to message in, if you've got any questions. Anything you'd like to have a chat about, then get in touch. Why not? You can chat to us via social media, although I've not got the tablet handy. But you could message us and the messages come up on the screen. You know how that happens. Just go to Watch Live, and then you've got your little box there that you can pop your little message in there and send it to the studio, and then they will send that through to us here as well. So it'd be lovely to know that you are right there. Now, before we get into the throes of the demonstration, I'm here for 2 hours. So this hour we're looking at applique. The Jade 35 machine I'm going to be using throughout both hours. Now, if you've watched me on Sewing Street before, you will know that the Jade 35 is a machine that is very, very close to my heart. I've got this one to the side of me here. It's not set up as yet, but it's kind of an incognito, because when it actually comes to you, you've got this storage area in the centre, which is the area that is going to hold all of your bits and pieces, your plug, your pedal and everything. But it is a dual-purpose machine. So it is actually a sewing machine that we will use for applique, but it is also an embroidery machine, which I will be chatting to you about a little bit later on, because we've got some fabulous embroidery designs that I've created and brought to you as well. So we'll chat more about these a little bit later on. But these are embroideries that you can be able to get as a download. First time I've ever done it here on Sewing Street. And the Jade 35 is the perfect machine for you to stitch out them, because you have got some large designs. It comes with a big hoop, the Jade 35 does. So for the price point on this one, you have got a huge amount of embroidery area, which means that when you're wanting to do big characters like gnomes, you've got plenty of room in there, but equally so you can do the smaller characters as well. That download, if you have got a smaller embroidery machine, and it will only allow you to embroider that 4-inch square or 100 centimetres, not 100 centimetres, that would be a big hoop, wouldn't it? 100 mil, then you can see that is the size, and that will accommodate the smaller characters as well. So everybody can take advantage of these if you've got an embroidery machine. But that is later on. We're going to be chatting about that at 12 o'clock. What we're going to do in this hour is talk about gnomes and applique. So you will have, when you get your pattern home, you will have your cover, which will give you a reference guide for your different characters, so you kind of know where the pieces are going to go with your full colour illustration on there. You'll have some techniques that I like to use when I'm doing my applique here. You may have your own techniques that you like to use, by all means, whichever you choose to use, follow those. Then you've got your construction, because I will talk about how you create your characters in sections. A couple of different ways you can put them together. We'll chat about that in just a few moments, but I will talk about the different sections and then how the sections come together to create your final character. And then, as I mentioned, you've got your cushion cover there. You'll also have some A3 pieces, and the A3 pieces will be things like your layout of your 4 characters, and this is going to be useful for when it comes to positioning your pieces, so as you can kind of get them together. It's kind of like a guide. It's not like, oh, it can't be a millimetre over or a millimetre under. If you find that your pieces are slightly larger because of the way that you've cut them, then don't worry. It all comes together. And if your gnome just end up a little bit shorter or a little bit taller or wider, it doesn't matter, as long as all of the pieces overlap, so as you can do your applique. That's the main thing. Then you've got all your pieces. Now, I can't help but look at this and think he looks a bit like a stormtrooper, I have to say. But you've got all of your components. We're going to cut out the hat piece in just a few moments. And you can see that there's lots of kind of text there, so you don't get lost along the way. You know which character the piece relates to and which part it is. So nice and easy. And you'll have a couple of sheets with regards to the components with lots of open area around them, which means that you've got plenty of kind of tracing space. Because that's the thing that you're going to do first. You're going to trace out your pieces. Now, a couple of different ways you can do this, because you will need to use something like your fusible webbing. So fusible webbing is the perfect way for you to actually get your pieces together. So you will start off, and it's up to you which piece you start with, choosing your fabrics for your different pieces. And I've kind of already cut out a lot of my pieces here, as you can see, so we'll go to those in just a few moments. But I need to cut out the piece for Dave's hat. So that's the first thing that I'm going to do. So a little bit of fusible webbing, could be heat and bond, steam, whatever you want to use, just use your kind of preference. And all I'm going to do is turn this the fusible webbing over, so as you've got the paper side facing up. Now, if you have a light box, you might find that a bit of an advantage to trace out the design, but it's quite a bold line, so you should be able to see. And you're just roughly going to trace around that line. It doesn't matter if you've got little breaks in there, or it's just a kind of a rough guide. It's just kind of getting you in the right ballpark, so to speak. So we're going to trace this piece out quickly. And as I say, this is probably the largest of the pieces, I think. So it's still not huge, but it's going to be a piece that you will use. If you wanted to, you could kind of patchwork this piece together. If you fancy the idea of a patchwork kind of bucket hat on your Dave, then you can do. And just trace around like so. Oops. Come down there and just follow. I'm just using a regular ballpoint pen. Don't make the mistake of tracing it and using a heat erasable pen, because we will be fusing this to our fabric in a little while. And obviously, heat erasable pen, it's going to disappear when you get the iron out. So there we go. So we've got Dave's hat. I do suggest that you do write on your pattern pieces what they are, so as you know when you actually come to them in a little while. I'm just going to grab, no, I haven't got a pair of scissors. I'll use these ones. I've forgotten to pick up my scissors. There's some in there. There's a big tub, but I think the only ones that are in there are pinking shears, so that's not much good to me. Oh, Dan, bless you, because I must admit I started getting the shakes then. Did you notice? Because these are the ones that I use for my fabric. So thank you, Dan. Perfect. I would have been like, if I started using those. There's Dan, bless him. So what I'm going to do is I've traced around the edge, and in the instructions it mentions about cutting around 1 centimetre outside of that piece. It doesn't have to be exactly 1 centimetre, it could be ½ centimetre. It might be that you've taken it quite close to the edge, so you haven't got a full centimetre there. But basically, we're just going roughly outside of that area. And again, it can be quite crude, the way that you're kind of trimming around. So it doesn't have to be super spot on, like so. So let's just go around like that. because what we're going to do is fuse this to our fabric and then cut it closer to the line in just a few moments. So, choices. What fabric are you going to use? Well, I've kind of got a fabric that we had this on a show a couple of weeks ago. And this is like a kind of a denim style. I've got, there you go. If you do want to go and find it on the website, it's probably there. VHLJ01. So that's what I'm going to actually use for my cushion base. So I've chosen I'm going to use kind of like a medium weight denim, which we might have on the website as well. And I've got some from my stash. This was a Free Spirit fabric from many, many years ago. And I've used that for the hat band. And I just thought that'll come quite nice together. So first thing I'm going to do is the element that I've traced. That just needs to be laid down on my fabric. So pressing mat, make sure you've got that to protect your surface. And then do turn your iron on, which I forgot to do. Just position it. Obviously, if you're wanting to use a specific area of your fabric, then do make sure that you've got it positioned correctly. If you've got vertical stripes and you want them to be in the right position, then you can do. And just lay it down onto your fabric like so. I'm using the little Aliso iron. Just press and gently move the iron, and as it moves over your fusible webbing, it will adhere the webbing to your fabric. Now, the idea behind this is when you remove the fabric, or should I say the paper, you will have that gluey surface attached to your fabric piece. And that's going to help you when you start doing your construction in a little while. So just take a few moments to make sure that that is attached good and proper, like so. And then I'm going to come in, this time I am going to use my fabric scissors. And what I'm going to do, again, it could be quite rough initially if you're wanting to just follow the outline, but initially go around. But what you will need to do is a finer kind of cut line is just probably 3 millimetres away from that drawn line. And this is a technique that we regularly see for applique, so I'm sure you'll be familiar with this, but it is all detailed in the instructions as well. So just take that off there. In fact, I'm just going to cut straight at it. Not being particularly frugal with my fabric, but I know that when you're at home, you've got a bit more time and you can do that much more carefully. So just literally take it around the edge. Now, it is important that you have this kind of little extra area outside of your draw line because you'll need areas to overlap. So the line that you can see that you've drawn is kind of where the pieces come together on the template. There's no overlap. But in the case of appliquing, you need to overlap your fabrics in some way or form, shape or form, should I say. So by having that just little area, it doesn't have to be scientific or almost like a clinical measurement with that, just a rough little overlap because your stitches are going to cover that when you come to do that. And then I'm just going to get around the bottom edge like so and trim around. Now this one's Dave. So Dave has got the bucket hat. The other characters have got stripy hats. You don't have to put the stripes on. I mean, you could add your own detail to these if you wanted to. Play around them, make them whatever you want them to be fair. You're the designer. And of course you can use up scraps of fabric that you've got. You can coordinate if you want. So you can have, like, Flo's got her matching swimming costume with her hats and her little flip-flops. Very fashion conscious is our Flo, bless her. So there we go. So we've got a hat. Hurrah! We've got a hat. So I'm also going to do the beard. Now, I've already cut the beard out. Now, this is where the fleece that we've got on the show is definitely worth going for, because this kind of gives you the texture of a fluffy beard straight away, which is brilliant. But also as well, when you're layering up your applique, if you've got white fabric and it's not very thick, then sometimes you can see the underlying layers coming through. So all the guys have got the beards that have been done with this white fleece. Now, the fleece itself, I think we've got a good deal with regards to this, if I remember rightly. I asked Ian if he could do us a good price on it. Yeah, that's what I'm using here. So I've cut out the beard piece, so I'm just going to press that in place and trim around the edge of that in the same way as I did with the hat. Just be mindful that man-made fibres don't keep the iron on the surface too long. Be mindful of the kind of temperature on your iron. If you are using the Millward applique mat, you could actually use the pressing mat on there to kind of safeguard the pile, because you don't want it to melt. And then again, just very quickly, I'm just going to trim around the edge like so. There we go. Trim, trim, trim. Oh yeah, it does a bit, doesn't it look like a moon shape? I'm also looking at this thinking could almost be like a little hat upside down as well. But it is the beard. But of course, you could go on and almost make your own applique pieces if you wanted to. Hopefully it'll give you the confidence to give it a go. So just going to trace that around like so. Glad that you're enjoying these little characters as well. I can see lots of you placing your orders for these. There you go, all the way around. So done there. Just a little bit of an overlap. So there's our beard. So now, this is where you decide how you're going to complete your character. Now, I do have the Millward applique mat, so what I do tend to do is make up my character and then have it as a complete piece that I put on my fabric at the end. The other way that you could do, if you don't have the applique mat, is to make a base for your character. So I've just got a little bit of calico from my stash. You could go direct onto your final project if you wanted to. Depends how confident you are. And this is where you would kind of layer up your pieces and make up your character and then cut around the edge and applique the whole piece onto something if you don't have the ability to use the fuser mat. So the way that it basically works is you will take the template piece. So one of these will have your character. So if you're working with the calico version or your waste fabric, you would trace around the outermost edge. Some people will cut that out at this stage. Some people will leave it whole. Some people won't even trace the edge. They'll just place it underneath the calico. You could use a little bit of tape if you wanted to make sure that it doesn't move. And then all you would do is follow the kind of construction guide and put the pieces in place and press them as you go. So that would be the hat, that would be the hat band. And you can kind of just put them together by eye if you're wanting to. You can see through there you've got the design, so you could actually add those pieces on as you go as well. So you can put it together that way if you choose to. But as I say, I tend to use the applique mat, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the applique mat and pop my character underneath, like so. And then I'm just going to refer back to my instructions, because when we're putting Dave together, you've got your sections that you're going to put together first. So Dave is the one with the ice cream. I'd like to think he's got a pistachio ice cream in this one. But yeah, it could be your ice cream of choice, couldn't it? I've got a little bit of yellow polka dot fabric on the one that I'm doing here with my demo. But using up small scraps, you can turn them into whatever you like. You might want to add a chocolate flake to that. Or maybe go for 2 scoops, if you fancy mixing it up. So, as it says here for each of the character, create these sections, layering them in the following order, with the first piece being the first laid down. So you're literally taking those instructions and adding them piece by piece. Then the second and then the third. So section 1 with Dave is the hat and the hat band. So I'm going to get the hat, which we've just created. You just scratch the back of the surface. If you've got a pin or something like that you can use, just be careful that you don't go right the way through the webbing into the actual fabric. And when you actually peel the protective layer off, you'll have that shiny surface, which is where the adhesive is. And that's where you'll be able to put your piece down in place. Now, the beauty is if you have got the Millward applique mat, this will grip onto the pieces so they don't tend to slide around too much. So you can kind of offer that up, get it in the rough position of where it needs to go, like so. And then obviously at the moment I can't see the hat band, but I can eyeball it. I can see where it's meant to go, where that like little notch is in there. If you've got a light box, might be that you're wanting to put a light box under there to get it exactly. But as I say, it's kind of a positioning guide. It's not a case of, it's a rule that it has to go there. So again, the hat band is going to sit roughly there, and again over here. Sometimes when it comes to cutting, sometimes you might find that you've been a bit more generous on your cut. And of course, because we have cut outside of the paper pattern, it might be a little bit wider. And then when you're happy and it's in position, again, if you want to come in with your cover sheet that comes with it, you can use that. Tends to stop the pieces moving around. And also as well, it means that you're protecting the glue from your iron as well when you heat it up. Like so, I've got little bits of glue I think I might have here. There we go, like so, and that should put us in the right place. There we go, that's looking good so far. So that's section number 1. So I'm going to take section number 1, and for the time being, oh no, that's not fused down at all. Let's go back in again. Give it a little press. Whoops. I don't know what setting I've got this iron on. Yeah, usually with the applique, you kind of press and move on a little bit. Give it time to fuse in place. Okay, I think that's on there now. And because you've got the mat, obviously don't do this on your ironing board because that will have then fused the hat to your ironing board. But because you've got the mat there, you can literally peel that away. So that is section 1. So I'm going to put that to the side just to start, because we'll come back to that. Now, next section, section 2, we're starting off with the lenses. So you've got your lenses for your sunglasses. So again, I've written on the back right and left. And what you will find is that everything is kind of mirrored within the pattern. Everything's been flipped. So you haven't got to think about that at all. All you can do is take the pieces and place them in position. So that is going to be the lens to go on that side, like so. And the clues are there because the way the bits are cut away. So if you do forget to actually put the pieces on there, then you don't need to worry about it. So the lenses are going to go in place next. There you go, so we've got those, like so. And then the instructions say the sunglasses. So I've gone for a nice pair of jade green sunglasses. Actually, I think they're going to match Dave's trunks. So you can choose anything that you've got. It doesn't take a big piece of fabric, to be fair. So if you've got I've got like a bucket of fabrics that I keep at home for just scraps that are usable scraps, should we say. So these, again, you're just going to position it. And this is where that little bit of overhang, you know, those 3 millimetres are going to overlap from one onto the next. So again, just position it. Bring it round like so. Get it in the ballpark. And again, because you've got the mat, if you are using the mat, then it does stop the pieces sliding around. So get it roughly where you need it to go. Okay, looking good so far. Next bit we've got is Dave's nose, and that is part of this section as well. Oh no, that's a foot. That's a foot. That's a nose. Perfect, there we go. There's his nose. And there we go. Place that on top. So now all of those pieces are overlapping slightly. So that means that when I actually come to apply the iron, then everything is going to fuse together. So again, the iron is a little bit warmer now. So if I put the pressing mat on, try not to waft, but we have got the grippiness of the applique mat. It really is a game changer, this applique mat. So if you can stretch to one of these, please do so. But all you need to do is, as I say, apply it to your base fabric if you don't have one of these. So there we go. So glasses and a nose coming together. So far, so good. And then just carefully double check to make sure you've got all your pieces in place and they have fused. If you end up with any little gaps, then don't worry too much, because your stitches are going to fuse some of these pieces together. The key thing is just try and get that little tiny 3 millimetre overhang so as they do join together. And you can manipulate your fabrics a little bit, but as I say, just kind of try and press it together. And then when your stitches come together, they will cover any gaps. And when you're doing that at home, you'll find yourself doing that more precisely. Also as well, don't do what I've just done, which is sometimes you get hold of the corners. When the glue is still quite warm, you can quite easily fold the fabric underneath and it will fuse together, and then as it cools down, you'll find that it kind of joins a rolled over edge. So piece number 2. Piece number 3 is the cone. So on the cone, I've used this fabric that I've got here, which has almost got like a waffle look to it. So I only got a small piece and I thought, oh, that'll do. That's a perfect little ice cream cone. And this is where it might be a case that you choose a different accessory. But again, you're just going to position that like so. Get it in the ballpark. Ice cream. We've gone for a lemon sorbet or something along those lines. Bit of polka dot. And then that is going to go on next because it just mentioned that. So the cone, the ice cream, that goes on next. And again, just follow the little lines. Just have it overhanging that little bit. There we go. Like so. And then the hands. Now, you could apply the heat at this stage and then put the hands on afterwards if you wanted to. Or you can do it all in one go. It's entirely up to you. Lovely little pastime doing a little bit of applique, I have to say. And this is one of the reasons why I kept the characters quite large, because when it comes to things like the hands and actually doing the applique stitch, the blanket stitch or whatever stitch you choose, you've got small areas. Now, if we made the characters smaller, then everything is smaller. So that's why they are sizable characters, but it makes it easier to work with. So if you've never tried applique before, then maybe these are the ones to give it a go with. So there we go, it's got our ice cream cone in our hands. So again, come in with your pressing mat if you're wanting to, cover it over. Or your protective layer, should I say, not your pressing mat. Just give that a little bit of a application of heat to fuse everything together. Just give it a moment. Always seems like forever, doesn't it, when you're doing it yourself? But just take a few moments just to make sure everything is there. And as I say, just be mindful that with the heat there, the glue is still almost fluid, for the want of a better phrase. And there we go. You can see all those pieces are joined together. There you go. So we've got one ice cream gnome. So there, ice cream gnome. Oh, Hayley, ice cream gnome. You've got an ice cream cone. There you go. So there you go. So that's section 3. Now the next bit is the trunks, which we've got, but before that we need to put the tummy pieces in. I've called it belly. Now, it's a tricky word, isn't it? Is it tummy? Is it belly? I don't know, but anyway. These pieces, these little triangles, again, just the smallest amounts of fabric for these, so anything that you've got, flesh tone colours, whatever colour you want to use, you can do. And these are going to sit as little triangles to the side, like so. Oh, that's a nice idea. Somebody mentioned about making a memory character using fabric from clothes. So, yeah, that's a nice idea. Pop that there. There we go. So we've got our little tummy pieces covered there. Next piece, it says trunks. So that's the trunks that I've got here, which don't actually look like a pair of trunks, but it is. I assure you, it is the trunks. There we go. They're quite skimpy, I have to say. But he has got a big beard, so his modesty is covered. He's beach ready. He's Dave. There we go. So just take a few moments just to overlap those pieces. Whoops. Like so. And I'm just going to move that one down. If you find, for whatever reason, that they don't quite overlap, it's very forgiving, this design, and you can always trim off the edges afterwards. So quite happy with those there. I am going to give those a little press initially before I come in with the beard, which is going to be the next part for section 3. So the beard is that piece that I cut out earlier on. Now, if you remember, I mentioned about being careful when you're applying the heat to the fleece itself. Because of it being a polyester fleece, You could squish the pile if you take the iron direct to it. Sometimes it can make it go a little bit shiny as well. So that is going to sit on top like so. And again, just find those out areas. Obviously, you've got the nature of the fibre, so you can move it and manipulate it. So that's looking okay at the moment. I think that's okay. I'm going to come in with the mat again. And again, just take a few moments. And it's only these kind of joining areas where the heat needs to be applied to, really. Like so. That's probably okay. But it is a thicker fabric, so it just does need a few moments to actually come through. And I can see that it hasn't quite met there, so I'm going to come back down, put that over the top again, and just be a bit more patient this time round. Like so. So, have we had any messages come in, or has everybody concentrate? I feel like I might be on my own here. I can see I'm not on my own, though, because I can see that the order's going through with regards to this. So, there we go. I haven't got the tablet, have I? So I don't know if anybody's... If you've sent any messages via Facebook, I do apologise. I'm not ignoring you. Right, there we go. Hopefully that will be okay. I don't want to pull it away too soon because it'll still be warm. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip this over and maybe press it from the other side. It's the thickness that you've got of the beard. So if I press it from this side, it might be that the heat transfers through this way. It's quite thick, this one, and I am being a bit tentative with the heat on the iron. But hopefully that will adhere. Certainly stuck to the mat. Put that back in position like so. Is that looking a bit better? It's not having it, is it, that fleece? Doesn't want the heat. It's quite thick, I suppose. Might be just, if you just use, I haven't got any paper, but you could, in fact, what I might do is I'll just use a piece of the paper from the, there we go. If I use a bit, it might be just a case of that the mat is just that little bit too thick. So as long as you're protecting the fleece in some way and you're not making contact with the sole plate of your iron, that'll probably be enough. Hopefully, anyway. A little press like so. As long as it's kind of held it a little bit, then we should be okay. Which I think it has done now. Yeah, it's got it now. I think it's just the mat was a little bit too thick. Okay, so that is section number 4. So next one that we've got, if I peel that away carefully, there's a complete piece. There you go. Section number 4. So you can see there, beard, tummy and trunks. The last bit that we've got are the feet. So the feet are made up of the kind of fleshy bits of the feet. And then you've kind of got like your little sliders or flip-flops. So again, if you've put your lettering on there, you'll know which side that's going to go. So that is your left foot, which is over here. Pop that in place. Like so. And that will cover that area again. And it will overlap the trunks when we come to it. There we go. Like so. Oh, got a message. Hello, hello, hello. I'm right here with you. Loving the show today. Thank you, Hayley. Oh, bless. Thank you. I know sometimes we just get caught up watching, don't we? I'm terrible. I'm terrible for that. You can just lose me go down a proper little rabbit hole when I'm watching. So there we go. Feet are in place. Let's move that up a little bit so you can see that a little bit better. And then you've got your flip-flops, and again, on these, if you've put left and right, you'll know. But this is the only bit that I would say to focus on to make sure you've got them the right way around, because on my first sample that I did it the other way around, and I suddenly thought, it looks like his feet are back to front, and it was because of the way that I put the flip-flops on. But there you go. There we go. So the outside edge again, just line that up like so. And there you go. Again, if it doesn't line up perfectly, then don't worry too much. It's just ballpark. That's all that we're looking at. Key thing is that the pieces fuse and they overlap. So again, I'm just going to give it a little press there, like so. And get that foot in place, and then that foot in place over there as well. Now that we've got our 5 sections made up, now we can start putting the sections together. So on this particular character, the first piece that you're going to lay down is section number 4. And I'll show you the instructions where it explains that to you. So again, you can do the same section where you've got section 1, 2, 3 and 4. Section 4 was the belly, trunks and beard. So position section 4. Okay, so I'm going to get that one. Let's take the shoes away for the minute. Get those out the way. So if we don't fuse anything together that we don't want to at this stage. So section 4, which is the belly, the trunks and the beard. So that's going to come in, and I'm going to pop that down like so, following that outer edge. And again, if you're not using it on the mat, then this would go onto your calico, or it might already be on your calico actually if you put it together in that particular way. And then pop that on there like so. Happy with that position there. Next piece is section 1. So section 1 was the hat. So that's going to come on the top like so. So again, just get it in the rough area, like so. And again, you've got a little bit of creative license. We're not going to fuse anything together at this stage. I'm just going to pop the beard, stretch it a little bit up there maybe, or bring the hat down just a little tad, just so as they overlap. Just a little bit. There we go. I'm happy with that. And then the next one that we're adding in is section 2, and section 2 is the sunglasses and the lenses. So you can see how it does really start coming together very, very quickly. So now I've got those, so I'm going to fuse those together because the instructions say to fuse those together. So again, what I'm going to do is take my cover, so as I don't have anything that melts the iron, or melts on the iron, should I say. So the sunglasses are going to fuse to the hat. And the beard is going to fuse to the hat, to the sunglasses and the nose. And then obviously the belly is already fused to the beard. So it's kind of this area that we're pressing more so than anywhere else, because all the other pieces were already fused together. So that's like so. Okay, pull that back. Looking pretty good so far. I'm happy with that. I'm not going to move anything because I'm happy with the position in there, so I'll just leave that for the time being. I will give everything a final press when all the pieces are in place again, so at the moment I'm happy with how they're sitting. Next piece, position section 3. Now section 3 was the cone and the ice cream, so that needs to be positioned where the nose overlaps. Oh, I've got a little mark there, so all I'm going to do is take that and overlap it slightly, like so. Looks pretty central to me. And of course at this stage you can't see the underlayers, so I can't see that that's exactly where the ice cream is meant to be, but I'm happy with it. It's where it would be, in front of Dave, so yeah, that's okay. I'm happy with that. So that's gone in there, and then section 5 I'm going to put those in place as well, so they are just going to sit underneath. Just going to pop those down like so. Put that in place like so. And then, again, those 2 pieces, the feet and the trunks, I'm just going to give a little press with my iron like so. When it comes to doing the ice cream, I'm going to see if I can put a piece of paper over there instead, because I know that the fleece isn't over keen on the pressing mat. If I've got a piece close to hand, let's have a little look if I've got something that I can use. Will that fit on there? No, let's just use that. Let's give that a go. I can use a bit of the calico if it doesn't fuse together. It might fuse okay because it's kind of like the cotton fabric going onto the fleece rather than the heat going through the fleece. So we should be okay. Like so. I think we are there. There we go. There is our Dave. Now give it just a few moments just to cool down before you start moving your character around. So I'm just going to bring in my fabric now, which would be my cushion cover. Now, this is up to you, whether you want to apply to your character to the fabric, your final fabric. It looks like he's looking over a garden wall or something, doesn't it? You might want to apply your character to your fabric and then applique, or you might prefer to do it straight on the fabric layers on top here. That is personal preference. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move that out of the way, and I am going to bring in my fabric piece. So your cushion cover, when you're cutting your cushion cover, you're looking about a 50 centimetre square for your cushion cover. So all I'm going to do is take a piece, I think I've got a full metre here, so let's just take it and trim it in half. What have we got? We've got a message come through. Oh, lovely. I can't see it from here. Hi, Hayley. This is a fun set of applique templates. I'm looking forward to making them. I think you're doing a great job. Oh, thank you, Christine. That's really kind of you. I was going to put it on the big screen for me. Thank you. Hi, how are you loving the cheeky summer gnomes? Can we also have spring, autumn and winter gnomes? Okay, yeah. I hadn't really thought that far ahead. But if you wanted to, yeah. I mean, winter in Australia is now, isn't it? It's still sunny. Right, so I'm just going to very roughly trim that down. I didn't trim this to start with, which I should have done, really. So let me just make roughly a square piece. That's going to be roughly big enough, I think, for our Dave. Whoops. Why is it you've never got enough room? Doesn't matter how big your sewing room is, how much sewing area you've got, it's never enough room, is it? I think that is going to fit on there just about. So all I'm going to do is trim that down to make a rough square. Obviously, when you come to do your final project, then you would do it a little bit neater than I am. I'm going to use the Jade 35 to do my applique as well. I've got the shortest pair of scissors here, haven't I, to do this? So I should have thought of that through, but not to worry. So that's going to be our front there, and then I'm just going to trim that roughly there. I will square this up good and proper before I make my cushion back, but I'm just going to trim that up there. And I've kind of got a base to start with then. Now, when it comes to actually stitching your character, it's entirely up to you how you want to do it, whether you want to do a little bit of hand applique, whether you want to do machine applique, whether you want to use a blanket stitch, whether you want to do a little bit of kind of free motion applique. It is entirely up to you. But the first thing I would do is take my fabric, which is squarish, roughly. Take our Dave, bless him, there he is. We've got all the pieces together now. So there he is. It's one big piece, so that makes it nice and easy for me to actually place Dave wherever I want to on my cushion. Like so. There we go, liking that. I'm just going to come in with a piece of calico actually and press it in place using that rather than the actual pressing mat. So now I'm going to fuse. Obviously I would make sure I'd got it centrally and I'm happy with the positioning. But I'm pretty happy with that. Whoops-a-daisy. Go from the centre outwards if you can, and just take a few moments so as that you can actually fuse Dave to the back fabric that you've got there. So I think we're pretty much there, like so. Now, I'm going to use the Jade 35 in its sewing mode to actually do the applique now. So let me just move the iron out of the way, turn it off. But there we go. Oh, that didn't fuse very well, did it? Come back in. There we go. I'm just concerned about melting his beard. Whoops. Melting his beard. Don't want to melt his beard. Put that in place there. There we go. It's always weird. I've not actually used this iron before, so I'm just being a bit speedy quick, I think. Bit impatient, being a bit impatient. A little press there. And I think we're pretty much there. There we go. Oh, turn the iron off. I think we're okay. More or less. Right, so let's get the machine in. So let's get the pressing mat out of the way. Jade 35, we're going to be having a proper good look at this one in the next hour. At 12 o'clock I'm back with this. So this is kind of a multi-purpose machine whereby it is an embroidery machine and a sewing machine at the same time. So it will do all of your traditional sewing. You've got a wide range of stitches, whether it's your usual utility stitches, your foot, where am I? One-step buttonhole. You can do all of those on there. Nice little applique stitches on these as well, but you can also use it for your embroidery. So I'm going to very quickly use it for my sewing, but the embroidery projects, there's loads that I'll show you in the next hour. Some of them are inbuilt designs. These are a download that we've got available for you during that hour as well, and they can be stitched out on this one. It's an embroidery mode, but I'm going to change it to a little applique stitch. So section number 2, so to get that right stitch, all I'm going to do is press the little icon that you've got there, which looks like your stitches. Press on that, and then I'm going to take it along to your section 2. So we're in section 1 at the moment, section 2. So just move it using the arrows to section 2 and then press OK. And then I'm just going to key in a number, let's go for number 16. Yeah, basically that's the one that we're going to go for. So 16. There you go, and you can see we've got like a little blanket stitch. Now what you should always do before you do any sewing, any applique, is just do a little bit of a rough sew, just to make sure, just a little test piece, just to make sure that you've got it to the settings that you want into. I haven't plugged my pedal in. And then that way, it means that you've got it to the specification that you want. All of the stitches can be altered, so you can make them longer, you can make them wider if you so choose, but just make sure you do a little test piece so that it's the right size for what you're wanting. So I've already threaded up with a little bit of grey thread. When you're working with lots of different colours of fabrics, then sometimes it's like, well, which colour do I go for? So on this occasion, grey is just a really easy one, isn't it? It's kind of one of those colours that it works so well, doesn't it? So with this one, I'm just going to run it through a little bit. The idea being is you're going to have the straight part of the blanket stitch running down the edge of your fabrics, and then the little kick over that does the blanket stitch, that is going to keep your fabric piece in place. Now you've got scissors on this particular machine, so I can press on that and it will actually cut the threads for me. And then I'll raise the foot up and you can see that I'm more than happy with that design. If I wanted it to be a little bit longer, then I could elongate that and make it a little bit longer if I wanted to. So let's make it, how wide should we make it? There we go. I'm going to make it 3 wide. So all you do here is you actually press that and make it a little bit wider. So the bits that are kind of coming over are going to be a little bit longer. So I know it's going to be a bit more secure on those applique pieces that I'm working with, but fully adjustable. So next thing we're going to do is going to come in and it's up to you where you start with your applique. I tend to work from the top and work my way down the character. So the first bit on this occasion I'm going to do is I'm actually going to applique the hat band. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to place the line, put my glasses on, because as everybody knows, sewing machines don't work without your glasses on, like so. And what you can do initially, if you wanted to, is just hand crank the machine just to make sure it's stitching where you want it to do. So I know that that's going to be the edge stitch. It's just doing a little securing stitch there, and it's going to over kick to the fabrics when we get to that position. There you go, and I can see that's overlapping nicely. So I've got it positioned up, and all I'm going to do, I'm at a bit of a funny angle, so let me just move that there, and then just stitch that, and then that is now going to fuse the hat band to the hat, or stitch the hat band to the hat, and then it's going to stitch it to the fabric that will become my cushion cover. But this could be a satin stitch, it could be that you're just doing a straight stitch if you wanted to. It could be whatever stitch you so choose. But they're all there on the Jade 35, so you can choose those, alter them, get it sitting exactly as you want it to do. And then when you get to the end, you've got your fix on your machine. So you press that and it will just do those little securing stitches there. Oops, don't try to continue to sew because you'll go off your piece. And then you'll see there that you've actually got your applique now, and that has now been fused to your fabric. So it's all there like so. What I tend to do is then rotate it. So I'll do it the other side and the straight edge working our way down. And then literally go along it, and then do it going back in the opposite direction. And you literally just work your way around the different pieces. making sure that everything is stitched together. If you're using a permanent fusible backing to it, then sometimes you can get away with not actually needing to stitch it if you don't want to. I like the stitching because it kind of covers the raw edges. And it also means that if I do choose to actually put this through the washing machine, that it's not all going to fall apart. So you just take a little bit of time to fuse those all together, like so, cut those threads. And I would just continue working my way around. But you can see there the hat band very quickly is in place and good to go. So there you go. So if you have just joined us, this pattern that we're talking about is for you to create a series of cushions. Applique cushions with your 4 different characters. You've got Flo and Dave there, as you can see. In addition to Flo and Dave, you've got Norm there with his surfboard, and then you've got Eric with his soft drink, potentially with those as well. And what you're actually going to get is not only the instructions with these, you can see the packaging. You will have your imagery on your cover there, so you can create your character. And that means that you've got all the information that you need there, so you've got a visual to go to. You will also have the step-by-step sections that I was just speaking of. We've just done Dave there. All the others come together in a very similar manner. And then you will have your instructions on how to create your cushion back as well. And some little tips that I like to include with regards to applique. You'll also have for each of the characters a template, an A3 template. So that's your positioning guide, as I used during the course of the demonstration. And then, of course, you're going to have your pieces. Now, these are your pattern pieces that I would suggest you trace off, just as I showed you earlier on, rather than actually cutting into, because if you cut into them, obviously you've got bits that you could lose, but having them all together, then you could do. But yours might look slightly differently. This is how it's going to come to you. You're going to have your wraparound cover with your instructions, and then your individual pieces there. Loose leaf, so get yourself a nice little folder to pop them into and you are good to go. So there you go. Hopefully you've enjoyed me and my friends for this hour. Ian is going to be back in just a few moments and we've got some more amazing sashiko, so make sure you do stay tuned. Some lovely panels coming up and I will see you at 12. Bye for now.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello, and welcome back. And it's that day again. We've been all changed, and I'm back with Susan. And if you missed her first hour, we had a fantastic masterclass with Susan's book, which we still have a few left if you need. So if we've just to let you know, this is a book that we've had reprinted especially for us, so it's a digital print that David and Charles have done for us. Susan is signing them all.
Yep.
Yeah. So actually, you haven't done this one yet.
Oh, I haven't. Oh, heck. You better put that back with the others then. Don't let that escape.
Oh, won't, yes. So you've been
I've done boxes full of them in the last hour, you know.
And yes, so it's $14.99. We've got a limited number left.
Yeah.
So if you're still interested, make sure you get that in your basket today.
I
Not
think,
sure if we'll get it back.
I think there were some in baskets you were saying a
Yes.
little while ago that needed checking out.
Yeah, definitely. So if you do have it in your basket, remember you can check out as many times as you want. So you only pay the 1p&p.
I think we got to the point that we thought there might be more in baskets than we actually
There was.
So
Yes.
go
yes.
quick.
So
folks.
Ben's
wait.
just telling me that's the same situation.
Oh,
so
right,
if you want the book, please make sure you check out because that will be out. There's twice as many people in baskets as we've got left. So that's Susan's book, but in this hour, we've got some amazing panels that have been designed by Susan. And again, all of these are from Olympus in Japan that we've got. And we've got
They're all
some threads to
hand-printed,
go
you
with
know.
us. And hand-printed.
They're
Is
screen
it
printed.
screens?
Yeah, screen printing that they do, yeah.
Brilliant,
yeah.
okay.
So it's absolutely, they're gorgeous. Well, I know we have done these before, but the difference today is that I've got quite a few, I've been stitching lots of them to go to sampler quilts, you see.
Yeah.
So I can show you what I've been doing. I've been playing about with colours.
Well, because we don't always have you on very often, unfortunately.
I live a long
we
way
have
away.
to make which you do, and you're very busy. We have to make the most of you. So you've bought some fantastic samples to show us.
Yeah.
So if just to let you know, so this will be this one is just to let you know, Ben, is ZW9951, and this is the sort of
that was a limited edition, you know.
Beige
And
colourway.
But I call that mustard.
Mustard. Yes, I would say mustard.
What we did with these panels we had one set that we did in 2019, and they were based on a quilt that I've got over there, and we will show in a little while.
Yeah.
And then we did another set in 2020, and in each set of panels, there was one that had Japanese family crests on them. Kamon family crests is what they're called. And the first year we did them based on the quilt that was shown in a little while. But the second time we did them in 2020, we used designs that I had done with my students in Sashiko classes.
Yeah.
These designs that students actually asked for. So I did actually get a request for, is there anything with a bat?
Bat, yes.
I said, well, there is actually one. There's the moon with a bat. It's a wonderful gothy sort of design.
Yeah.
I think somebody was making a quilt for their grandson with Sashiko, and they wanted that on it. And we've got things like the triple wisteria, which, of course, is lovely to stitch in one of the purpley or pinky coloured threads, because there's so many different shades of wisteria. This one here is a plum, but it's crossed with a comma, so it's a very stylised plum blossom, that one. Great for sort of reds, pinks. Well, you don't have to go naturalistic, 'cause a lot of times when you see flowers on Japanese kimono and Japanese designs, they're using completely crazy colours. When you think, it isn't naturally that colour.
But why not?
You can go natural, or you can go a bit
And
crazy.
we've got stacks of threads as well that we'll go,
we have.
we'll
We'll
run
come
through.
to those,
So we'll take you through the panels, but we'll let you know. So any sort of colour that you're thinking of, we can do.
This one has an iris design there. Up there, it's a bellflower, or technically a Chinese bellflower, and that is like a very summery sort of design. And then here we have this wonderful design of rice sheaves.
Yeah.
And I'll show you in a moment how I've stitched them, because I've got this stitched on various different colours, and I can show you how I've stitched them. And I've played about using different coloured threads.
Great.
And also sometimes I've used the thread doubled for different effects.
Yes,
So
that's something
you
you
really see what it
mentioned in the
looks
first
like.
hour. So where Susan was talking about using one of the threads, and you can have it
using it doubled.
Using it double, so thick or thin.
It makes a sort of much bolder line. It was actually designed so you could do the whole thing in a single thread, of course. And the stitch length, it's all marked for you, because you just follow those. It's approximately 3 millimetres or 1/8 of an inch long.
Okay.
So they're all exactly where you'd want to go.
Fantastic.
And then
so we've got a question coming. Morning, for the 365, the book, yes. How much blue fabric do you need to order? Because to make that?
It's actually 5 metres. You want 5 metres.
You'll need 5 metres. There you go.
Are we cutting it straight as one piece off the bolt?
Yes. Yeah.
That's brilliant, because actually 5 metres is a whole bolt.
Okay, there you go. So if you're interested in that, you'd need 10 units.
It's 5 metres. That'd be 10 half-metre pieces.
And
it would come as one piece then.
Yeah, we had that in the first hour, but we'll run through the graphics for that as well later.
Yeah. There's not much fabric left over actually either at the end. I think when I did it, I had something like enough sort of for like one extra strip of squares. That was about it. But there is a little leeway, but very little. So if you make some squares and you're not happy with them, you can redo them.
Right, very good. There you go.
Yeah.
So you'll need 5 metres.
Yeah, that's a very good question, that. And it is in the book as well. If you buy the book, it tells you how much on materials and how much thread and things you're going to need.
Okay.
So it does take you all through all of that. Just go back to this one. So we've got a wonderful ginkgo leaf here, which is an absolute crack, a double ginkgo leaf. And then through the middle of this, we've got 4 hitomezashi patterns here, which are the one-stitch sashiko. So although they look like a cross-stitch, you're actually going to do them by doing a row back and forth, and then up and down, up and down, up and down.
I was about to ask actually how would you do that?
Yeah,
you go
that's
across.
how you do. You just do it continuously. You don't do them as actual crosses. You just go back and forth and fill the pattern in. And then down here we've got the seasons, which is spring, summer, autumn, winter. So that's Haru, Natsu, Aki, and Fuyu. And I have to admit something in the book. There's a mistake. We don't know how, but the graphic designer managed to mix up the position of spring and summer in the book, in Sashiko 365, because we used these in Sashiko 365.
Yeah.
And these were drawn by the graphic designer at Olympus for me. And then I thought, well, they are very nice, so let's put them in there, because people often like to put kanji, so we put them in the book.
Yes.
And I don't know how, but we didn't spot the graphic designer. It's too up. Yeah, well, anyway, so just
but these
bear
are
that in mind.
they're spot on.
These are these are in the correct order, absolutely.
And so you've got the panel.
Well, no, this
slightly different.
This was actually the first
same colour,
panel that I did. I don't know if we've got this here today. I we might have, because we've got quite a selection of them. Because the first panel had slightly different designs on it. Which ones have we got there? Oh, I'll catch up in a minute with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this one has got, I've got it upside down, I've got it facing away from us.
Oh, right.
Put it the right way around, okay. So this was the same colour panel, but just showing you some of the colours that I've used for stitching. You know, I thought, well, the nice thing with the mustard is you can go dark or you can go light.
Yeah, no,
So,
absolutely.
yeah.
And I can see that all of a sudden you've laid this out and it's just brought it to life. It's fantastic.
Well, the thing I've done this panel for, I'm making a sampler quilt, and I've got 3 of the original Camel Crest designs and 3 of the 2020 ones, the later ones that we did. And I'm mixing them together. So each time I've got the same pattern, I've got it 3 times on the quilt.
Okay.
But I'm stitching it differently. Either I'm using...
So you've got the same design.
Same
but
design
different...
on a different colour.
Yeah.
And I've used different coloured threads, or I've used, you know, thread. I've used some of it doubled, I've used some of it single. You know, I've just switched things around a little bit. And I've tried to go with like a vaguely autumn kind of theme.
Yeah.
That's my idea behind it, was to sort of use sort of fruity and autumn leafy kind of colours in it. So as you can see down here, I thought, well, you know, I've got my ginkgo leaves there. And when I've done the ginkgo leaves on one of the other panels, I've used different colours for it. Now this panel I've got in green. I'm sorry, we haven't got it in green, but we have got it in other colours.
Yes.
We'll come to later.
Yeah.
You see, this is the same as the first panel that we looked at.
Yeah, yeah.
This is that 2020 panel. So I'll take this one away and plonk that over here. And we lay this one out. So it's the same design.
But just in a slightly different colour.
In
the
different,
olive.
slightly different colour, in the olivey green.
Yeah.
And what I've done with this one, I did my ginkgo leaves in quite a strong yellow, actually. I think we have got that. Yeah, we have got it amongst those colours. And I used the yellow ochre colour as well, which I think we've also got.
Yeah.
We have.
So we can see it there.
Yeah,
There's
you can
the
see how
design.
Yeah.
Just as it comes on
Yeah.
the panel, and then
Yeah.
with the stitch.
You see, you don't have to do it in cream and white. I know white or cream is traditional. When you look at old sashiko, even though it was stitched in white, it always looks cream because it's kind of, you know, the threads are sort of aged.
Yeah.
But nowadays, there's just so many wonderful colours. It's just amazing. There have been coloured threads in sashiko since at least the 1970s. So I know Olympus were producing them then. And also when I was working in Japan back in the early 90s, in 1991, you could buy coloured sashiko thread.
Right.
And that's the funny thing, is the first time I bought it, I didn't buy it for sashiko. I wanted
the colour.
Well, I wanted a coloured thread for doing some crochet, and I went to this local craft shop. I didn't know what it was, but I thought, oh, that looks good. I'll use that. So that was the first time I bought sashiko thread, and there were quite a few colours then. And since then, they've kept introducing more and more new colours, you know, inspired by nature or colours of flower, all kinds of different things.
Yeah.
So it's lovely. There's so many shades you can pick from now. You know, it's absolutely great. So when I did my moon up here, I think I used, it was a very pale, a pale, slightly rainbowy one that they do in the 100 metre. And then I've used some shaded threads as well, because some of the shaded sashiko threads can be amazingly effective as well.
Definitely.
When you use those, it sort of brings a pattern alive, really.
So that's the mustard. I think we're quite limited on the mustard.
I don't think you've got many, have you, of that?
Yeah.
No. And as I said, that is a limited edition, so
yeah.
I'm starting to run out of that as well. Anyway, this one, this is the geometric, the first geometric.
So this is ZB9961.
And I think we have 2 geometrics, don't we? Yes, we do. Yeah, that's the other geometric panel.
Yeah.
Is that one there, which we've got in the black.
Yes.
And what's the number on that? Oh, sorry, get them over here.
That's
we can
it,
see both of them together. Yep. That's, what's it, NH9913.
Yeah, NH9913.
And that's the black in that one.
Yes.
And we've got the blue in this one here. Must admit, the black does look rather gorgeous. See, this is what the black looks like outside the packet. It's like a kind of ink black.
Yeah.
It's very, very dense. And they're amazing fabrics, these. The base fabric is called Kofu Samugi. And the samugi just refers to the fact that it looks a bit sort of slubby.
Yes.
And you can get cotton samugi, you can get silk samugi, you can get wool samugi in Japan. It's a kimono fabric. And they've woven it here, you see, on the wider width.
Yeah.
But it's lovely because it's done with a a coloured warp and a black weft.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you would think, looking at it at first, sorry, if you were...
That's for the black panel.
You would think logically, because they're all different colours, that they would use a black warp and they'd use the same warp for all of them. But they don't. It's just the other way around, which is quite funny, really. But it gives it this incredible intensity.
That effect. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's a lovely effect. So the blue looks very, very dark as well because it's got black woven into it too.
Because it's shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
we can open the black if.
Can we?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you.
We want to see what the panels look like, don't we? So you get some nice.
You get some instructions in Japanese, but to be honest, you don't really need to be able to understand those. But if you want to, you can get a thing called Google Translate on your phone. You can hover your phone over it, it translates it automatically.
But they are...
it's pictorial.
I was going to say, they're
it's like
designs.
looking at, IKEA instructions, really. You can see
there
what's
we
what.
go. Look at that. Lovely.
It's some
nice.
wonderful designs on this.
Yeah.
I just realised we've turned it away from ourselves again. Never mind. It means the grasses pattern's upside down. But so this was the second of the two geometrics that I did. The small patterns all the way down the middle, they're from an old jacket in a museum in Sakata City, actually.
Okay.
And then the other ones are all designs which appear in my first Sashiko book, in Ultimate Sashiko Source book, and also the card deck, actually.
Okay,
coincidentally. They appear in that. And they're just wonderful traditional patterns. They're absolutely gorgeous.
Put it
around like that.
There we
Now,
go.
one thing...
yes, that's quite a recognisable design as well, isn't it?
It's one of the variations. The thing with these panels, they've all got dashed lines dividing the squares, but it's kind of up to you how you use that. If you want to, because all the lines wash out, if you want to keep it as a whole panel, you could just... not stitch those lines at all. At the end of it, wash it out.
Yes,
and yes, it does.
So
it does mean that the label will disappear as well. Yes, it says
so
that.
once you finish your design, if you did want to wash it, the lines will disappear. And again, they've given you guides if you wanted to take them out and use them as
well, that was the whole idea. So if you want to, you can use them as a cutting line instead. And I've got one that I've done. It's out of another set that I'm preparing for. Ooh, where's it gone? For another sampler piece that I'm working on. I don't know where it's gone. I had it a moment ago. It might have fallen on the floor.
So there we go. So this one's the navy.
But I've cut them up, and I must admit, if you're going to do them, actually, and use them in with other things, like mix them up with quilt blocks or something.
Okay, yeah.
And that is definitely your plan. It is easier to cut them up first.
Oh, okay.
And if you do that, I would suggest edging them, zigzag each piece.
Yeah.
And as you can see, this little bit at the edge here, that's basically waste. That just comes off.
Right.
That's the bit we cut the pieces apart from,
Yeah.
So, you'd cut them. It's easier to deal with a small piece, like most things, than it is to deal with a really big piece. But
so you would take that out and
I would cut
it
cut
and
them
then
out.
do the stitching.
Yeah. But because any fabric that's really good for Sashiko does have a tendency to fray, so I always go at the machine and I do a little like a fake overlock stitch.
Oh, okay, right, just to edge it.
Just to edge, or a zigzag will do.
Okay,
zigzag will be absolutely fine, but it just stops it fraying away. And if you're sort of wondering how much it's going to fray away, I'll show you in a minute some of the panels I've got there. Because yes, I did get lazy, and I did a few without actually edging them, knowing that I'd be cutting that edge off.
Okay. But so if you know you're going to do it.
Yeah, more about that later kind of thing. You see, here we go. You see this one here. This is the second the second panel.
Yeah.
Now this one, I am keeping it as one panel actually, and I've done this little edging stitch here all the way along the edge.
Right, yes, yeah.
I don't know if it's easy to see on your side.
Yeah.
And it's narrow enough. It's stayed within that little 1/4 inch allowance at the edge. So that'll just disappear when I sew something else onto it. And at the moment, I haven't decided if I'm going to stitch those dashed lines or not, which is why I haven't stitched them yet. I can't make my mind up. Will it look better without them? Will it look better with them? I'm really going to have to decide.
But that's the nice thing about the panels. You can do exactly how you want to. And you say where you've done.
And I've used 3 different colours in it as well. Yeah. I've used the cream, I've used the yellow ochre colour, and I've used the bright yellow. And this is one I was telling you, I said about using different combinations of thread, using it single or using it doubled.
Yeah.
And, you can see it's probably fairly obvious, something like here. I decided I would do some of the edging.
Yeah,
really,
double.
Yeah, double. And then the little infill squares I've done single. Sometimes where there was a lot of detail in a piece, like in this little design here, which this one doesn't even have a name, I've used a single thread to do all the middle section, but I used a double to do the outside of the square. And it just gives it a different effect, really.
And I see. I like the way that that sort of where you've gone the grade,
yeah,
the colour across.
Well, I looked at the colours and I thought, how can I play by shading through different colours? That's something you can do with the Sashiko threads quite effectively.
And would you use, if you were going to do a double, would you use a different needle for that? Or just use the same?
All I do, I use my thread. I think I pulled that thread out of this earlier. I thread the needle. Oops. Well, imagine I put a needle on the end of that. I know I haven't, but imagine there's a needle there. And once I've done that, I just kind of, whoops. Actually, I will put a needle on. What am I talking about? I'll put one of these big ones on.
So just to make, we have got some needles.
Oh, we have got the same ones as
we've
me.
got the yeah. So we've got the long.
The clover.
Yeah, the clover. So and that is ALZW71.
I'm going to get the biggie out. The real whopper.
$3.99, and half of the stock of these have already gone.
They're a good needle, very good needle.
And then also we've got the pack of 8 with 4 different types. Again, so they're $5.99.
The thing that's special about Sashiko needle is the steel is tempered, and they're very rigid. That needle doesn't bend.
Yeah.
And if I did start doing that with an ordinary needle, it would end up with a curve on it. Yeah. So this is how I would, do my stitching.
Yeah, obviously clover.
I'm just going to do a little demo on the edge of one of these.
Yeah, and we've got some red as well.
Oh yeah, you have. That's the deep red.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
$1.99.
That's shade number 12.
There we go.
It's shade number 12, isn't it? I think. It is number 12.
It is 12. Look at that. We're testing you there.
I can remember most of the numbers, now.
Yeah.
Every time they bring out some new colours, I have to learn them all again. But I've I've been doing that. I've just threaded that needle.
Yeah.
The thread's doubled.
Yes.
I would normally tend to start with a knot, although you can start and finish without a knot, and I've got a little bit with me that I'll show you how that looks.
Right.
I'm just going to do it in the edge of this, actually. I thought we could do the stitching demo.
And so you've just taken that, and earlier in the previous hour you showed us how you unpack the threads, cut them, and then you've got them.
Yeah,
that was the one them together, and then you just take one strand.
It's the one that I pulled out earlier on. I thought it's got to be down there. I won't pull another one out. And you just stitch by sort of pleating the fabric. Am I in a good spot? I'm in a good spot. I'll hold it for a bit further forward. Sort of pleating the fabric with the tip of the needle. And if there was a dashed line there,
yes,
I would be following it. Well, there isn't one. I'm just going for it without, because what I want you to see is just how straight this is, even without a line to follow, and also how many stitches I'm getting on, which is actually quite a lot, because it's it's the straight needle. I should have tried to make this straighter.
Would you do that normally, if that how you would do your stitching, you would put as many as...
Obviously, in some of these sections, you can't do too many.
Yeah.
Or, you've got a part of the pattern like here, where you've got the little cross in the middle, where you're doing two stitches one way and then 2 stitches another way. So, you're not going to get more stitches on for that. But for this, it's absolutely great. So then you see I'm going to kind of pull it through. It's more like pulling the fabric off the back end of the needle, really, than anything else. I'm going to pull that through. And imagine I've got a knot there, which I haven't. I'm just going to hang on to it instead. I just don't pull it out afterwards. But if I'd started with a knot, I would then just get hold of it and ease it out like that.
Fantastic. Look at that.
And you see that
straight.
is pretty straight. It would have been straighter if I'd drawn a line, stuck to it. But you see, the thing is, when you're doing that pleating thing, your stitches are not sort of wiggling off to the right or the left.
Yeah.
They are going straight. So you get a much better finish. Even when you're using a single thread, it's worth taking that approach. And even on something like, a slightly shallow curve, you can still do it.
Got you.
The only time you can only say maybe take, 2 or 3, something like up here. This is a design called Marushipo. It just means circular 7 treasures. And you do all these little circles first, you see, and then you do the wavy lines. in the pattern.
Yeah,
But
got
the
you.
circles have
Very
to go in
nice.
individually. But because they're quite tight little circles, you can't get many stitches on at once.
Which
You've
is
gotta
why
go-
it's useful to have the different
And that's
lengths.
why that's why I'd use a short
so
needle,
you've got,
rather
you've
than
got
using.
say of the longer ones for
Yeah,
doing a
I
long one.
wouldn't try and use this beast to
Yeah.
do little dinky circles.
No,
It'd
absolutely.
just be a bit cumbersome. I'm just going to pull that through anyhow now. Another thing I'll show you too. See where I just whipped that out there. I know it's left a few little holes, but if I just sort of wiggle the fabric about a bit, they'll disappear.
So if you had
Gone.
stitched something and you thought, oh, do you know what, I don't like that colour, you could take it out.
Yeah, you can pull it out,
Yeah.
and redo it, yeah.
Very good.
So it's
Okay, so
quite forgiving.
we've also got in the navy SB 9937 for this one, and that's where you've got the circles with your
Yes,
the bat again.
This the Camon Crest designs.
Yeah.
That was the one that I did second in 2020, actually, that pattern. And that's the one that we've got. I've got it stitched here in purple as well, I think.
21. Yes, I think it was
I'll
that the one
find
we've got
I'll
here.
find you
Yeah.
the purple one. I've got a whole pile of stuff. This is why I'm getting sort of. Oh, where have I put this? Where have I put that? Yeah, the purple.
I'll move these because they're ours.
The purple one is here.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. That should be rather fun to put these two out together. I know these are different colours to what we've got here. What we've got there is the more popular colours, and these were limited edition ones. But you can see the difference here. I did my bat in a different colour on these two, my bat and my moon. So there's, let me see, there's the moon done, in a fine orange. I was thinking like sort of harvest moon.
Yeah.
I thought I'll make the bat slightly invisible, so I did the bat in purple.
Got you.
So not much contrast. There, I've done it in a shaded blue, so it stands out a bit more. And you've got the moon. It was actually a slightly shaded pastel one that I used
And
for that.
that's the
There it is.
that's
There's
the panel.
moon.
That's
So
the
you just get a
panel in
different effect,
yeah,
you see, with it.
in the mustard.
By playing around with different colours.
So that's and there we go. That's in the
There it is in the
more
blue.
in
Yeah.
the more traditional navy.
Yeah, in the navy blue. So you could use different colours. I've used, sometimes I've done them with slightly different effects. Like here, I've used. Can you see that on the camera? Yeah, I've used a double thread here to go around the flowers, and there I used a single thread. Slightly different colour again, but you can see it just looks a bit bolder here.
Yes, it
compared-
stands. Yeah,
that was
it does.
because I wanted to stitch in green, but I wanted to just show up on the green. So I thought if I used a double thread, it would. If I'd used a single thread, it would have kind of disappeared into it a bit more.
Yeah, it would have been more
and
subtle.
with the threads that we've got, I see there we've got a shaded blue, and you see if you use that on the blue fabric, you'll get this sort of now you see it, now you
Yeah.
don't kind of effect.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you get quite interesting effects really.
Well, we've got several
A few different
blues
ones
there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so got some RH9984.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
nice,
lovely, 'cause
nice
it goes-
one.
it goes
That's
right
number
through to
52.
white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
F09981.
That's like a mid blue, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very
Mid
subtle.
blue. And then we've also got ZMZW43.
That is actually a different brand.
That's
as well.
it's a slightly different
It's a
brand.
different brand.
But it's a
And it's a
deeper
lovely,
blue.
lovely intense blue, and that is also the slightly finer thread. That's the 4-ply. That's the more traditional one in a way.
Okay, and actually, yes, and
Very
you got
nice.
you got
You get 40 metres of that rather than 20.
Yeah.
So I would use that doubled if I was going to use it in the same piece with these.
Okay.
But they do all look good together.
They do. They do.
Yeah.
So let's have a look. So we've got some in red as well,
The red is fantastic.
and the red is beautiful. It is.
It's a very popular colour.
So
You see, the one you
let's go
have
this one.
there,
Yeah,
that is exactly,
that one.
This
Okay,
one,
so
exactly this.
VZ9941.
yeah, exactly the same one.
Yeah. Here we go, and then because this is what we've got a perfect before and after, isn't it? Yeah.
The red and the blue have turned out to be the most popular colours. I think the blue outsells everything else,
Oops, sorry.
followed by the red. But I absolutely adore the red. I think it's the most
Yeah.
fantastic shade.
There we
It
go.
really is. The funny thing as well, you wouldn't think so, but you can use red. You can use the
Red
red,
on
thread.
red, yeah.
Red
Yeah, well,
thread
we
against
love
that.
that.
And that is, I know we've got a red over there, the slightly deeper red.
Yeah.
This is actually the same colour. And even that shows up quite
Yeah.
well. You'd be surprised.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
No, it's lovely. Yeah, that's fantastic. And then here it is with the all
Here's the one that I've
finished
stitched.
designs.
Here's what I did earlier, as they say on TV.
Exactly. Exactly. There we go.
And there I've used the
Beautiful.
yellow ochre and the cream and the brighter gold shade. So you can just play with
Unsurprisingly, a lot of people getting these in baskets now.
Are they? Yeah.
Well, as you say, once you lay it
nice
out and you
to
see
stitch.
it,
They really are.
it brings it to life. It's
Yeah.
so beautiful. And so, obviously, it's different for everyone. But how long would it take you to finish a panel?
Oh,
like
gosh.
this?
Well, you see, some of them have got more stitching in than others.
Yeah.
So something like this design here, which is like it's mist, that hasn't got a lot of stitching in it, you see, compared with, say, this one, the one
Yes.
with the grasses. I'm sort of thinking in terms of how many movies do I see?
How many- yeah,
how many DVDs do I get?
How
through?
many Hammer horror
How many?
films?
Yeah, how many?
Yes.
I would say in each of these is about 2 to 3 evenings worth of stitching.
Okay.
I mean, you could probably do it quicker.
Just yeah. As
if
a
you
guide. I was
weren't
just
watching
interested.
something.
Yeah. Well, you
I
probably-
just like doing that in an evening, sitting down and watching something on TV or a movie or whatever, and just stitching along. But they don't take terribly long to do these at all. And some of the motifs in the middle, that would probably take me about an hour and a half.
And you said,
Tops, tops.
would you keep this one as you said you were thinking of
Well,
keeping this one as a panel?
I
or will
want
you cut it
wanted
out?
to keep this one as a complete panel. And normally I would chop them up and stitch them individually if I was going to put them into a sampler. So you're probably thinking, well, that being the case, then you've just said that you're going to use them in a sampler. I'm still looking for the spare. I had.
You did, yeah. You did have one. Yeah, well,
I don't know what I've done with
have
it.
a look.
It may have
I'll get
fallen
another-
underneath.
I'll get another.
Or
panel
got wrapped
out.
up in something. But you're probably thinking now, well, in that case, why did you stitch these as complete panels, knowing that they were actually going to end up in a sampler quilt? Well, I thought if I've got them as complete panels, I'm not going to lose a bit of them.
Okay.
I can take them around, I can hang them up at shows and things and show people.
Yeah.
Or I can bring them something like this and not worry about, did I leave a square in the studio or
Yes,
whatever.
it's all there for you.
Yeah. I know it's a long story, but I've got a complete set of both the 2020 panels and the 2019 panels. So, both of the camel crest, both of the geometric ones in the darker green colour, and I'm making a sampler quilt with those. And I thought I'd lost one of these small squares. It turned out I hadn't, but it really sort of, I thought, what am I going to do? I'm going to have to cut it out with another panel. Where have I left it? But it did turn up. But yeah, I didn't want to lose it anywhere. Anyway, let's see what
Very good. So so we've got the red panel again in the other design. So E09956.
Yeah, that's the same as this design.
Yeah. That which is which is that one. Lovely. Very nice.
And then that's the.
And then that was
that's the other geometric. So
Yeah.
there's 2 geometric panels that we've got in it actually.
And then there's H
Yeah.
H099. 08. That's the one. And that's that one. 21.99 again.
Yeah. This is actually slightly easier out of the 2 geometrics,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so the fabric they use on this, as you said, it's this
This is the Samugi.
Samugi, and it's a
lovely cotton. It's a yarn dye. It's really top quality. That was what I was drawing on earlier on. When I said I hadn't managed to get the same fabric out that we were selling.
Yes.
I got a piece of that out instead, and I absolutely love this fabric because it's fine enough to do patchwork with as well.
Right.
And you can get it unprinted. I think sometimes even you have it unprinted.
Yeah.
But you can get it without the printing on it. In the full range as well, and you can do quite fine piecing. I just wonder if you want to show that quilt that I did that's over there.
This one?
Yeah.
I can grab this.
We
Yeah,
can
absolutely.
show that.
It shows it. I mean, because obviously we're talking,
were taken from.
Traditional Japanese quality fabric.
It's very high
in
quality
these.
fabric. And it's what I use for this quilt. Woo,
Yeah.
how are we
Should
gonna
we
open
try and
out?
hold it up again?
Yeah, I think we'll have to try and hold it up. It has got a top. There's the top.
There you go. Yeah.
It's got a hanging sleeve on because we've
There we
had this out on display. This is going to be on display at Sashco Fest as well this weekend. And you can see there's various different crest designs on it. And they were all stitched as embroidery. There's no wadding in them.
Yes.
And then I did the patchwork pieces and I sewed them together. Then I put the wadding in. And yes, I am still quilting this one. It's one of the, I want to add a lot more detail. I was hand quilting it, but you can see from the patchwork. Some of this. This is this dark fabric here. That is the Samugi fabric.
Okay.
And that strip, the finish width's only 1/2 inch wide, but it's not too bulky to use for that kind of detailed patchwork. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
it does
absolutely.
work,
Yeah.
which is great, really. So it's just a
Looks
very, very
fantastic.
versatile fabric.
It is.
And we should probably show the bottom bit of it as well, because
Yeah.
there's a few of the designs on the bottom of this ended up going into
There we go.
some of the panels as well. Yeah, we're going to have this
Very
on
good.
display, King Sutton, tomorrow.
And
Or
we
Sashiko Fest.
still have some of the plain Sashiko fabric in the dark navy
Oh,
and also
yes,
the
that-
blue,
that's the same as
which-
we've used
which
on
is-
this
yes,
one.
which we've used on that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
There we go. So there we go. That's all the panels for those designs.
Should we show the threads? Because we haven't.
The what? Sorry.
Should we show all the threads?
Yeah, let's
do that.
Yeah,
We've got
why
a lot
not?
of different
Because
colours there.
we want to see the
And
different, the
I
different
keep
colours.
spotting colours that I've used on these panels, you see.
So we've done the reds,
That
haven't
was-
we?
yes, like a
we've done
deep red, that
we've done
one.
the blues.
The
Yeah.
blues
And then
altogether.
we'll also, let's do some variegated ones. So we've got
Yeah, the
some
variegated, lovely.
LV9949, which is that sort of a coffee blend, isn't it?
Yeah, it makes me think of milk chocolate, actually. Well, like you say, coffee and cream kind of combination, isn't it?
We've sold out. They
Oh,
love
have
that
you?
one, yes.
Oh, right.
Okay. And then there's JW9976.
Pink through to
Yeah.
white. I love that, actually, for anything involving cherry blossoms or anything I want to get
Ah,
a sort of
perfect
spring
for
kind
that,
of
yes.
feeling.
Yeah, that-
It's absolutely ideal for that, yeah.
Yes, I can
Yeah.
see that, and those
Yeah, that's one that
fantastic blossoms.
Olympus have had that in production for years, along with that blue and white. I think they were two of the first shaded ones they actually
Okay.
produced. Yeah,
And then we've got BM9935.
that's
sort of the olives.
that's my ripening rice fields.
That's
one.
it. Yeah, you use that.
Or wheat
You
fields.
love
It would look
wheat
similar,
fields.
wouldn't it? You know, but it's grain going ripe, basically. And
There
then we've
we
got
go.
some great solids as well.
Yeah, and then we've got some fantastic solids. So now, of
Very
course,
nice
your
shades.
the more traditional. So that's number
classic-
two,
classic cream.
Yeah, the classic cream, which is BJ9996.
Something I have noticed as well, in the previous show we were selling some of the 100-metre skeins as well. And there is a slight difference between the cream in the 100-metre and the cream in the 20.
Okay.
Just to let you know.
What? Very slight.
Very slight difference. Very,
Yeah.
very slight difference. It isn't actually quite the same colour. Same goes to the white, actually.
But then we've also got some lovely bright shades.
Yeah.
If you're looking at so YD9925 with yellow.
It's a fantastic, vivid yellow.
It
that
is,
one.
that's really
It's like
vivid,
a real
isn't it?
lemony colour.
Yeah.
And the thing that I like with some of these very bright colours, you know, you look at them on the scale and you think, oh, that's so strong, so powerful. But of course, when you're only stitching with a single or even a double thread, and you've got very little of it against the darker fabrics, it just looks right. It doesn't look, it doesn't look overpowering at all. It looks really good. And there's been a few times when I've thought, oh, I really should go for the yellow ochre colour that you've got there.
Yes.
And when I've looked at it, I thought, actually, no, what I need is that or that. I need the
And you
golden
can
one
blend it.
or the lemony one, yeah.
So that's, yeah. You've got the number for that one, yeah, lovely. So that's the gold.
Yeah. And then there's the yellow ochre.
Yeah, and then
Those three look great together, actually.
and then SL9969.
Yeah, they
Yes.
make a good column. And you see, this is the combination that I used on the red panel. I used
Oh
that.
right, yes, yeah, lovely.
Yeah, so it just went really nicely together. It's funny, some people looking at it at the weekend, because we were over at the Kempton Park Quilt Show, and they said, "Is that a metallic thread?" And I, no, it's just different colours.
Oh, right.
But it gives
It
almost gives a
looks
metallic
like that.
look. Yeah,
Okay.
it's quite amazing.
Then we've got PN9952.
Yeah, soft grey. Again,
Yeah.
that shades nicely to the cream. You know, you can play around.
Yes, yeah.
They go well together.
They look lovely together, don't they?
So you could do that.
And I love this one as well,
I'm
actually.
playing with all the different colours.
FG9918.
Which looks
It's
great.
beautiful.
with-
Yes.
There
Again,
you go. Another
lovely.
fantastic combination there, you see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fantastic. RE9985. Again,
You can put those three.
look at those. Yeah.
This has got a slightly deeper pinky peach in it. It's very, very subtle, but it is in there. So they work well together, those.
I think, and this is why we've put in this hour. We've put all of these individually because it's great for you
Yeah.
to choose. You can decide what.
That's-
We had some thread bundles before, but if you're thinking for something that you want to do and you want to or create your own little
Yeah,
colours,
this is
as
what I was
Susan's
thinking.
put together here.
Make your own colour schemes up.
Yeah, absolutely. Then we've got PR9967.
I'm going to play about with that too.
Yeah.
See, there you go. They all go well together.
Yeah. they look fantastic. And then this is again very nice.
And
shade.
then that lovely green.
LH9996.
Yeah, you see
Yeah.
there, you can go greens into the yellow ochre.
They've
See,
got,
it's-
they've got
it's
this sort of really nice, sort of a washed out, not washed out shade, but a subtle,
natural sort of
yeah,
look. Yeah, you're
the
right,
colours that
you're
they
right.
use with these, they're not sort
Yeah.
of vibrant like we see a lot of Aurifil threads,
Yeah,
all
they're
the time.
not. They're
These
not
are
bright.
Yeah,
Even the
lovely
bright
colours.
ones have got a depth to them.
Yes.
They're absolutely beautiful.
Well, like you said,
and
you've
a-
been
and a
lucky enough
wonderful colour
to
range.
see them being produced
Yeah, which was fascinating actually.
in Japan.
Yeah.
Now we do have
some other goodies as well.
some coaster. Mm-hmm. It's what? Sorry. A loose blue one.
A loose blue one.
Oh,
there's
this. This.
Oh, this fabric,
Yeah,
yes.
this is yeah.
It's amazing. This is by
FEUI
Wyndham.
71. So this is actually.
It's a faux Sashiko print.
It is. Yeah.
It's
this.
brilliant, isn't
yeah.
it?
So this is a wide. Well, we've bought it as a wide backing
wow,
fabric. So it's
it
extra
is.
wide in its width.
Oh, I want some of this.
So
This is
it's
terrific.
really popular. Yes.
I can't think of anything
And
better
this
to
is-
put on the back of a Sashiko quilt.
Well, yeah. You could do whatever you want with it. So
if I had seen
so
that,
see how wide it is. Yeah.
no kidding, if I'd seen that when I was putting the backing on this one here,
Yeah.
on the Sashiko 365, I would have used that.
You would have used that.
Yes.
Would have,
Anybody planning to do that, I would really recommend getting this because it would look
you go.
amazing on the back. I did use a wide back on.
Yeah.
I've never seen this one before. It's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, it is.
isn't
Well, we spotted it and we were like, "Oh, that's fantastic."
That
Put it
is.
aside. Thought we'll wait for Susan's show to come
Yeah.
on to
I think I better
show it.
I think after we come off air, I better get quick and order some of this for myself.
Well, you have because Ben's saying it's selling very
Oh,
quickly.
is it?
Yes.
Oh dear.
So
right, I
we've
might
got
miss
quite
it
a bit
then.
to say. Yeah, it is.
But
It's a really nice.
It's a beaut,
yeah,
absolute beaut
yeah.
there.
So that's your
Terrific.
100% cotton. It's extra wide backing fabric. So it's 274 centimeters wide.
Is it 108 inches?
Yes. Yeah. So that's and you get it, and that's by the half meter. So you can buy.
You can buy as much.
Buy as much
Actually,
as
for
you
this, you would need 2.5 meters.
There you go. So 2.5 meters you'd need for that.
You'd have a little bit left over.
12.99 a half meter.
Yeah, because it's 96 inches square, that quilt. So
Okay.
you'd have a little bit left over. You'd actually have enough that if you're going to put it into a show or a competition or whatever, and you wanted to put a hanging sleeve on the top, you can make the hanging sleeve out of it as well.
Very nice. Very
yeah.
nice. Yeah, and you could mix it with your other panels, couldn't you? Yes,
Wouldn't
you
it
could.
look super, that,
Yeah.
mixed? You could just take a square of this with the blue panel maybe, or
Yeah.
with the red.
Yeah,
it
or
would
with-
look
yes.
good with that too. You could do a wonderful sampler quilt just with squares of this. And the Sashiko squares, it would look great.
Very good. Right. Well,
Lots of
actually,
ideas
we've
there.
very-
Loads of
I can
ideas.
see we've only got 15
Yeah,
minutes
my
left,
mind's
so
sort of
yes,
whirring away
you're
on this
thinking,
one.
oh, what can I do?
I am,
What can I do?
yeah. Do all sorts. Yes, and I spotted that you've got some.
Yeah,
lovely
so we've got
panels as
some
well.
of these, which is the coasters, the panels. So the grey one, first of all, LHYH02, and I'll open these.
It looks like that one's got quite a lot of those Hitomizashi patterns. They're the ones that you just stitch back and forth. It has.
And
it
again,
has.
there you go. We've got
That's
some,
what they are, aren't they?
Yeah,
Hitomizashi is what really got me going with Sashiko. I think you get, is that the plain piece to do the backing? It is. isn't it?
yes, yeah.
I knew that.
Yeah, so you get plain and the printed.
So these, with all of these patterns, you're just going to stitch, vertical and horizontal line. Well, there's your simplest one, this one down here.
Okay.
That one's called Kakino Hanazashi. It's persimmon flower stitch. And there's a variation on it, actually. And for that, you do all the lines going one way, you do all the lines going the other way. And then you've got a design like this one. Well, most of those are diagonals, but you can see some of the lines are actually vertical or horizontal lines as well. So when I'm stitching any of these, I tend to do my vertical and horizontals first.
Okay.
Because you're kind of going either across the grain or with the grain.
Up
and then
down across.
and then I do my diagonals, because the diagonals are the ones where you don't want to pull it too much.
Right.
You've got a lot of stretch there, so don't ease it out too much.
And
Yeah, they're quick to do these,
Fantastic. And so when you're going across, when you've got stitches, does that become a bit harder because you've done a
Not really.
Left
no,
and right,
not
no.
really at all. But it was this type of Sashiko is what really got me going. I've got a couple of samplers here to show you these. It was seeing stuff like this. These are done by my Sashiko teacher, Chie. And you can see the sort of patterns.
right, fantastic, yes.
And this is how they look when they're stitched.
Yeah.
Quite intense.
Yes, 'cause it seems like a lot of stitches in there.
Yeah, there are, and you know, this is another of her sampler pieces here. I was just thinking, I think one of the stitches, one of the stitches we looked at there, that one.
That was it, yeah.
That is actually on that panel. So you can see how effective it looks, and it's actually a stitch that they often start beginners off with. That one as well. There you are.
Yes.
There it is.
Fantastic. There you go.
You know, so it would look really lovely, but it gives you a wonderful sort of textured kind of effect.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. The thing I find as well, if you're using Sashiko for coasters, you really don't need to put any wadding in.
Oh, okay.
The Sashiko makes
because
the cloth,
it gives it the body.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a little fondle of that, you'll see how much thicker the cloth is where the Sashiko is. It's quite surprising. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I can feel now. It will do. Yes, if you wanted to put, obviously put them out, lay them out. You don't need anything else on it, and you know, people can see the work that you put in.
Does it say how much thread that you need for these actually?
Because
I think the instructions these are in English because QH they're an Australian company, but they have Japanese designers.
Very nice.
I'm not sure if the whole company's Japanese actually. It's water soluble, just like my panel, so don't get them wet first. I don't know that I can't see where it says quite how much you need, but I would think you probably need 2 of those 20 metres to do that. I think you need a little bit more than 1.
Yeah, so it's talking about there.
It shows you all the different directions. Yes, it shows you all that.
Yeah.
I think you need about 40 metres, and for that you would use the thread singly. You wouldn't double it up. It would be too thick.
Got you.
If you did that.
If you did that, because yes, there is a lot of stitches in there.
Too chunky. But that's a really nice paddle. And then is this a different paddle?
And then
it's the same. That's the same design in red, but this has got different designs.
This one's different again. So if we talk about the other grey, so that ZNYH39.
These are really nice.
So 19.99 these. And again, so ideal, a nice sort of price if you wanted to have a starter, have a go at Sashiko if you haven't tried it before.
And they come with the backing as well, which is really lovely too. Actually, what you could do, you could put a different fabric on for the backing, couldn't you? Like say a little bit of that one there.
Oh yeah.
And then draw your own designs on the other bits.
You could actually, yes. You could use that to, as you showed us this morning, just to create
do your own design,
a fan.
Thing with this. Yeah. This has got more pictorial sort of designs on one side. Well, these two are, and then. That's nice. It's very modern, that one, isn't it? With the circles.
With the circles, almost like the balls.
And then you've got a variation on the Asanoha pattern, quite an elaborate one. That's lovely. I tell you what, I wouldn't want to have to mark that. It's quite nicely printed.
Yes.
And this one up here is called Bishamon, and that's the armour scales of the Buddhist deity Bishamon, who's a protector, you know. Yeah, so it's quite a famous pattern.
Very nice.
But
and is this strip here? Is this for you to sort of have a practice with, or is it then when you made it?
I'm not quite sure what that little bit's for. It's probably in the instructions somewhere. There's probably some clever thing you can do with it. I don't really know is the answer. What have they suggested? Or it might just be to warm up on, really.
Yeah, it could be, to try a bit.
Assembly instructions,
Just
have a play about with, really.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could think of something to do with it.
There we go.
I'm terrible for getting kits and not doing them, exactly as you're supposed to.
Finally, the red.
Do something a bit more creative. Because you could border any of those squares and put them in the middle of a patchwork block.
Okay, yes,
Anything
nice.
with them, couldn't you?
Yeah, that would
That's the same pattern as the first one we looked at, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's
in
the red. Yes, there we go.
If you did that with cream, it'd give a lovely sort of Scandi Christmas sort of look.
Oh, it would, yeah. Yeah, it would actually.
Very, very good.
You would go cream then, yes, to make it that...
Yeah. It would look good with the gold as well.
Yes, yeah.
Or the green.
Nice.
Oh, I'm now thinking lots of different ideas. Different things you could do.
Options are limitless.
Well, it is. So, you can play and do all kinds of different things. Oh, I've just seen. I did drop that square on the floor.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
There we go. So that's once you've made one of the panels.
Yes, that with my panels, if you cut them up and you want to stitch them individually, I've just done that fake overlocking thing around the edge with this, and it makes. That's how you lose them. You drop them under the table or something.
Yes, I can see what you mean. Especially the smaller ones.
I know. Yeah. So trying to keep a beady eye on it. That's the green actually that I stitched in the border there. That's
very
the same shade of green. I've just done it doubled.
Yeah, lovely.
And that was a different shade, one that we haven't got with us, but it's part of the same range. and I used that to do the leaf veins, just to give it a different sort of look, really. And you're probably thinking, well, they don't look very realistic. Well, the thing was, with this particular set, I got a fantastic piece of 1970s furnishing fabric. It was an old John Lewis one. Yeah. And it has this sort of Chinese scene all over it. And the colours are a bit wacky, actually. It's a really intense blue, and it's got these touches of these sort of sandy colours and the greys in it, and the little bit of, the rust colour and everything. And I looked at this particular pattern. This is a limited edition we had out a few years ago, and it's discontinued now. But I looked at it together. I thought, wow, that would really look nice done as a strippy quilt. With this old fabric. So my idea is to have, because I can't bear to cut it up too much. And it's like a sort of furnishing sateen, so it's a little bit heavier than patchwork fabric. And I'm going to have strips of that. And then I'm going to have these panels running down in strips as well. And I've done the geometric one, and I've done the camel crest one with the same design. And I should have really got one of the geometrics out to show you what I did with it. I think that it's probably buried now. But I'll explain what I did, because, of course, the circles are in like a square format.
Okay.
And I thought, well, half of my designs on this are going to be camel crests. Quite a lot of them are in circles, or they'll sort of work in a circle kind of format. So I looked at the one with the square designs. I thought, well, I don't want to have those as squares. So I took a plate and I put it down and I drew around the edge of the plate. And then I just stitched. I just stitched what was inside of the plate.
Yes.
And not the rest. And then, of course, when I've rinsed it, that's all you've got stitched, is just what was in the circle. So although they're geometric designs, they're kind of in a circular format. So that's pretty good. How's that going, by the way?
So, well, yes, I think
now?
we've covered all the panels now, haven't we? We've done all the panels. We've talked about the threads and the needles, and so I think we've just got a few of these. If you haven't yet checked out, so this is Susan's Japanese Inspirations Sashiko book. That, as I mentioned earlier, we had this specially reprinted for us. Yeah. So there we go.
I think when this book first came out,
it's really limited.
You know, it was only a few years after the first Sashiko book came out, and that was 2005. And really, it wasn't really known what Sashiko was very much then. Not a lot of people seem to know about it. Now it's just huge.
Yes, it has sort of had an explosion.
Yeah,
and
I think
to then,
this book came out now, it was sort of, you know, it probably stayed in print for ages. But we are working on another one. You know, I can't tell you anything about it yet, but we are working on it.
Yeah.
And
when it's ready, please come back.
Oh, I certainly will. I will definitely be back with that. It'll be November 2025. I'll be back before then, though. Yeah. But I want to show you just something. We have got just a few minutes, I think, I can show you this. Yeah. Because I was saying about starting and finishing stitching without a knot.
Yes.
And the panel that I've got here, we're going to have to do a show on these, you know. This is what you call Hanafukin. And
yes.
Yeah. I think you've had them before.
We've had the panels with the Mount Fuji.
Yeah, that's one of the more modern. Well, this is a modern one actually, but some of the panels really do work well, stitched through both layers the traditional way. Some of them don't work so well.
Right.
I find the pictorial ones, because you're stopping and starting a lot. To me, I prefer to do this in one layer, and then if I was going to use them as a cloth to sew the backing on. But I was talking to people about this last weekend. I thought I'm going to pick one of the new designs that's just come out. And this one is, which one is it? Nagumi was the range. It's called Yamaji, which means mountain road. And that's both these little zigzag designs are called that. I thought I'm just going to do it in several different colours. So actually, I've got the dark red, same as that one. And that's actually a deep sort of plummy pink colour. But it's actually very close to that. And then I thought I'll use orange. And the other one I was going to use is a touch of... Oops. If I can get it out, a touch that sort of browny kind of colour. Yeah. That's a different brand. It's actually very similar.
Very similar.
It is very similar to that, actually. Yeah. Almost the same. Because I like stitching samples where I'm using colour to explain to people where the stitching lines go. And you're trying to do things in such a way that you're starting and stopping.
See, yes.
Yeah. So I've got the straight line coming up here, and I've zigzagged round here. And there's no knots on the back. So what I've done to start is I would start a little bit further up the line and leave a little tiny tail of thread on the front. and then stitch back to the starting point, then turn round
And come back.
very carefully come back. And just before I get that little tuft, I'll just snip it off. So the end is sort of inside.
Yeah.
And then when I get to the end of the line, I do that in reverse. I stitch back over the ones that I've done.
And that holds it in.
Yeah, slide the tail between the two layers.
Yeah.
And that does actually hold it in. But
Without needing a knot.
Yeah, without needing a knot. But you see, this to me is why I don't particularly like doing this normally, is that I think you can see the thicker thread at the beginning. You see what I mean? You
Yes,
can see
well-
there's a little bit of bulk in those stitches. Okay, I'm maybe going to point it out.
Well, yes.
You wouldn't have noticed.
No, you wouldn't really. Yeah,
But you know,
you
some
wouldn't
of them
notice.
work quite well, and this is a continuous line pattern. There's nowhere in this pattern where you're jumping from, one little bit to another. You see on something like this, where you've got the ivy leaf.
Yeah.
If I turn that over, you can see that what I've done is that for the veins, I've gone down, then I've gone up and down and up and down, and you can see these little bits here on the back.
Yeah.
Where I've just left it like a little loose bit of thread where I've changed direction and got the
moved.
next bit. Yeah. So if I was doing a design like that, I would have to sort of slide that between the two layers, or else you'd see it on the back. And it's funny, different people have different approaches.
Yes, but that's been another useful little tip for people.
Yeah.
Well, I think everyone must agree that, that Susan's given us some amazing tips today over the last 2 hours,
Yep.
which is fantastic. And we've worked you because we don't get you on very often at some fantastic
And
samples.
hopefully you've learned a lot more about Sasha
Well,
too.
I've learned a huge amount, I must say. So hopefully you've really enjoyed the masterclass that we've had
so.
with Susan. Thank you so much for spending time with us today.
Oh, well, thanks for
and
inviting
please,
me back.
Please come back soon whenever you're down.
I will.
In this
I
neck
will
of the
do,
woods.
yes. Yeah, I won't leave it as long.
Enjoy your Sashko Fest.
Yeah, Sashko Fest. Well, we've got the joys of setting it all up today. We've got to put the exhibition up, and we've got a van full of stuff that's going to come in.
Well, I hope you get some cup of tea and get a chance to
Oh,
put your feet up at some point.
we certainly will. For anybody who wants to come tomorrow, by the way, admission, as I said before, admission is free. It's at King Sutton Millennium Memorial Hall, and all the info about it is actually on the website. It's just called Sashko Fest.
There you
Just
go.
one word, .co.uk, and you can
Perfect.
find out all about
So,
it there.
yeah, anyone wanting to join, see Susan and
Yeah,
get
come and
into
say
the Sashko
hello.
things, please pop along. So thanks again. So after the break, we've got the last hour with Hayley. I'm gonna hang around because she's got some embroideries, and I'm looking forward to
Ooh,
it. Plus
nice.
the jade machine. So see you in a few minutes.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye!
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Hello, welcome back. The last hour of the day, and what a day it's been! I tell you what, we've had some fun today. It's been a busy day, hasn't it? Anyone that, by the way, just to mention, anyone that missed 8 o'clock this morning, we had our chairman and founder, Mr. Steve Bennett. He came on with Hayley and talked about his book called Fibre First, which I found really interesting.
I found fascinating.
Yes.
It was one of those hours when I was chatting to Steve, and then I stood there and I kept thinking, Hayley, you're working. You're like, so I was literally just hanging on every word. Doesn't he know his stuff?
He does, and he's put together this Fibre First book. It's not the first book he's written, but certainly it's one of the most interesting. Anyone interested in, foods, diets, anything that if you want to have a look at it, go back and watch 8 o'clock on the website. You can watch back on YouTube. Have a look at that. We had a special deal today where we had £10 off, so it's £14 for anyone wanting to buy it. And thanks for Steve to coming on and giving us his time, because he's a busy man. However, that was that hour, if you missed it. But now you're not only here to do a bit of presenting, but you're actually going to tell us about...
I was here presenting, to be honest.
We were all,
yeah.
yes.
And if you are watching, Vix, hopefully everything's okay, but
yeah,
I'll drop you a message a bit later on. But yeah, I'm here today. We've done a little bit of sewing. We did a bit of applique earlier on, because as Ian let me know, today is International Gnome Day, hence Our little gnomes.
Exactly. So we gave you a bit of a challenge because when we found out that it's International Gnome Day, which not a lot of people know about,
I didn't know.
you came up with these great
absolutely,
designs.
absolutely. So in the last hour we were talking about applique that you can do by hand. You can do it on any sewing machine. But I did use the Jade 35. However, this hour is all about the Jade 35 in embroidery mode, because this is kind of like a dual personality machine. You can use it for your traditional sewing, and it's a very comprehensive sewing machine, or you can have it stitching out just like the one that we've got here on this gorgeous blue fabric, stitching out one of the designs. Now, the beauty of this one is that it's a big hoop that you get with this one. This is the largest hoop it will accept, which is 240 mil by 150. If you're a pounds and ounces kind of person, then you are looking at 6 inches by 9.5 inches, and that's the stitch out area, because you have to kind of allow for the foot to move in the different directions. So the hoop is slightly larger, but the stitch out area is 150 by 240. You can actually stitch out smaller things if you want to. Comes with this hoop, which is big enough for you to put your head through, unless you've got sticky out ears. Yeah. So it's a good size hoop. And just to put that into kind of context, when you're shopping from an embroidery machine, perhaps within this price bracket, what you might be used to finding is a machine that's got kind of like a 4-inch square. So that's what you've got here, 100 mil. And I know that people do buy those embroidery machines, often get frustrated because you're limited really.
Yes, yeah, with the size, yeah.
There's not a huge amount of area. But again, it might be adequate, but then you might find that you grow and you outgrow that 4 inches areas that you've got. Then you've got this green, lighter green area, and that's the stitch out area that you've got from your Jade 35. So you can see it's not too shy of an A4 sheet really when you consider it, which gives you loads and loads of scope, and I'll give you some of an idea of what you can create utilising that area. Comes with a comprehensive guide, so when you get yours home you will have a guide that will take you through everything from the sewing to the embroidery, troubleshooting, what the little messages are with regard to changing your threads, takes you through all the different decorative threads that you get, stitches that you get with these, sewing advisor, it's all detailed in there, and this is a one language book, so there's a lot of information in there. You'll also get your embroidery intro software, because what you actually get with this machine is also Premiere plus embroidery as an introductory program, and that is a program that will allow you to use your computer, whether it's a Windows, whether it's a Mac, to actually use your computer to create designs of your own, combining different embroideries that you might have, or maybe taking all the fonts from your computer and turning them into embroidery files. So you've got loads of creativity there.
That's amazing, and especially with that extra bigger size that you can use, as you said, you create your own designs and be able to.
There you go. That was something I actually created. A little pouch there for me to put my earpiece in, and my mints and all the things I need in the studio. Quite prone to losing things, so that's why I put my name on there. But we'll talk more about that, making your own designs and putting them together in a minute. You'll also get a little USB, and this is like a little power stick, because in here you have got information of all the designs that you've got to stitch out with straight away. Now you can actually use other designs if you're wanting to convert them into the file format that your Husqvarna Viking machine will understand. So if you have got an existing embroidery machine and you're looking at upgrading, you can often change the actual style. So if it's a Brother or whichever brand, you can change it to the language of Husqvarna Viking, shall we say. VP3 files you will use with these, and that's what you've got on the USB. And you'll also have the ability to print off the guide that I've got here. Now, this guide will take you through all the different designs that you've got on here. So if I thumb through this, you'll see there's some absolutely corkers in here. You're going to create all sorts of different styles of embroidery. That's something that Husqvarna Viking like to do. With those designs that you've got included, you'll have everything from traditional embroidery, there'll be applique in there, there'll be using soluble stabiliser to create fabulous lacy panels. You've got absolutely loads of projects to get started with, and you'll go on and create even more. This owl, you've actually got in front of you over there.
Yeah,
and designs within the embroidery will actually enable you to create the lace that's on the front. so you'll make your own lace. On the website, you'll be able to actually needs a bit of stitch in there. Looks like it's coming up. He's probably about 8 years, no, 5 years old actually when I think about it.
Been used
yeah.
well.
Bless him. He's well loved. Actually, he's longer than that when I think about it. He's been made. Anyway, that's by the by. Loads of different designs. Some smaller designs, like we've got embroidered earrings here, and I know we've got the wash-away stabiliser on the show. That would be perfect for those. All of these are designs that you can either just put the USB in the side of the machine, find the design number, select it and then stitch it out, and away you go. And this indeed, number 43, is actually the design that's stitching out at the moment. So it's a big size design, creating a lovely look, but then you could extend it using these extra bits that you've got here. Bit of candle wicking as well, if you like that traditional style of embroidery, that's there. You've also got panels that you could be creating quilt blocks. So these elements that we've got here, I think again, Ian, you might have them over by you, where there's wadding involved with them as well. Or they might be underneath the book that you've got there. Yep. There you go.
Yeah.
So these are designs that you can actually create as quilt panels. So you hoop up your fabric, you put your top layer of fabric, your wadding and your backing, and then it's a case that you literally just stitch out these designs, select them. They're nice designs, those ones, aren't they, for blocks?
Fantastic.
And it stitches through everything, so quilt as you go, that's it, job's a good one. Personalisation as well, so take any of those fonts from your computer if you're wanting to add to the design, make little quilt blocks. There's loads you can do within here. It has actually got some inbuilt designs with regards to alphabets, but you can make any font on your computer into an embroidery design utilising the software. And you get a 5-year warranty with this.
Brilliant, very good.
It's
Amazing.
not often
Amazing,
a company will put that behind a machine. Is it 5-year warranty?
So shows how much they trust in the machines, doesn't
Absolutely.
it? Absolutely. Husqvarna, really well known
Incredible.
brand.
I think it's about 75 years they've been making sewing machines. So a long time. No, 175 years. What's 100 years between friends? But the deal that you've got here gets even better, because I don't know if you've spied, you may well have a bit of sewing envy with my thread chest that I've got here.
Yes,
This
nice.
is packed full of Madeira threads. In fact, shall I bring it in so you can have a closer look at it?
Absolutely, because we've sold those in the past, and so I
these
know
are
how
like
much they're worth.
£200 to
Yes.
buy, aren't they?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
So you just wait till you see what I've got in
Senor.
my drawers, if you will. So you're ready for this?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have got the most incredible thread. So you've got all these beautiful rayon threads.
Lovely.
But it
Look at
doesn't
those.
stop there, because you have got a second drawer of them as well. So you are going to get all of these threads going tonally, from the deep blues to the lighter blues, the pastel blues, gorgeous berry tones in there. You wouldn't usually get this. You would usually have to pay, as I say, in the region of £200 to get hold of these. Then you've kind of got your earthy tones. Let me move that out of the way so you can see that. Your earthy tones, your greys are in there, silver tones, your utilities with your solid black in there, and your white as well. So you are getting this as a bonus. So I am very envious of anybody getting this.
So to recap the deal then, so for 1249, you're getting the Jade 35 machine.
You do.
With a 5-year warranty.
You do.
You're getting the Madeira threads. Set, and it's on 5-way split pay.
Wow.
That is...
I didn't realise
I know, Ben's just said that's on 5-way split pay. So what does that work out each? 240?
Wow.
249.80. 5
That's
ways.
amazing.
So for 249, so for less than £250, you can get that today. And don't forget, the split pay is totally interest-free, so 0% interest. We look after that for you. Yeah, and you can phone up and get it away today.
You can. They're ready for dispatch as well, so if you're ordering today, then you'll find yours will be winging its way to you from Monday, I'm guessing, really, if it's Friday.
Yes.
Isn't it? Nothing much happens at the weekend, does it, really? Now, the design that's being stitched out at the moment is being stitched out in one of the rayon threads from the chest that I was just sharing with you. But you can get a different look if you're wanting to use a variegated thread. This is one that I did on the show with Stuart Hilliard.
That's what I was going to say, that's nice. Yeah,
As you can see.
the colours on that. It works really well with denim
Well,
as
it's
well.
a single colour design, so you load up your thread, let it stitch out and off it goes. So this one, it kind of changes from one colour to the next, which is a really nice look. But what do you do with your embroidery designs? Well, it could be that you're taking a font on your computer, turning it into a little applique font, and this is a project that I made using a bit of my William Morris fabric.
Morris, I recognise
that one, I bet. So yeah, you could be making little projects, starting your own business perhaps with this as well. I was talking about the lacy designs where you've got the stabiliser that washes away. Well, that will make these little elements like so, as you can see. A beautiful embroidery there. And because the stabiliser washes away afterwards, all of those stitches connect together, and that means that you're getting those lovely... Oops, daisy. It's
Flying away, that one.
It creates those gorgeous lacy designs. What about...
That's amazing. That's really clever how it does that.
It's a clever design because every stitch has to interlock, because otherwise you wash away the stabiliser and all the stitches fall apart.
Yes,
So
yeah.
a lot of clever design work. What about garments? Maybe you're a dressmaker, maybe you fancy the idea of making your own fabric. Well, that's exactly what we've done with this. This is a sleeve from the shacket pattern.
Yes.
So I think the last show that I did was talking about making your own fabric. So took that motif and kind of just dotted it around the sleeve, as you can see there. So that would make an embroidered jacket, as you can see there. This piece here, that's going to be a cuff. So again, one of the embroidery designs was done on a smaller piece of fabric, so you don't have to fill up that hoop area with fabric if you don't want to. Use a stabiliser, like so.
Is that one's similar to what's on the...
Well, that
see
was,
that here, actually, yeah, on that one.
That was a shirt that was just from the supermarket.
Right.
I unpicked the pocket
Yeah.
on that one and popped it into a hoop and put one of the designs on there. So you don't have to be a dressmaker. You might have a shirt at home that's got like a spaghetti
well, it just makes it
mark on.
really unique then.
Yeah.
People go, oh, where did you get that from?
Exactly, it's a proper conversation starter. And also as well, if you look at the back of a shirt, if you consider, I'm going to turn around for you, that could be very easy, the back of a jacket. There's plenty of room there.
Yeah.
So whether it's a garment for a guy or a girl, then loads of room. And in fact, I illustrated that here. So this was the yoke of the shacket, and I don't know if you can see there's an outline there of the pattern piece. Hooped it up, actually stitched out the design, and now all I need to do is cut out that fabric piece and make up my garment with that as well. Quilting, we were talking about quilting as well, all the layers there, so you've got your backing, your wadding and your top, and it's stitched everything out in one go.
Amazing. Well, unsurprisingly, there's a lot of people with these in their baskets with down to single figures on this machine, so that's fantastic. So just to recap, 1249, you're getting the fantastic jade machine. You're also getting the Madeira thread set, and it's on 5-way split pay, and you get a 5-year warranty with that, which is fantastic. And obviously, Husqvarna is stand by their machine, but it does everything, doesn't it?
Well,
I can't believe it comes like that.
Well, this is the same machine. Now, let me move the threads out of the way, because when yours comes to you, it's not going to look like a sewing machine to start with. You can see it's got that solid front. Now, it doesn't come with a case that kind of sits over the top of your machine in the traditional sense. What it's got is this inbuilt area that you've got here, and it's very, very clever. If I try and turn it round, a bit of a funny angle, you've got this little drawer area here. So you've got a little locking mechanism. You unclip that, and that will open up that drawer, which you can then push through. And when you push that through, this is actually storage for things like your pedal, your power cable, your feet, snacks.
That's really clever.
Whatever you want to put in there, you've got loads of room in there. But it doesn't stop there, because you've got that for storage. Let's turn the machine around again. You've also got your traditional accessory box as well. So the area that you'd usually remove if you wanted to do a bit of work, free motion work, or to drop the feed dogs down, which you can do. This is again a storage area for you to put your feet in and different bits and pieces as well. So it's got loads of space.
Yeah.
And then you've obviously got the area there where I've removed that to take the arm away, to get the embroidery unit fitted, and that will come as well. That's actually attached to the other machine at the moment, and that's the part that will go on, that will turn your regular sewing machine into an embroidery machine. So it really is an amazing machine. You can see there, I mean, it just looks like it's a powerhouse. I was involved with the actual launch of this in the UK, and I was so excited because there are so many embroidery machines out there that you can pay tens of thousands of pounds for.
Absolutely.
But personally, I think having an embroidery machine coupled up with the software that it comes with, you've got so many opportunities, so much creativity that it's a brilliant deal. And to get it for the price that we've got it for is amazing.
No, it's brilliant, and so clever, that the design and how they've put that all together.
It's very clever, isn't it?
Very Scandinavian, isn't it? How they've done this?
Yeah,
Yes.
it does. It looks very Swedish, kind of flat pack, doesn't it?
Yes.
You've also got all of those stitches. So you've got 4 different sections of traditional stitches with these. So you've got your regular utility stitches in there. They're put into sections. So you've got section 1 there with your traditional everyday stitches, as you can see there. You've got decorative stitches there, which are beautiful as well. You've got some quilting stitches in there. All of these can be flipped as well, so if you're wanting them to go left to right, right to left, whichever way you choose, you can do, and just loads of scope with them. Plus, you've got the inbuilt sewing advisor, and this is something that is brilliant, because what will happen is, and you can probably see on the machine that we're stitching out, this one isn't plugged in, the illumination that you've got on your screen will actually give you a lot of information. Now, when it's in sewing machine mode, what you'll be able to find is that these buttons down the side here relate to your different types of fabric. So when you're in traditional sewing mode, for instance, if you've got a light woven fabric, and all of these icons are detailed in your brochure, and you're just doing a straight stitch, you would press both of those and it will get it set up with the right length, with the right tension. Everything is done for you. So for me, when I work with stretch fabrics, which I'm not familiar with, it's not a style of fabric that I use a lot of, I can never remember what stitches I need for the different kind of parts of a garment that you're making. I can literally click on those and it sets it up to perfection, and that's all detailed in the book as well.
Great, so it will know, so using different fabric types, you just put the whatever particular...
It's like having an inbuilt sewing teacher.
What is, really? Yeah. Great. So anyone new to unsure about what type of stitch to use for each fabric?
Or maybe, I mean, one of the fabrics that you've got in here is a leather fabric. Maybe you're making a leather bag for your first time ever and you've no idea how to set your machine up. Well, here you go. You've got all of the buttons there. You'd press that button there and then you would select what it is that you're wanting to do, and the machine will get it set up. But you can kind of alter those. You can make them longer, make them wider, play around with the stitches. It's not set in stone. You've got creativity with this one.
And is it sort of fairly straightforward to change the needles?
Absolutely. Everything like that is detailed within the brochure. So if I bring the brochure in, it'll show you that as well. I often will change the needle back to front because I'm right-handed and I find that the angle that I kind of get myself at, I find a little bit tricky. But when you actually go through here, it will take you through the first section. Safety first explains to you kind of the safety bits about getting your machine set up. I mean, you can see here there's loads and loads of information to work your way through. Glossary here of all the different components that are going to come with it, including your hoop. You've also got this little additional screw here. Now this is useful if you choose to go for a walking foot. Because of the 7mm swing that you've got on this machine, if you're using a walking foot, you might want to change it to that kind of longer screw where the needle goes in, and then it will kind of accommodate for your walking foot. Presser feet, you've got all of these different presser feet that are working their way through here. Explanation of how to use those, why you would use them. A glossary of the different stitches, so looking at the utility stitches first, where you will find them, which presser foot to use, what it's called, why you would use it. There's loads and loads of information in here, including inbuilt alphabets for just like kind of like stitched out alphabets, and how to unpack it, how to use the different areas to get yourself all set up, threading up your machine, how to use a needle threader on this as well. It is all in there, so it takes you right the way through, so you're not left on your own at all. And there you go. Not only how to change your needle, but gives you a little bit of information there about different needles and why you need a different needle and what a different needle does. So
brilliant. Always
very informative, Husqvarna Viking. And it's all detailed in there, as you can see. So, yeah, comprehensive guide. But it's gone a bit quiet. Have you noticed it's gone a bit quiet?
Yes.
That's because our design's finished.
Very good.
So there you go. It's all stitched out. And we've got an area that obviously has created the design, but we can kind of go one step further. Even though this is stitched out, I could suddenly think to myself, do you know what? I want to add to that. I want to add some additional detail. Now, I could take that out of the hoop, and as long as I keep it in the hoop, then not remove the fabric, then I kind of can set something up with regards to this one without any issue. So I'm going to do that. So I'm going to click on OK because it's told me that we're finished. There you go, embroidery finished, clue is there. Click on OK. And what I'm actually going to do...
Because you set that up earlier, so, but that's only taken, what, sort of 20 minutes?
I'd set it up probably, where am I, just before Susan was finishing her show. And I paused it because I nipped out for a comfort break.
Yes, yeah, so not taken long at all, yeah.
No. And it's a single colour, so there's no changes, but if you do need to change the colour, it will stop and tell you which one to go for. So I'm going to add some personalisation to this, and you've worked very hard today, Ian, so I'm going to use your name, if that's OK.
Oh.
Hopefully you won't charge me 25% like John Scott said he was going to, but there you go. So
my name comes free.
So with this one, you've got your letters here. So while we're in embroidery mode, that will actually allow us to use the inbuilt font that you've got with this. So if we click on there, hold on, go back to there and then, hold on, no, I'm fibbing. Go back to, where am I? Font, there we go. Sorry, I was getting myself confused. I was in sewing mode in my head. So, font, click on OK. Now, you've got 3 different sizes of your fonts. That is detailed within the book as well, so it will show you the different sizes in, not this one, in the design book, which is this one. So there you go. So you've got 3 different sizes. So that will give you the realistic size of these. So I'm going to go for, I think I'm going to go for the 20 mil. Okay, and you can see you've got uppercase, lowercase and numbers. So you don't even need to go into the software to get this programmed up if you wanted to. You could just literally do it within the machine. So I'm going to go for the 20 mil, which is the second one down on our screen. So I'm going to come down to that one and then click on OK. Now I've got my uppercase alphabet there, as you can see, so I can just come in and put Ian's name into this. So I'm going to put in, now they're telling me your name is Mr. Deals, is that right?
Well, the viewers will know me as, yes,
okay.
Ian's Senor de Arles.
I love it.
Yeah,
well,
Ian's Deals, but you can just put Ian.
I'm just going to put Ian because I know that will fit. So I'm going to put in Ian. So we'll start off with the letter I. So that's programmed in. You can see that there. What I can do, if I go to, hold on, I've got to try and remember how to do it. Is it that one there? I can't remember how to change it to lowercase, but you can change it to lowercase. It's detailed, and my brain's just suddenly gone to mush. It's been one of those kind of days. But I'm going to go back to the letter A and put the letter A in place, and then finally I'm going to find the letter N and put that in place as well. Thank goodness you were given a short name, Ian?
It is. That
makes it very handy.
I always write in capitals, so that's fine.
Oh, do you? Oh, that's perfect then. Oh, my earpiece has popped out my ear. Sorry about that. So now we are good to go. All I'm going to do is click on OK. Oh, no, I don't want to click on OK because I've given you two ends there. OK, so I think we're all done with regard to that. We're going to go back into... Oh, let me take that out because I think I've put an underscore. No, I haven't put an underscore in. I'm doing this at a weird angle, so there we go. So I think we're all good now, so we're going to go in with that. There we go. No, I don't want to delete that. I think we'll just go in and position it now. So let's go back to... my brain has just turned to mush. I've done this so many times on the TV and I can't remember how to get it.
It's always the way, isn't it?
Program, is that right? There we go, program, that's it. Like I said, it's logical, so think about it, Hayley. Now, at the moment, it's measuring the word Ian and it's saying, right, I only need a little hoop for that. It's a short word. I've only got one hoop with this machine. You can actually invest in others if you want as time goes on. So I'm just going to change the size of the hoop to the 240 by 150, which should be at the bottom, or was it at the top? I think it was at the top, sorry, back to front. There we go. So now that has put it in the middle of the hoop. Now, if I stitch that out, it's going to be in the middle of my design.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move it down to the bottom, but just by using these buttons, so use the down arrow, and it's going to take it down to the middle, like so. And it will automatically put it into the centre. So I know that it's central within the hoop, so I'm not going to move it left or right, but I could do if I wanted to. Now, I need to make sure that that is fitting within that kind of open area that I've got there, and it's not going to go over to the stitch area. So I can use this little button to the side here, which has kind of got like little corner arrows. And if I click on there, that will actually take me to the area that is going to be stitching out. So I can see that that's going to sit in there nicely.
Okay.
First press will take you to the first corner, second corner, third corner, fourth corner, and then back to the middle. So it is literally a case of I know it's going to fit in there. It's not going to encroach on the design that I've already created. So if I'm happy with that, all I need to do is press start and it will get itself ready and bring it back into the area. There you go, calibrated. And now it's going to add your name to my design, and I haven't need to go anywhere near the computer.
So will it stitch as you'd write? So will it go down from up to down and then down?
Yes, yeah, it just fills in each of those. So the first thing that it will do,
And I suppose having that checker
Yes.
to make sure you're like, oh, right, okay, yes, I can see where I want it to be placed.
Yes, yeah.
That will fit. Yeah.
That's it, yeah. I always do that just so as you don't get any nasty accidents, because you wouldn't want to stitch it all out again and waste your fabric, really. So while that's merrily stitching that out, you can use other designs as well. So my suggestion, and I say this to everybody with regards to an embroidery machine, if it's the first time that you've ever worked with an embroidery machine, and I'd still do it for this one even if you invested in other machines previously, that's just paused because it's gone on to the second letter. Stitch out with what you've got to start with.
Right.
So the Madeira threads are brilliant. They're included in your package, so use those. Don't go rifling through all your threads and think, oh, I'll use that thread. Use one that's been supplied with it, because we know those work beautifully. Older threads, they can deteriorate. You might not have the right needle, or just use the threads that it comes with. Also use the designs that it comes with as well. So just thumb through the design brochure. Don't go off looking on the internet to buy new designs. Yes, you can do that at some stage, but then you start delving into the area of how good is that actual design.
Right.
Because sometimes designs are created and sold on the internet. Sometimes they've never even been stitched out and tested, and you don't know if there are going to be faults within that design. We know with these designs that are built in, that are on your little USB, you're not going to have any issue. So that is the key thing. Use what you've got to start with. Then start getting used to your machine, get to know your machine, get to understand your machine, and then when you gain your confidence, you can go on and shop for other designs, which is where we are going next, I believe, because I was laid down the challenge by Mr. Monroe over there to come up with some gnome-themed projects. Yeah,
and you did. You didn't disappoint. So we've got these embroidery downloads. So there's 10 different designs, and there they are on screen. You've got all those different gnomes there. You've got they're all doing various different things. They're all having fun in the sun, surfing, eating ice creams, melons, balls, fishing there, yes, a bit of a cocktail. So all of those designs you're getting, it's a digital download. So if you go onto the website, go onto that SKU, you purchase it, and you download the details, and it will be straight away. You'll get it, and you've done them for the different types.
Well, this is it. Obviously, I'm hoping that you invest in a Husqvarna Viking machine, and you need to use VP3s. But I realise that lots of you might like the designs, but not want to change your embroidery machine, which is okay. That's why we've included designs in a variety of different formats. So machines have their own language, if you will. Different manufacturers have their own language of embroidery files. So in here you've got PES and PEC, which are kind of like the brother formats. You've also got JEF, which is your Jeff files, which are Janome. You've also got DST, which are kind of like a universal language. So most machines will accommodate for those. And as I say, the software that you've got with this, you can quite easily convert into other languages, if you will, so your machine will understand it. So what do you get within your not your USB, your download? You've got to get used to that. It's the first time I've ever done this with Sewing Street.
I know, yes. Exciting. Well, we haven't done that many ourselves, to be honest.
It's a new area.
New area, yeah.
So what you will need to do is, first of all, get that download, and you'll have a zipped up file. There's a lot of information in that kind of download. I'm sure you'll be familiar with it, but I liken it to, you know, like the vacuum bags that you suck all the air out of.
Yes.
You've got to put the air back into it. So you unzip that file, and that will allow you to access all the different folders that are in there. Now, in there, you will have the different folders for the different manufacturers, so your JEF files, your VP3s, which is the one that you use on your J35s, and you'll have within there 2 folders, because what I've actually done is done them in 2 different sizes. So if you have got a smaller embroidery machine, then you can still take advantage of the characters. So you've got 10 characters. They're in 2 different sizes, so that's 20 designs that you've got to choose from. And then if you kind of multiply it up by 4 different styles of embroidery files, there's a lot of files that are on there. So the smaller ones, if you've got a smaller hoop, then yes, you can stitch those out. Every single one of these is available in both sizes though, and these have been stitched out, so you can see you've got loads of character with these. And the threads are the threads that you get within that chest that we were looking at earlier on as well. So you've got your, a little bit of fish in there.
Yeah, because you can just see that. Yeah, great.
Gorgeous, that rayon threads.
Nice.
Beautiful threads, beautiful threads. If you have got the advantage of that larger hoop, there you go, then you can be stitching out these larger designs, and you can actually take the designs into your software to make them sizes in between as well if you're wanting to. So yeah, all the characters there as their embroidery designs, all 10 of them in 2 different sizes. So yeah, I must admit I did have loads of fun.
Fantastic. So for $19.99, you purchase it straight away, and you can download those, and you're getting that's 2 different sizes as well. That's brilliant.
2 different sizes,
Very good.
2 different sizes with those. And you can make and sell with those. So if you are making up projects, yeah, obviously not sharing the actual design, stitching something out, because that's the fun bit, isn't it, stitching them out. Talking of which, our design stitch.
Oh, right, here we go.
Off the machine. So
Reveal.
when it comes to the point that you've got embroidery finished on your screen, then all you do is you raise the foot like so, and then you're going to release it by pressing the button. Again, I'm a bit of a funny angle, but press the button and then slide it forward. If you do need to raise the foot a little bit further to get it over the hoop, then you can press and that will lift you over. And there you go. What do you reckon, Ian?
Oh, look at that.
That look pretty?
Fantastic. Do you know what? I think that's the first time I've seen my name in thread.
Oh, in that case, you can have that. I don't know what you'll do with it, but you can have it. There you go.
Yes, definitely.
And stitched out with regards to this, I mean, obviously we just added that the last minute. Beautiful. That design that you've got there is one of the inbuilt designs, but you could be doing that on bags or whatever you wanted to. I am going to flip it over because if you are a sewer, you will know that the underside is as important as the right side.
Right, yeah.
And there you go. You can get in as close as you like with that, Dan. That is stitched out beautifully. So for a nice stitch out, you will have the majority of your bobbin thread. So again, I would recommend the Madeira bobbin thrill. I think we've got that available on the website. A little bit of the top thread comes through because you just need a little bit to curve through the fabric to create a perfect stitch. And there you go. There's your design.
Fantastic. Very good. And did you say you can adjust the size of the initials or the words?
Well, this built in, which is what I used for the letters on this occasion. You've got 3 different sizes, but if you take it into the software or use your software, you can make your alphabets in any font that you've got. What I'm going to do, though, I'm going to give you a moment, Ian, if that's OK. I'm going to get some fabric ready to maybe stitch out one of the gnomes, and then I might show you a bit of the software.
Yeah, perfect.
All right? Right, I'm going to get myself organised.
You mentioned about some stabilisers and threads, and we've got loads of those as well. So let's talk about those. So first of all, obviously, we've got the Madeira. Yeah, they're classic. There we go. So you're getting, you've got the cutaways, washaways and tearaways. So the 3 different types you've got there. Yeah, you've got them white and black, yeah, which is really useful, really helpful. So if you're looking for some stabilisers, $15.99 for those, and they're the Madeira ones, as I mentioned, which goes very nicely with your threads. And always useful. Well, unfortunately, yes, they're not the kind of thing you can use again. So you will need to keep on, if you're going to be doing a lot of embroidery, you will need to keep a stash of these. Actually, we struggle to get hold of these because they sell out quickly, and then trying to get them back is not easy. So So while we stick with Madeira, we also have the different types where we've got them on the roll there. So we've got the tearaway soft, and then you've got 10 metres on this roll. So that's just the one. You get the one colour, and it's 30 centimetres. So that would obviously cover most size hoops, doesn't it? So you got 30 centimetres by 10 metres. Say that's the tearaway. And then we also have the wash away version. There you go. Same again, $15.99, and you're getting 10 metres again on that one. Very useful. So there you go. So if you're going to be doing a bit more, then maybe the 30 metres on the roll is your preferred option. There we go. Oh, while we're on Madeira, should we talk about some? We've got some the overlocking threads that we've got here. There we go. 1,200 metres on each there, so you're getting fantastic, yes, really useful, all of those. 12 different threads, you're getting the white, the greys and the blacks. That's definitely an essential. And again, these sell out quite often, so we struggle to get those back. $43.99. Or if you're looking for something a bit more colourful, these are... John, they're for your pants? Oh, they're stretchy, right, okay. Well, John would know better, wouldn't he? Yeah, there we go. So you got these are 1,000 metres, and they're $44.99. And again, you're getting 12. Here you got the neons there, as well as you have got some white and black as well. Very good. But don't forget, if you are buying the Jade machine, you're getting a box of Madeira threads thrown in, which is amazing value. So for $1,249, you're getting the Jade machine, you're getting the Madeira thread set, and you're also getting a 5-year warranty, and it's 5-way split pay, which isn't bad. What is not to love about that? That's, a lot of you have got it in baskets, unsurprisingly, we've had a great demo on the embroidery, and Hayley's going to do some more as well.
I am, yes. I've got...
You're going to try, was it one of the gnomes?
One of the gnomes.
Oh, actually, that's quite useful. We can see now the embroidery part, yes.
Oh, the area.
On the machine, yeah.
Yes, because of course it was covered up, wasn't it? Yes,
yeah,
of course.
It's covered up with
once you've actually got the embroidery hoop on, take your embroidery hoop off, it opens up that area. You can see you've got a huge amount of area here that you're going to be able to work with. I have got my fabric ready in the hoop to go again, and I've used that cotton tearaway from Madeira. It's a beautiful, I love the way that can we store this, and because sometimes when you actually take it out, it's like you look at it and you think, now hang on, what was that? What brand was it? So I do use the packaging. It keeps it together, so you know exactly what you've got. Yeah. So, you always need stabiliser on the back of your fabrics, because it's like the foundations. It's going to support your fabric, and often if you buy an embroidered T-shirt, you will have a little bit of that quite often when you buy it anyway. So I'm going to stitch out one of the gnomes from the download, and it's actually gnome number 10 that I'm going to go for, and I'm going to do it in the smaller size because it'll be a little bit quicker. We won't get it all stitched out in the time that we've got left, but what you will find is for each of this is almost like a README file. So when you actually get the download, there's a PDF that I suggest you either bring up on your computer screen or print it off. And it explains to you here about the different formats that you've got for the different embroideries, your PEC, PES, Jeff, DST and VP3s. And it talks about if you do need to change them, how you do so. Now, you need to transfer them from your computer across to your embroidery machine. And your embroidery machine, if it's a Jade 35, it's simply as transferring them onto a little USB stick. Don't use something like a portable hard drive that's kind of got like a terabyte of storage on there. If you're into computers, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But the sewing machines they're not like a laptop, they don't have a lot of computer memory, they're not built to be computers, they're built to be sewing machines. So make sure you're just keeping your USB stick down to something like 1 gig, 2 gig of those. What you could actually do is utilise the USB that comes with your machine and add the designs onto that if you're wanting to as well. But I've got them separate.
There's space on that to
There's
add
enough
stuff
room
if you
on
want
there.
to. Okay, great.
So you take your little powerhouse of designs and you pop that into the side of your machine. And then on the Jade 35, you just basically pop your bits and pieces in there. So pop that in there. So I've put that OK in there. And I'm going to press the little button on the side here. And it's going to come up with the contents of what I've actually got on this USB. And I've transferred over everything that came as the download. So you can see I've got the two different sizes, the 100 by 100, 240 by 150, the design information sheets as well, and that's what I've actually printed off, because the design information sheets tell you the different colour threads, tell you the size. In fact, I'm going to pop that in front so as you can see there. So you've got all the information about the design, and it tells you the order that it's going to stitch out and everything. So that's almost like your recipe card for that design. Now I'm going to stitch out the 100 by 100. So where I've got 100 by 100, I'm just going to press the arrow to go across to the side, and it's got all the different formats there. Now, my Jade, if I go into, say, like the Janome one and I click on OK, it'll be empty because this machine doesn't understand that format.
Okay.
So what I need to do is go and find the one which is your VP3s, which it does understand. It's like speaking a foreign language to this if it's the other one. And I'm going to look for Gnome number 10. Whoops, the daisy jumped a little bit there. And then just click on OK. And what it will ask me to do is actually put my hoop and fabric in position. It sized it to a 100 hoop because that's what it was sized for. We knew that. I'm going to change it to the larger hoop, which is what I've got my fabric on, and it will automatically place it in the centre of the hoop and get ready to stitch that out. So let's pop that in like so, pop that underneath, just put that clip in the side. Just make sure that it sits in that channel down the side, and you'll kind of get it to click in place. Lift the lever up if you need to. There you go. You can see it's a solid clip once it's in place. The first thread that I need to stitch out is included in my little set of drawers. So I'm just going to get my my white thread out, and you will actually have like a little restock number there, so your threads can go back, and all of them have got the numbers on the actual threads themselves as well, so they're all there. So I'm just very quickly going to thread this up, and then we will get this stitching out. And if I've got a few minutes, I'll very quickly show you the software as well. So really simple. Once you've threaded it up a couple of times, you won't have any issues at all. Refer to the manual first time round. Always, as is the case with any sewing machine or embroidery machine, raise the foot before you actually start threading it, because that opens up the tension. And just make sure that your thread is free flowing to start with, and then just follow the guide to thread up your machine through the take-up lever. Tension your thread before you even get to that take-up lever, and then take it down through like so, and then, oops, hook it underneath your needle threader. Can I just turn it round a bit? Get myself into some very strange positions there. Put that through like so, hook it under, thread the needle, there we go. Grab hold of the loop, and then it is all ready for you to start stitching out. A little loop there, pull it through, like so, okay. It's all ready to go, so I've attached the correct hoop. I'm going to drop the lever down. I've got my tail thread there, which I'm just going to hold on to as I press the start button, and that will start stitching out. Now, you can set it up so as it stops just after doing a few stitches, but what I tend to do is just stop it if I haven't set it up in the settings to stop automatically, and just take that little kind of loose thread, snip it away, and then press go, and it will carry on stitching out. Oh no, it won't, because I've just moved it and it's broken the needle. So that's my fault, so I'm just going to stop that there.
I was about to say that was looking so simple as well.
It's me moving it, but I'm not going to bother changing the needle because that will be the rest of our time gone. So I'm just going to bring up my laptop if I can to very quickly show you the programme, and I'll need to kind of show you it on the screen. Just put my password in.
I was going to say we don't want to look that.
Right. So let me just come. Now, is that easier to I don't know which is the easiest way to show it.
Yeah, we've got that,
to be honest. We've not got long left on the show, so it's, setting it all up. Let me just get rid of that. Not now. There we go. Okay. So the software that you get with this machine, it gives you a work area. So this allows you to create on your computer. You can then create your embroidery design that you put on a USB stick, and then you take it over to your machine. So I've got it set up with a 100 by 100 hoop at the moment. If I wanted to change it, so let's change it to the larger hoop, then I can go in and find the larger hoop. So where I might 240 by 150. So you can see I've got my larger there, which is okay. I can then either use designs that are on the USB that comes with the Jade, or I can add designs in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the folder, and the folder is sitting on my desktop, which has got the designs in there. No, it's not. It's not that one. Hold on, I forgot what I called it. What did I call it? Oh, Fun in the Sun. There you go. So it could be my 100 by 100 designs. Depends on which size you're wanting to work with. So let's go for the large one to start with, and we'll choose any of those designs. So let's choose gnome number 1 for now. It gives me a little illustration of what it's going to look like. So I'm going to click on that and put OK, and that will place it within my hoop. Now, within the software, I can actually resize by pressing this little button at the top here. And as you hover over the different icons, it will give you a little bit of an explanation as to what each of the buttons do. If I click on there, you will notice that those little nodes on the corner have changed to blue. That means that I can now drag that in. Okay, so this design here has got 62,000 stitches. It's a big design. But if I pull that down and make it to whatever size, I haven't locked it in, so I can make him a tall, skinny gnome if I wanted to. There you go, I can make him tall. There you go. I'll make him shorter. You've got your undo button as well, so that's your reset, so you can go back as much as you need to. So I'm going to resize, and what that means is, when I make it smaller, it will actually resize the quantity of stitches. So I could make that to anything in between the 100. I could make it even smaller if I wanted to. Now it's resized. There's only 48,000 stitches in there. But what it also means is I could add lettering to that using the different fonts that I've got on my computer. So
you could put a gnome and then somebody's name,
Absolutely, yeah.
Or
so
individually name them.
That's it. So you can come in. You've got fonts that you will be able to convert. When you actually go into the software, there are certain areas that are greyed out because you can upgrade the software as time goes on. But you've got traditional fonts in there. You've also got fonts that you can make yourself that come under My Fonts. So these are all fonts that I've created in the past there. We've got, there you go, look at that. We've got the Stuart font there. We've got the John Scott font there as well. And you can literally use any fonts from your computer. Just type in there. So we could put, again, Ian Gnome. Turn you into a gnome. Oops, hold on, let's put a space in there. Gnome, trying to keep it as the right size there. I can change the actual wording, so it can be horizontal, vertical, it could be in an arc, so let's make it into an arc, and then we can click on apply, and it will apply that. There you go. So now I could stitch that out.
Brilliant.
Onto whatever I wanted.
Very nice. Yes. Yeah, I could get them on some trunks.
You could, yes. And the beauty is I can make it even smaller if I need to.
What are you trying to say?
Those little Speedos. So there you go. You can understand why I love this machine so much.
It's fantastic and seems really straightforward as well.
It is.
The way you loaded it onto the USB and then it immediately recognised it, took the design.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and the beauty is, you know where I am. I'm on social media. I'm on Sewing Street regularly as well. So if you have any questions, anything that you need to know, all you need to do is drop me a line and I will help you out. And I have helped people out in the past.
Fantastic.
So yeah, just get in touch.
That's brilliant. So just to recap then, so there's the Jade 35, fantastic machine. You've had an expert demo today. 1249. You're getting the Madeira thread chest with that. Is it 24 threads you're getting?
Oh gosh, I don't know how many threads you get. I thought it was
an amazing
40.
set
1, 2,
with
3,
all those colours.
24, 48. What's 248?
Oh,
just
96.
Yeah, 96.
96. There you go.
2, 3.
Amazing.
5, 6, 6.
So
12.
1249. All those threads. It's a 5-year warranty and it's on 5-way split pay. There we go. But it's not just an embroidery machine. It is a sewing machine as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a classic machine. You'll get so much use out of it. You'll have absolutely loads of fun.
I just also need to mention as well, because behind Hayley, she has got those amazing gnomes in an applique. So they were on first thing earlier this morning, and that's available as a pattern. that are proper. An old-fashioned pattern. You get
A good old paper
you get
pattern.
paper pattern. So you're getting that with all the details, and you're getting each of the gnome appliques. $14.99. You're getting all of this with each of the details for each of the gnomes, as you can see there, to cut out. His glasses, all the feet, bits and pieces. So that's the for you to get a guide for positioning.
Showed you at where am I? What time was I on? 10 o'clock this
10,
morning,
yeah.
wasn't I? Yeah. So 10 o'clock went through demonstration, showing you how you cut out your pieces, how you position them, how you get them together. You've got 4 different characters, so you can see you've got Dave, you've got Norm, you've got Flo, and you've also got Eric as well. And they're characters that you can put together just literally using your own scraps of fabric. So turn something out of nothing.
Very good, yeah. And so we've got all that, $14.99, and then you've got the embroidery downloads as well. So tomorrow, well, it's maybe back to normal, who knows? But tomorrow at 8 o'clock, you've got Adele Rowlands in, and she's doing a Size Me Sewing.